10 seconds.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to ban. Nouns, turn to Gaimin Gladiators, turn to
Brewmaster!
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to ban.
Weaver.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to pick. Nouns, turn to pick.
Grimstroke.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to pick.
Mareska has arrived.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
10,
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
nouns turn to pick.
Tide Hunter.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
Earth Spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to pick. Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick.
Terror
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Points away.
Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Тише, мальчик.
Сегодня я не в форме.
Prepare for battle.
Phenomenal. 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 Phenomenal.
OK，兄弟们，全体目光向我看齐啊！
Daddy, chill.
What's wrong? Can't hold your liquor. No.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Success all year. How do you deal with the support rotations? How do you deal with the mid lane matchups? Shut down the side laners while all that's happening at the same time. And this is another game in lineup that is driven to go high ground early if you give them a start. Chen, Tidehunter, these are two of the heroes they've gone back to. We saw that Necroban as well just to get the trifecta out of there. You give them a lead at 20 minutes, they're going to be pushing tier 3 very fast. You have illusion heroes, you have a Furion, you can stall this map. Can you stalwart the tempo that comes out from Gaimin and get yourself into that mid late game where you can shine? Because you have Earth Spirit, You have Brewmaster. These are heroes that have won nouns so many mid-late games. As long as you can get there in one piece.
We're going to start off Nouns needing to be able to win this early lane and starting off with the first blood. Celery is going to go down. Gunner will clean it up with a boulder from downtown. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we also have a fight on the other bounty rune where they are going to be able to get a kill. So it is a trade-off. Nouns do manage to get the first blood, particularly for their mid laner is very important. That'll help in this mid matchup. Gunner versus Quinn, a matchup that we have seen time and time and time again. It used to be in the NADPC all the time. Quinn making a name for himself as one of the best laners in North America and then became one of the best laners in the world. And Gunner was always kind of in his shadow.
These are players that have studied under each other. Like you said, played against each other a lot. They played against Sumail a lot too. So if you're going to learn from somebody, become the next protege in that sense. These are the two guys who have been there and are willing to do it. I will say Quinn has gotten the better of Gunner in a lot of these lanes, right? And if you're Nouns, you go into here, you're kind of expecting Quinn to win the lane. That's not a big deal. The bigger question is what happens after that. And I think Gunner has shown that, sure, you can win the lane against him. He's going to get one of his signature heroes. He's going to pop off, and he's going to dictate the mid game a lot more than you are. They knew the Pango was coming as well. They know it's not a real hero, so they know this matchup's not a real matchup. It's just a matter of who imaginarily gets out of it more. I think Gunner's going to show up today.
I mean, that's the great part about Gunner, right? Is that this is a player who I think Nouns buck a lot of trends, and one of them is definitely the fact that Gunner is the player out of all the teams in the top 8, the mid laner who will take the least amount of farm, and he will just try and make plays happen as early as possible. He is a tempo player. He once told me when he was playing on in Southeast Asia with the Jinnabrews team, he told me, I don't care deaths. I do not care deaths. I only want to make plays happen. And there's a play right there. Celery finds an opening, being able to kill Lilith. Now, it did cost Darachi, who had to run down the river quite heavily to be able to find that. Moo was free farming during the meantime, but it does kind of set the tempo here of Gaimin Gladiators are looking for kills, and they will catch you out if you tread a little bit too far away from the lane. And under a bit of pressure there, under the Grimstroke play.
Rachu is going to cost them a lot. I mean, this is a great start for Celery, though, and I want to highlight the Chen in this game, because that 20-minute victory Gaming had with Chen, it was all Celery, right? He dominated the safe lane, rotated mid, ganked that lane twice. That tower died at 8 minutes. Game just exploded. So if you give him a fast start on one of his signature jungle heroes out here, you're going to have auras up, you're going to have the pace. You don't have a lot of outspam or tower defense. That's the one downside of the lineup for Nouns. They really want to take these skirmishes around the ults, particularly between the Brew and the Earth Spirit here. That's why the XP might be more important for them than the CS. We're talking about they don't care deaths. Deaths determine XP. Causes determine a mental state.
Fortunately, we're going to take a little bit more time to figure out all the issues here. Is this NA Dota? Well, a lot of pauses.
Yeah, they didn't host this game on US West.
I mean, K1 Hector, he's like, this is, I'm used to this. This is every single game for me.
I mean, I think Hector's confused because he probably has negative ping compared to what he's normally.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This man is always working on at least 90. Shackles are off, and K1 Hector has shown it in addition to Nouns, who has done a lot of work for them. When you come to this idea that Gunner is going to be taking very little farm off the map. He wants to be plays. He wants to find openings, find kills, set the tempo of the game aggressively. You need somebody to be able to pick up the farm game. And really, nobody better than K1 Hector. You talk about the player who takes the least from their position. Now you're looking at the player who takes the most from their position. K1 Hector is by far the biggest farmer in this tournament.
I mean, there's a reason Hector communicates the way he communicates. We've all been in a pub with Hector. Well, I say all of us. I mean, these guys haven't.
We've been
Let me
there,
tell
yeah.
you. Yeah, Hector, he just screams on the comms the entire game. Give me mana. Give me salves. Give me stacks.
Yep.
Stop feeding and I'll carry.
That 100% K1 Hector. Stop feeding, stop feed, and I'll carry. That's exactly what that's his vision of the game. Is he is a hard carry player. And there's a reason why he says it. It's true. If you stop feeding, this man will carry games. He knows how to do it in the late game.
Can you bounce it out? Can you make him work? That's the interesting thing about these two teams as well. They had these additions that they brought into the rest of the four. Hector for Nouns, Quinn for Gaming, and changed the dynamic of the team, right? He creates another threat they can play around that gives the team a lot of vision, a lot of purpose in the game. You make these players succeed, they will indeed carry you in a lot of these clutch situations. Hector on a Terrorblade. That is a nasty combination. We've seen him be, I think, most proactive on the Chaos Knight, right? But this is a hero that functions very similarly. He can control the map, dictate when he wants to fight. So if he's the most farmed hero going into 30, 40 minutes, you have a decent chance to just shred the front line of Gaming, unless they already have the auras up. Still, a lot of it coming down to this mid battle, and damn, it is it close. Within 2 CS here for Gunnar going into Quinn.
Yeah, and he's got a creep wave coming underneath tower, so if he gets these last hits, which he does with a quick kick, he'll be able to actually secure a CS lead over Quinn. Bottom lane, though, Duracio's going to be in some trouble. Moo, seeing the opening, Yamson's going to make the rotation. They'll collect not 1, but 2 kills in the bottom lane.
Just as I was about to say, where is this Furion going to rotate? Because the mid rotation looks hard if Quinn is this high HP on a mobility hero. You also have to keep in mind when you leave this Terrorblade alone, he's going to get punished. But that is exactly what you're looking for in this early game. Quick rotation into the double kill. Shut Duracio's tempo carry down on this Weaver. Not a hero that likes to play from behind. And just gobble up that experience on the side lane. If you're Nouns, your next biggest priority in this game is probably 6-minute Power Rune, 7-minute Wisdom Rune. You get all of those for your 2 supports, you're going to be in a really solid position to contest these tower pushes when they come with the Tidehunter Meteor Hammer and the Chen grouping up. We'll see if these supports continue to make moves. It's also going to come down to Celery, whether he wants to try and rotate top or mid on this Chen. A hero that can do similar things.
Meta going to be popped here. So damage thrown back the way of Gaimin Gladiators, but honestly, they walk away from that. Not too damaged at all. So meta pops, no kill found. I'd say a small victory for Gaimin Gladiators whenever that.
Still waiting for Celery's rotation, though. He just feels pressure to stay bottom on Dyrachyo, given the ice armor. This isn't a lane they dominated, which Chen's going to have to linger down here maybe longer than we saw in some of those other Chen games from them. Honestly, this feels like a solid start for Nouns outside of, I mean, Moo is struggling, and Moo is continuing to struggle down here. It is a hero in the Brewmaster that can operate with XP alone, but damn, is he poor. He's going to have to make it up in some of these fights.
Yeah, he's just now getting that earned. So those kills they got earlier, not really worth as much. Yamson going to be in some trouble here. Underneath his own trees, he's going to teleport away. Ace cannot complete the kill. He walks away, damage done, but the damage on a Furion really doesn't mean that much, considering the fact this hero can just TP right back out to lane.
I mean, the thing is he used teleportation instead of the scroll, so he actually can't make a real move off this. He's just going to refill mid. So give up some breathing room to Gaming, and I mean, their cores are starting to take over the lanes right now. You got to keep in mind this Meteor Hammer on the Tide will eventually kick Hector out of top. This Weaver Brew matchup is very good. So now I'm looking at Gunnar, right? You get 6-minute Power Rune here. You have Magnetize up. You have a lot of potential in the tank to get a good fight out of this first ult on the Earth Spirit, especially with how much Gunnar did on this mid lane. He's 500 net worth up on Quinn at 6 minutes. This is a crazy net worth differential for a player we're used to seeing just win the one-on-ones.
That Earth Spirit laning phase, this hero does so much with that Boulder Smash. They're going to go for the Power Runes here, and it is going to be top. So, Haste Rune for Quinn, big pickup. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Moo's going to take a little bit of aggro here from Duracyo, and not much Moo can do to fight back, particularly in a 1v2, but up against Frost Armor and his Harpy. In fact, Moo may have stayed a little bit too long. The Lotus might be able to keep him alive. We'll see whether or not Duracyo wants to complete it, and he does manage to get that kill. Celery picks it up with a bit of lightning. Duracyo is going to take a lot of damage on his way out, but managed to dodge the brambles pretty smoothly there.
And that's Javelin Rush. This is aggressive build for Duracyo, abusing the fact he has ice armor and some extra Chen regen. He's maxing up the DPS straight into the Maelstrom here, trying to punish Moo as much as possible with the opening they've created. And damn, some good creeps for Celery, right? You cannot ask for anything better out of the jungle early.
Seriously.
It's going to allow him to make some aggressive moves that he wants to. 7-minute Wisdom Rune will not be contested here, but it will get split. So, okay news for Nouns. I think they had a possibility of getting 2. You always have it with the Furion. Yamson looking for a bigger prize.
They know they're going for the 7-minute Wisdom Rune, which leaves Ace alone. Yamson's going to try and take advantage of that with the meta still halfway through. If they can just body block him a little bit, and that's going to be enough. With this scan, they saw the Grimstroke. Okay, he's picking up the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Let's make a play in this top lane. A big kill. Even bigger if they can get Duracyo as well, but Celery, he's going to try and stop this. In fact, they push damage back onto Moo. A teleport coming in now as Gunnar's going to make his first rotation out, but it looks like he may be a bit late unless he really wants to dive the tower. He doesn't want to throw away that net worth lead he has.
Only 2 points in the Rolling Boulder. Not low cooldown enough to convert on the kill, so that'll be another missed opportunity for Gunnar. Still trying to put this Magnetize to use.
Quinn's going to make use of his Haste Rune he picked up earlier. Yamson just wanted to be able to get a little bit of levels. Gunnar rolls in, tries to save his support, and that's going to be enough. Quinn checks out the other direction. 8-minute power rune, though, is coming up, and both teams are going to be fighting for it. The fighting continues in the side lanes as well.
They really want this Weaver bottom before the time lapse comes out. This is when Doracchio's still susceptible on this lane. You have so much nuke damage. You want the urn charge.
Hit it with the blood grenade. He's got stick charges. Nice silence. Coming out, the support from Tofu might just be enough to change this fight. Doracchio, final hit comes in. They do trade out cores.
And they get a lot of the Chen creeps off this, honestly.
Oh, yeah, I'm saying he's got no teleport and no TP scroll, so it's going to be a 2-for-1 in that regard.
So you traded Chen creeps and the Weaver for 2 on the side of nouns. You did get an urn charge off the death remove, so a little extra potential there off the max Cinder build. Lanes are going to start to build up here, and I mean, Celery, he got so much out of that bottom, man. This Chen is
look at this
powerhouse.
rotation. Ravage straight up into the Meteor Hammer with the supports coming in from behind. They can silence him and make sure there's no chance of getting off a Sunder.
I'm surprised Hector lingered this long up here. He'd already thrown out the Sunder. I mean, this is a Hammer Tide, a tough lane to stand on when he has the mana for the Ravage. Connection's just too easy here. Now you're going to get the pressure of the tower. Can Hector come back this lane? Probably not still, unless Nouns are willing to rotate more cores up here, which you could do as you're still holding on to this Magnetize on Gunnar. Just not found the opportunity to use it.
Oh, he really hasn't. Doracchio will accept the Curse Crown stun, which is going to set up into Gunnar. Now, he's already popped the Shikuchi, but he does have time lapse, and they don't have enough control. And Moo doesn't have his level 6 yet.
He
is just a little bit away, but is not going to be able to get it. Meanwhile, Quinn, very efficient use of his Arcane Rune in that play, as he managed to come down here, get a kill with that Arcane Rune, has his abilities back up. They are definitely beginning to get a bit of a lead here on Gaimin Gladiators, which is scary for Nouns because they haven't even taken any towers yet, which it is coming. Chen and a Meteor Hammer, you're almost guaranteed as Gaimin Gladiators to have a tower lead in the next 5 minutes.
And the Roshan threat, very high in this game with the Swarm, plus the minus armor Chen's going to give you with a fast Solar Crest here. Gush on top of it, Pangler coming through with Lucky Shot. It's another one of those tempo lineups that can just decimate you with the armor differential here. So yeah, you give these small openings, they're going to run away with it. Hector did manage to go top and defend that tower at least, so you're going to repel some of the speed Ace was coming out with here.
Yeah, but as he shows himself immediately as smoke up, not only they secure the 10-minute power rune, but if Quinn can connect here, it would be massive for Gaimin Gladiators.
Sunder coming back up. Seconds on the cooldown is now up for Hector, so there's turnaround potential on this play. If you cannot burst him here, it could go really wrong.
They're going to get on top of him. Silence and the stuns. K1 Hector doesn't really have much help coming in. They're going to use the Rolling Thunder. Last bit of damage required is going to have to come from Quinn, but they do manage to get out the Sunder onto the support. Yamsen is going to be sacrificed to keep K1 Hector alive, and he will have to TP back all the way back to the fountain, so it's not even like base out of that. Meanwhile, though, Doracchio did die in the bottom lane. The first use of the split from the Brewmaster. They're also going to get that tower.
Just got run down off the root from Lelis, and this is going to result in a very fast tier 1 out of nowhere that was on a safe lane Gaming we're doing pretty well in, right? So this is a lot of catch-up farm for Moo, putting the first ult to pretty good use here, extra XP.
And he's going to catch up even more if he can complete that Hand of Midas pretty soon.
I mean, you get the Midas here from Moo, I think you're really happy with how this early game ended up, considering of how much pressure that lane was creating on you. Just got to turn it around, big core kill into the tower, into an acceleration item. Yeah, you're really happy with that, especially if you can use this next Brew ult to defend mid.
Yeah, the question is that too greedy, right? Because you know Gaimin Gladiators are going to be putting a lot of pressure on you in this next 10 to 15 minutes.
There's some truth there, right? Like, you're giving up an early fighting item to go for this Midas, and you know the tower pressure is going to come fast. I mean, you go in and Midas a Chen creep and say, I did my part, team.
Underneath tower, but may not matter. Good terrorize, though, coming out from Lelis. This may buy Gunnar some time to get more Magnetized stacks onto Quinn. Nails him with the next rolling Bogle as he tries to swashbuckle away. Locked in, though, by Tofu. Great spellbound, and they're going to be able to catch him inside the Ravage into the hammer. The chain stuns are real, but Gunnar is somehow still alive, and he's
going in.
With the Magnetize, he's going to chase after Tofu. Tofu gets the armor room. What a turnaround for him. The luck of the gods showing up just in time. Layla's trying to finish off the support and walk away while K1 Hector is feasting on heroes right now. He shows up last of the fight, but he will claim lives here. Oh, Ace actually not too afraid. He's going to try and get this Meteor Hammer in time, but Yamsen's already teleported away. The tower survives for now, but damage is done, and Ace is still here with that Meteor Hammer.
Did clean up some Chen creeps. I mean, very good shield rune on the end for Gaming, and Ace just powering through with the damage in this fight. That is an absurd amount of damage for a Tidehunter to be doing at 12 minutes in this engagement. You can show how much, I mean, it shows how much Nouns want to defend this mid tower, and you can't blame him. You hold this tower for another couple ults, it secures a lot of your map, buys Hector time. There's just no way to stop it. It is inevitable. Ace is inevitable, as he has been all season long. He will push himself to the top of the board here. I mean, a tremendous Tidehunter game. He's going to become an issue because you don't really have direct burst damage or stack building heroes to take him down. There's a lot he can dispel in this game between the Dark Willow, the Magnetized. You can toss him in the air and take the fight 5-on-4. That is a route Nouns can think about going, but for now, Ace is going to be a brick wall.
A brick wall that is particularly important for Gaimin Gladiators, as much of their success throughout the season has been based around him and his playstyle, which that did become weaker with some changes in the game, but it seems like Gaimin Gladiators have maybe found a position for Ace to really take over the game. That hit again, nice hit with the Terrorize, line it up into the sun. Gunner easily has the control to bring down the Weaver.
And this is going to be Nouns' biggest target the whole game. Dyrachyo, we've seen him on this Weaver before, right? He has some bad deaths, but this is also a hero that's very susceptible once you start getting killed once. It just starts rolling. That's a 4th death for the Gaming carry on a hero that ideally will give them Roshan and a siege mechanism at a certain point. Build level 9 on the Weaver at 14 minutes. He is falling behind in XP. Nouns get a few more cheeky kills on him. This is a way to just bump your supports up, help you take those tower defense fights.
Yeah, who cares if they're taking all your towers if their hard carry is still poor and cannot outmatch the Terror Blade. Try to roll in, Quinn. Invisibility and sidestep that boulder cross. He's going to get some information out here, though they do know he's here. Can they bait him in somehow? They're afraid there's more behind him, so they're just going to back out.
This is your defusal timing on the Pango. Ravage back up for Ace. He's a little bit off the blink, but it did prompt a smoke from Gaming to push into the Nouns triangle. However, they vacated it. For whatever reason, they knew it was coming. However, they're just going to run it back. Ace trying to control both jungles right now. Without a blink, this initiation's a little difficult. Hector see it coming, the tree line.
If they get around, just around this corner and find him, maybe it's possible. Slow him down, get on top of things while the Ravage are gonna go out. Big burst damage and no mana and silence, too much for Hector to deal with here.
Really nice connection, just enough reach.
The worst part for Nouns is they were making a smoke move at the same time, so.
Yeah, they were looking for Ace. Try and preemptively read this. This is why Hector was there in the first place. Almost gets baited by the own move. And hey, 15 minutes, we're already pushing a tier 2 with Chen to back it up on the Skelly boys, adding their aura.
I think this is the part that I love about this matchup. I feel like Nouns and Gaimin Gladiators have both bucked the trends when it comes to the heroes and strategy of this tournament. Nouns certainly have their own list of heroes that I think are special to them. Meanwhile, Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, playstyle-wise, everybody's going like 50, 60 minutes in these games, but Gaimin Gladiators, they're ending games at 25 sometimes.
This is a team that does not care what anybody else is doing right now.
Yeah.
They're going to speed it up. And like you said, both these teams, I think, are 2 of the faster teams in this tournament. They're happy to just take these fights, win it in the mid game. If it goes late, I mean, they always have a backup plan. And I feel like Hector is probably the better backup plan here, but man, we've seen Weaver scale a lot harder than he used to in a lot of these matchups, especially when you have a bunch of auras and Tidehunter and Chen behind you. There's also just not a huge amount of control for Pangolier in the late game. One of the things, I mean,
yeah.
I saw Steenie talk about they knew this Pango was coming. I feel like everybody knew it was coming. Can you stop it anyway?
Magnetize builds up, kills not only the Chen, but also...
That's pretty value. Honestly, very value here. Every time you take Celery off the map, you're slowing Gaming down. You're slowing down the next huge amount of gold into Gunner's pocket. Frees up the map, and Gaming were just split, right? We're talking about them abusing the fact they have a very strong fall. They were waiting for this Ravage to be back up. Rare misstep will cost them some time, and that is time for Hector to get the lanes out, or at least 2.
He kind of has to, otherwise they're going to lose too much control over Roshan. The next objective for Gaimin Gladiators on the list, they have a 3,000 net worth lead. They can take away this last remaining tower. They're going to have really good control of the Roshan pit, and you said they've got a great team to take it too.
It's just a race to the team fight item. You're looking for Radiance on Mu, give you that huge AoE damage in the fight, but you're also looking for these big auras on Gaming in the pipe on Celery and the BKB on Dyrachyo. That's a very big item for them as well. We'll make sure that they can man up in this Roche pit, deal with the Terrorize, deal with Tornado, all these AoE spells that Nouns are trying to throw on the Weaver. Pretty much useless, and you don't have the physical to burst him yet. If Mu can get this Radiance untouched, I think you have a decent shot contesting Roshan.
But he's about to be ganked. Ace is going to jump forward with that Blink Dagger. Anchor already locking him down, trying to see if he can land the meteor, and he does manage to with a swashbuckle to follow it up. They've got this kill. Mu is going to find his Radiance delayed even further. You saw we have 3 different cores on Nouns that are all trying to get that next big item, but the pressure is mounting from Gaimin Gladiators.
And it's just Gunnar who's really getting there. Looking for Heart on the Earth Spirit. I mean, he is massive. He still had a tremendous game here. 3-1. Pretty much untouched. But all his objective gold is just making his net worth not look as effective as he wanted to. So he still just wants to fight. Gunnar wants to slay here. Give him an opportunity. Set it up.
But how do you fight into this 5-man ball that's coming your way from Gaimin Gladiators?
I mean, you have to take the tower defense or the Roche contest. It's one of those two, which means every time you give a pick off like that Brewmaster, you miss one of those opportunities right now.
Right.
So Gunnar, he wants to push into this Heart and take a fight immediately after. Also, your Russian course is Ags on the Pangolier. A lot of extra damage and takeability coming out, and you don't have Rolling Thunder control. This Ags is gonna do work if you couldn't get to it for free here.
Oh, jump onto the 2 of them with the double ravage, with the meteor. What an opportunity from Ace. Just like that, cutting 2 down right in front of your tier 3. Wait, who needs a Roshan?
Yeah, Roshan be damned. You died in a bad part of the map to die on right now, as Mu is struggling to get to this relic. An early glitch as well, just gonna open up this entire lane. Solar Crest and Pipe done for Celery. This Chen is massive right now. You have the damage to take this fight? You're almost all magic oriented.
Yeah. His tier 3 is going to be forfeited before they even get their heroes back up. They still need another 5 for the Brewmaster to get here, but Gaimin Gladiators will relent. They say, okay, we just did some serious economic damage to you, being able to kill 2 of your heroes. Once again, that Radiance is delayed. We've taken more and more property off the map, and now we could just go back to farming our side lanes again.
And the team items are just rolling in, right? I mean, Hector, at this point, he might be asking his team to, please, slow the game down. Just let me get to Scotty. We can take a good engagement, because right now, it's a lot to punch through. You give Ace another big team fight item here, you're going to have to abuse buybacks at a certain point. You need some extra firepower. Ato's done for Wells, looking for the extra setup. Another big smoke, but just got pushed in really deep in your base. Gaming got obs in your base as well, so these moves are very telegraphed right now. Hector's just, he struggled to get these lanes in deep.
Yeah, big difference between, I would say, K1 Hector and his Terrorblade play and Duraccio. I mean, Duraccio would be running down lanes constantly, and he would die sometimes for it, but he would achieve some space. K1 Hector playing a lot more conservatively, trying to protect his own net worth, and it does result in some lane problems here. They're going to go ahead and deal with the Tormentor, pick up a little bit of extra gold for one of their supports here. Almost killing Yamson, but Leolus is going to be the pickup.
Not a bad shard to get if you can make it work in the fight. Not worth for him. Still looking for this Radiance on Mu. That's going to be the big one for Nouns. They're finishing up that Scotty and Heart between the 2 other cores, so they're really ready to gun it here. Test that Roshan, which still hasn't been claimed by Gaming. You can do that. You can turn a lot of this momentum around, put Gaming in an awkward position where the high ground just doesn't look that appetizing, and then what are you doing? What are you using with all these auras for? Race to this minute mark. Are you fast enough with your Nouns? Are you willing to even test this? Scotty done. It's on a pretty damn good timing here. Man, Hector, he's big. This is where you want it all to align. Have it work for you. But Gaming, they're just fast here. You're not here in time. Early momentum, just the extra gold from the tier 3, the tier 2s that they claimed. It's going to propel them into this Roche for free. Who are you going to give it to? For the real hero.
They are going to give it to the real hero. Pango's going to take it. Level 15, just picked up a shard as well, so he's going to be tough to combat in these fights. He's going to get in there with his Rolling Thunder, and
a lot of damage.
Tons of damage. Just a question of whether or not Nouns can find that opening, right? Ace gets the anchor. Really good tool to be able to lock down these mobile cores. Earth Spirit's going to take some damage here, but nobody's rotating on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They're just trying to scare him back because they're still making this move in bottom lane. Duraccio wants to keep the pressure up here. They still have this last remaining tier 2 in the bottom lane.
Just want to stall. Cut as many lanes as possible. Stall this push as long as possible to put Hector in the best position to take that high ground defense fight. Gaming will likely force the issue. Go in, try and... Your burst is just so bad. That's the one downside. But you do have kickback here, and this is great lane cutting. This is going to put Gaming in a position where you're losing some gold to force these plays. high ground goes wrong, we've seen it go very wrong in this meta.
They're actually going to skip past this tier 2 because they want the pressure in here as quick as possible. Now, Layla's going to be in some trouble here with the Inkswell coming in from the Weaver. Top of the Brambles, though. They have the Meteor Hammer. Lots of AoE damage. He gets off the Terrorize, but actually a roll-up from Quinn dodges that fear, and they immediately put the damage onto the ranged barracks. Melee's going to be dying soon. Nouns, they're missing their timing. They still don't have that Radiance on the Brewmaster. They're not quite ready to take this engagement, and Gaimin Gladiators are going to punish him for it. In fact, they're going to chase after Moo. Moo has to use the Primal Split. Otherwise, there was danger of him being locked down, but his Brewling may be dying immediately. This last Brewling, it's in trouble. It's going to be chased down. He's gone. He's dead. It doesn't even matter if he has buyback if you don't have the Primal Split.
Dire's top tower is under
Still
attack.
doesn't have the Radiance. That's your level 2 ult down in a flash before Hector was even willing to come back.
Are fortified.
Might just be another, I mean, the waves did get cut. That's the one upside here. So you're defending the base through the backdoor protection. Damn, you still have 3 minutes on this Aegis.
Top tower is under attack.
You're just giving up too many core pickoffs here. The lead's not growing, but the momentum is.
Yeah, eventually a wave is going to be protected. Gaimin Gladiators will put damage on those buildings once again. You have to come up with a team fight somehow. Eventually, you cannot concede all of these buildings, but Gaimin Gladiators are giving no space to breathe whatsoever. A kick away, that's not good enough. The chain set of the Rolling Thunder is a problem for Gunner, and even stopping by to be able to stop the damage from K1 Hector. They stun him up, and then they retreat. They say meta has been used. Let's go ahead and make sure we have the space and we don't get caught too much like Quinn, who may be in trouble here. Does have the Aegis, so this is just going to be his first life. Not a big deal, especially if he can get kills out of it. Moo and K1 Hector limping along, forced to use the Sunder here onto Ace, but they just do not seem to have the damage to threaten any of these heroes. Meanwhile, Nouns are dropping like flies out here.
I mean, it's such a fast Shivas from Ace. Just gets it on everybody. This attack speed aura really hurting Hector right now. But the damage, but not the speed to get through it. And a second lane at 24 minutes. Now,
the only saving grace for Nouns is if they can get Hector out of here. They have this tier 2 up, but maybe it's not even needed. If the carry dies here, they might just be able to go straight for the throne. Layla's trying to limp back to the fountain. Will be able to make it. The cores, they're going to have to use some buybacks here. A kill on Durachu would be crucial to holding, and Nouns do manage to get that much.
Gotta
and
get
they get more. Gunner chasing after him, doing what he can, but afraid of the turnaround. Yams is going to try and lend him support here. Sets it up with the Sprout into the rolling boulder. Do they have enough stuns to control this Pango? A silence ball went up, and they do manage to get him 2 cores on the side of Gaimin Gladiators as they overstep themselves, daring to tread close to the staircase of the fountain.
those are big kills, almost 3,000 gold total, so at least you're getting something on the backswing. Like you said, still just not a entire team fight put together for Nouns, right? We haven't seen the whole game between the Radiance Brew, which is still not just finished, by the way.
Final.
Thank God I don't have to pray for it anymore. But now you have Radiance Brew online. You have to get these ults in sync. That's been the biggest problem. Ace is just continuously forcing the issue before you're ready to take that straight 5-on-5. I mean, he instantly put that Shivas to use on the back end, and if you don't have all 5 heroes there, you lack the damage right now. That's been
just
the
difference in net worth despite the Midas pickup between Moo and Ace.
I mean, Moo and Celery at this point, right? Yeah. We're talking about Chen accelerating these games. Zero benefits so much from these Raxes going down because it just sets you up for an entire other team item. Vlad's done as well, buffing up the damage here across the board. This is where this hero is absolutely terrifying, and looking down the barrel of Megas, it's going to be a hero you're thinking about game 2 no matter what. Once he gets to control the game like this, it just throws you into a tough position. Going to look for a core pickoff of their own.
If they can get it, the Inkswell is going to be able to help out Quinn. He rolls up, turns around now with the Rolling Thunder, and it's going to be Nouns who are now on the retreat. Caught by the Soulbind. Does manage to get out the Primal Split, though, and thanks to Gunner's heart, he does have plenty of HP. Caught here on the river, but do they really want to go for the Tidehunter first?
Way.
He is untouchable.
Absolutely invincible at this point, and Ace knows that this is not even a fight Hector showed up to.
He's going to chase after Moog here, see if he can get him.
Durachu on the
with
path.
an anchor on his way out. Now the real Brewmaster is revealed. They do manage to jump onto Durachu here. And they turn this around. The BKB activated to buy Durachu, but a Glimmer Cape might just get moved out of here. Durachu searching, won't find anything. Ace, he's not going to jump in. No need to at this point in time. They still cannot hit that bottom lane, that final lane of barracks just yet. There's still this tier 2 in their way. So.
Yeah, look at the top wave. Hector got it all the way in. So you have a catapult pressuring the tier 2 for gaming right now that Durachu has to go back and clean up here. I like that fight a lot better than some of these other pickoffs though, right? Especially the one we saw right by their tier 3 that translated into breaking that base first. Take a fight on gaming side of the map, even if it goes a little wrong for you like that, you're not getting punished for it. And now maybe you can create an opening elsewhere with Dyrachyo having gone back to the other side of the map. Gaimin missing some heroes here.
Yeah, this is a big slip up here from Gaimin Gladiators if they lose these heroes. There's so many from Nouns being brought to the table. They need to be able to lock down Ace, but he's so tanky and he had the mobility. The force staff, they're gonna try and hit this terrorize onto Quinn. Couldn't roll up in time. Gets hit by that first. The chain stuns are here. Gunner locks it down, and there's another pickup for Nouns. Another wreck for Nouns to take in this game.
That's a very big one, and it's a great read of the map. This is all Hector setting that up. He gets that top lane in, you take a fight, nobody dies, it gives you room, and then you get the punish on the other side of the map with Gaimin not respecting the fact that, hey, there's an unlimited chase down hero on the side of Nouns, right? That is the power that Earth Spirit gives you with the new stones. Yeah. Gunner's gonna chase you, he's gonna catch you, he's gonna sink somebody into the dirt here, and more gold into Hector's pocket, more damage coming online. If you can get to the full silver edge here, all of a sudden your front line goes away if you're Tidehunter. The control can suddenly be there, you can chain stun Ace. The armor's still gonna be a problem, but you're starting to find the solutions here, and this lead back down to 9K. This is all you're trying to do in the game right now if you're Nouns. The economic damage to a minimum and prevent Gaimin from getting to that last lane of racks, which is a real uphill battle if they get a free megas.
But you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they see these pickoffs, and it is a wake-up call for them. They're going to go ahead and try and clean up the lanes, but they're also going to group up a little bit more.
Gunner trying to break the smoke here. Gets scanned, so Ace knows.
Roll away. Is it in time? Gets him on the anchor. Nobody's going to be able to deal with this. Oh, good force staff down to the cliff. They need to be able to deal with this anchor still. Earth Spirit this far away. He still has that heart. He's pretty tanky, but Dyrachyo is shredding him pretty quickly. Does manage to roll outside and into his base. Dyrachyo just not quite in front of him. And that's going to be a BKB used.
Yeah, that's all the way down to 6 seconds already. It doesn't feel like we've seen a fight where he got to use it at all. And it's down to the minimum. That's how much Nouns have been cutting out this fight. And another fight where Ace did not want to pull the trigger on the Ravage there. Feels like Gunner's either slightly too tanky or maybe he has a buyback and they get in a weird, awkward position. But like you're talking about breathing room, that's some more breathing room right now for Nouns as they hold this game steady. And now they're looking for their own pickoff. Once more, Gunner will find the catch.
With this beautiful combination, Bedlam rolling Boulder, but the heroes are tanky. He got off the pipe, and now it's a problem. Gunner, half health, rolling Thunder, completely chain setting him down. No way to be able to get out. Now they're scrambling here. K1 Hector, he's going to be in some trouble. He's
buyback from Gunner.
He's trying to fight back into these heroes, but he is lacking in the teammates to do so. The buybacks are going to be coming in. They do manage to get off the Thunder, but immediately time-lapse rectifies that bit of damage. Gunner rolls back in. It's the stun, but K1 Hector needs to be able to retreat. This Tidehunter is constantly playing in his face, constantly slowing him down.
Man.
And K1 Hector, he's going to go for a desperate TP away. The damage is going to come too quickly, though. And now Nouns are left perhaps broken as they have 3 heroes dead with no buyback, and they do not have the lanes pushed in either.
Yeah, that's exactly what Gunner is trying to do right now. He says, Yamson, make as much space as possible. I will try and clear up some lanes with this buyback that yielded nothing. There's just no damage on the board here. Ace just runs through all of them, does not give a damn.
Yeah, but
Dyrachyo gets to clean up.
It's just so much different, right? The pickoffs on the Pango when he's alone, sure, damage looks okay, but then you get these 5 heroes all grouped up around this pipe and these auras.
And that was a fight where Gunner found the Chen first. This is supposed to be the target you want to kill at the start of a fight. 2,000 HP with pipe, Glad Solar. It's not even that easy. Hell, even the Ogre Totem doing some work here for Celery. He's just way too beefy. This is a beautiful Chen game right now as you are running out of damage. You ever had it on the side of Nouns. That's going to be a 31-minute Megas.
And I love the fact that they just back away immediately. They're going to deal with further objectives. They've got Tormentor. They've got Roshan coming up. They are not going to give an opening to Nouns and let them climb back into the game like they did earlier. Learning from those mistakes, they stay grouped up, and they will back away. Roshan is going to be spawning in just 15 seconds time. Nouns, well, they're going to have to be playing against Megas for the rest of the game.
We have seen our fair share of Megas come back at TI.
True, but I'm not sure if I've seen any this early. 32-minute Mega creep.
Yeah, it's a little tough.
If Nouns is going to make that comeback, it's going to be a long-haul game. It's going to be another 40 minutes or something like that, which we've seen a lot of those games. But again, Gaimin Gladiators, that's just not their MO. They don't let you get to those late games if they can help it, and they're a great position to be able to end it as they take this Roshan, get the extra Aegis and cheese. One final push is all it can take.
I also just don't see what's changing the paradigm in terms of Ace walking into 5 of you and going, what's up? Yeah, I mean, what has been the answer from the entire game? And it's supposed to be this silver edge on Hector. I think that's the one big difference maker here. Get the break in, and then all of a sudden you can stack the magic damage, the magnetize, all these debuffs on Ace. Maybe you have a chance of bringing the Titan down. Damn, it's just gotten delayed here as Hector is still searching for the damage, still searching for the levels as well. When you don't win the fights like this, you just fall behind. He's only level 6.
Yeah, and we're seeing the
17.
The carry ability of the Weaver. You talked about how this hero scales so much better than maybe it used to. He's got an MKB complete, and he's now level 20, so he's got the plus 90 Geminate attack damage.
Plus the shard. This is just huge power point for Debratio. Absolutely going to shred all 5 of you in the fight if he just gets the Sakuchi through. Nouns will take the smoke wrap. Pretty heads-up play if they can find the supports on the backside.
What are they looking for here?
Grimstroke, Chen, that's it. Gotta find the squishies, take them out, get a numbers advantage.
Supports are bust, but they have the scan. Gaimin Gladiators made the read, and now they know they're outside of position here. They're immediately gonna pounce on it. Gaimin Gladiators read you like a book, and they will slam that book shut as they get these 2 pickups, and into the base they go to now finish it off.
Quinn just burning Hector's man out as well. I mean, everything is around Ace. Go with Ace, follow his jumps. The man has led you very far. He'll continue to lead you farther here.
Once again, it's underused. Gunner, he just has to go in, but shredded. That heart doesn't mean anything for him anymore.
So much on a tanky meta. Yeah, game 1 in the books here with a very fast Chen lineup from Gaming. And if you're Nouns, you're going into game 2, you're thinking, how do we slow this team down, right? That is all you're thinking about right now. Is it heroes? Is it players? Is it a playstyle thing? Do we need stronger lanes? 4 auras of our own? Something has to happen, though, because Gaming have shown they're not afraid to push these games high ground 20 minutes.
That's the part I love.
If you don't have the outspam, if you don't have the lane shove, you just get pushed down.
Yep. I love the fact that Gaimin Gladiators are showing that there is a way to be able to punish most of the strategy that teams have been running with, which has been a lot of greed, a lot of Hand of Midas, scaling cores, scaling supports.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban. Nouns turn to ban. Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Nouns turn to ban. Gladiators turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to pick. Nouns, turn to pick. Gaimin Gladiators.
Dazzle.
Spectre. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to ban. Nouns, turn to pick. Gaimin Gladiators, turn to
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to...
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to pick.
10,
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to pick.
Dusk.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to...
Dark Seer.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn...
Lord Druid.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gaimin Gladiators, turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nouns, turn to pick.
Alchemist.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Keeper of
Choose
the
your
light.
hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gladiators, and there's no other way to say it. That game one was a stomp, Avery.
Yeah, that was a bit of a one-sided exchange, but of course that's the nature of those lineups, right? I really don't think Nouns necessarily played that game that bad. I just think if a couple things go wrong, you fall behind. That's how that game's going to go, right? There's no real stopping the ball once it gets rolling. And hey, they decided to give it back to him game two. So the confidence off the charts here for Nouns as they say, you know what? You can have the Chen again. You can have your push lineup. We're going to be able to combat it a lot better with some more outspam, some faster heroes, and hopefully as good of lanes. Because honestly, we were talking, those lanes didn't go that bad for now. Like, all things considered, it was an okay laning phase. Right? They weren't ahead, but they didn't get run over. Yeah. It's just the speed at which those auras came out and the pace at which Ace ran down these objectives. Way too much for those heroes to combat, particularly Hector on the Terrorblade. So Spectre, I don't know if I was ever going to say this, but Spectre might be a little bit of a faster hero in all the metas we've seen. So
yeah, she's there now.
Hopefully
I mean,
Hector can get more done.
seconds, you want to be getting a kill somewhere.
30
Exactly.
seconds
And
to
if Hector
battle.
can join all these fights, especially the tower defenses, maybe they can get a bit more going. Particularly with the outspam they have. Coddle Darkseer can get the lanes in a lot more. It's not all on this Terrorblade shoving the waves. So Nouns have come up with some ideas on how to combat Gaimin, who are basically running it back, right? This is a Chen 20 to 30 minute high ground lineup. No way around it. They want to dominate lanes, get out to a big lead, and go high ground with the Alchemist and a bunch of sustain behind him. Chen Alk always make appearance on the main stage. In fact, now that I'm looking at this lineup, this is an OG lineup through and through, right? Chen Alk with the Tiny to boot, and a couple cheese heroes. What more do you need?
I think that's one thing about this lineup, though, for Gaimin Gladiators is I do feel like there's going to be more opportunity to play for pickoffs again. Right, Gaimin Gladiators, they did a really good job of like grouping up as 4 at some point in time, and it felt really hard for this Earth Spirit to be able to roll in and take like a full team fight against them. Here, you know, you've got the Lone Druid and Alchemist who are both going to be farming a decent amount, and we've got a Quindazzle, which I don't know how you feel about that one. Lelis in game said Bronze Hero, calling out the fact that Quinn doesn't necessarily have the most experience with this.
I agree. I don't know if I've really ever seen him play it in a meaningful match where a lot's on the line. This is not Quinn's powerhouse. Generally, the spirits, the mobility, the Pangolier, the cheesy heroes that win you a lot of MMR that you can spam 1,000 times in a row like track. You know, Dazzle just hasn't been there for too long, so we'll see what he can do on it. But this is a pretty free matchup for Gunnar, as long as he can keep blasting the waves out. And if he can get a fast Vessel in this game, oh, it's a great Vessel game. You're looking at a lot of healing coming out from the side of Gaming. You wish you had an Ancient Apparition, but that's the next best trick. Dueling top, getting a lot of damage on Thoraccio early. exactly view Darkseer as a good tough combination, but I guess double the punch.
Yeah, if you manage to get the shard in, lock him in against the double ion shell, there's definitely opportunities to be able to kill this alchemist, though typically it means you're just pushing in the lanes. Oh, they're going to group up a little bit. They stay out of vision. Oh, this is an opportunity now for a turnaround. They hit him with the tag team, slow him down enough, but unfortunately they're just a little bit too far away on Laylas. They weren't able to capitalize on that, but at least it does mean Duraccio missed, I think, 1 CS there, took some damage, has to blow through some more regen.
And the bigger thing is they're blocking up that small camp for Celery. Right. So you're limiting the Chen's really early options. You want to hopefully not get mana burn purge creeps. Those just decimate the Darkseer. Bear kill on 7 HP.
Oh, he got him in the end. Got him with the stroke, so Ace loses that one. They get a healthy bit of gold for nouns.
That's really nice down here. These bears count for so much in the early game. Basically a hero kill, if not better. And now if you do find any connection on Ace, I'm gone for a long time.
His combo is really interesting. They do a 5-position Grimstroke, but maybe not the best laning phase power, but later on, you have this ability for Spectre to join in these fights anytime, 60 seconds, and you could globally just, like, be next to the Spectre, put Inkswell on him, have him jump on his some hero. Pretty good amount of kill power in just those two.
Also, this you just don't expect the stun coming out from the Spectre when he pumps on you, so... the other big one is like the Bedlam combo with this hero seems to be developed a bit more, but yeah, I do like this combination. Double dagger in the fight's never bad either.
Are you going to be able to get out of lanes healthy enough and powerful enough to go around looking for those kills?
That's the big
right
question.
now, it's not looking so hot. 7-1 in CS for K1 Hector.
Yeah, Gaming definitely pulling ahead on the lanes here. Even mid is going a bit rougher for Gunnar than I would have expected. I mean, you have to rush boots in this matchup. You get to just push it out, but there's no small camps around mid anymore, which kind of hurts this hero's momentum. In a lot of the games I've seen Gunnar play it, this hero is slower than the ultimate mid-coddle patch that we saw. So you can't really measure him up to that standard. Still, you're going to be looking for pretty fast bots into Vessel here. It will be bots first potential.
Well, Gunnar May has played this hero a number of times, as you alluded to. Not necessarily the best coddle mid-patch in the world, as Lilith and Moo trade a bit of damage here with Duraccio. This hero is not having a great time at the International. It's currently sitting at 28% win rate for the Keeper of the Light. Every single time I watch it, it looks kind of lackluster, Avery.
It's a hard hero to execute because you really need the items on time and you need to get the fights out of them. Otherwise, this hero is not doing much for you. A Boulder almost killed his Ogre Frostmage.
That was random. But what wasn't random, Celery made the read there. Placed a ward to be able to see this rotation coming out from the Grimstroke, Yamson.
Oh, we got another one. Okay, no worries here. Just double Frost Ogre Mage for the first 4 minutes.
See if they can block in Celery, but the support is coming in. 3 versus 3. Celery is likely to die here as the Inkswell helps finish him off, and that is first blood. 4.5 minutes in, we finally see first kill of the game. Tofu, he'll chase him away, but damage already being done. Does leave Spectre in a 1v1 against Lone Druid. I don't know if this is any better than the 2v2. Feels like there's no situation where K1 Hector is happy in this.
This matchup just plain sucks. There's no way around it. You're going to get bodied in the one-on-one. You have no ability to fight back, no innate regen. I guess you could go an early regen item on Spectre, but honestly, there's just not much in the meta that people are building towards. So it's another game of like bend on the lanes, but don't break and get that one fight. Man, this ice armor has done work pop, but first blood for Moo is also going to be pretty damn nice here for Nouns.
Try for a kill here. The top lane. Get the stun off. Trying to block away Tofu, but he's close enough for the avalanche, and that's more than enough. Underneath the acid spray. 2 heroes hitting you and a neutral creep. Healthy amount of damage. Moo falls in his lane.
And this is where Gaming are happy with the lane setup right now because they're getting solo XP on their 2 cores that really want it. The Alex doesn't need it as much because he can just go back to the jungle and kill the stacks later for the net worth gain. And they're getting kills for their Chen. So they're boosting Chen in this position where your ball is going to be crazy strong at that 8 to 10 minute mark going into these tier 1s already. It is shifting some of the onus back on Nouns in terms of who are you addressing in this laning phase? Because right now, all 3 of these cores...
in here, pretty deep behind the tier 1 tower. Gonna toss away, but Gunner's a little bit low. Fortunately, did heal himself up with that Illuminate Blast just in time. Now Quinn is here to help out. They're gonna be chased away. Gunner still trying to finish off Tofu, but the heals will be able to keep Tofu alive, no problem.
Hector getting rooted.
Oh, just perfectly timed for Ace. He even had the support coming in from the side. Wasn't necessary, but Celery was there for the backup.
So
And it should just be a fast tower push on this lone Druid lane, the way it's shaping up. Ace has also protected his catapult on this wave. Benefit of that pull on the other side, and the golems.
Yeah, killing that golem just gives you even more boulders to be thrown around.
Hey, a Bull Assassin on the main stage of TI, Cav. I bet you never would have thought you would have seen it. But the hero is here.
Oh, finally. I've been waiting so long for Avery to be able to talk about the Bull
the hero
Assassin
we've been
on
waiting
stage.
for. So many years in the making for this hero to return to Seattle, but it'll do some pushing damage here. Celery decides which side lane he wants to help. I mean, there's a toss-up, like, do you actually need the Chen down here for the lone Druid push at all? Probably not.
The Spectre is 4.5. I was going to say, like, okay, maybe you can get level 6 soon and, you know, participate in some kills around the map, but this Spectre is having a jungle already. A1 Hector is going to be very, very far behind for the next 20 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower.
You have to combine this Darkseer and Coddle at some point. That's the big one. If you can get it around the tower defenses, I think those fights can go pretty well for you. They're a lot better than the last game draft setup-wise, and it's really unlikely Dyrachyo joins those very early pushes, right? In that Weaver game, he can join those fights, and like even if he dies, it's still a numbers advantage. It's still HP you have to get through. Here, it is kind of just the lone Druid and Dazzle with the Chen. The Tiny is, you know, giving you some team fight later on, but he's not too terrifying in these early fights if he doesn't wrap on you.
And Dyrachyo is able to brave defending this tower kind of by himself. He's got the Chen behind him, but that's because he's hit level 6 already. Nouns know it's a tough target to go for, so they're going to try and find something else here. Quinn, he's going to be caught trying to hit the jungle. Good Illuminate Blast flips him there on the side, and Quinn will die. Nouns do successfully find an opening, and they needed it real badly because these lanes are not going well for them at all.
Time to dissolve him and get some skirmishing done.
Nice toss back into the bear. If he gets a root, this is all but guaranteed to be a kill on Gunnar. Doesn't even need the root. His damage is there to finish up with the blood grenade. Yamsen's going to be slowed down with that diffuser blade. The inhibit going to work. Nice attempt there with the block in. Keeps the heroes out, even if the bear is still able to chase down Yamsen a bit. Maybe even chase him up down underneath the tower. No response from Nouns. They really just cannot seem to handle this army that's going to be pushing them down.
Yeah, out of nowhere, right? Ace, he took this bottom tower, rotates mid, has his next objective lined up, and everybody from Gaming just connects to it. Really great pickoff on the Dazzle, but it just gets them lingering a little too long, and all of a sudden, you get one Coddle Blast to defend this tower, and it's gone.
Radiant's middle
Don't even get
has
any
fallen.
creeps off of that blast. I mean, we talked about behind stage after game 1. We said, you know, like this Chen, not sure if you could give that to Gaimin Gladiators. It does so much for them.
It is the best support in these types of lineups, and every time they get a game like this where it starts throwing away, it just looks scarier and scarier.
And Nouns, they may have thought they had a plan to be able to deal with that Chen, but unless that plan comes to fruition soon, they're going to be too far behind to be able to do anything to stop these pushes. They're getting a little bit low there. Not much move. So,
Push continues. Ace, he wants all 3 towers by 10 minutes here. The last one will get defended, still full HP, so this is something that Nouns have to rally behind. Get their combinations online and going. And it is time for Hector. I mean, the upside of, you know, Ace making these rotations is, hey, your Spectre gets some free jungle time.
how free is it going to be, though, because he's immediately going to jump over to join on this tiny kill. Good timing, because Ace was just threatening him there in the bottom lane. So not only does he get away from a gank, but he also gets to join in on a kill. And that is the power of the Spectre right now with this new Shadow Step.
I don't know if Hector even saw Ace down there. I'm pretty sure he was looking at the gank, but that was an absolute kill on the Spectre because the Diffusal's already done for the lone Druid here. So he quite literally dodged the bullet, gets a kill into a tower push. Pretty nice. And it's just about Gunnar keeping the lane equilibrium. He'll rotate bottom to get the defense. So these tier 2s are going to be a bit harder to bring down, I think, for Gaming, unless they get the big pickoffs. Because you can always sit Hector in these positions, and the upside of Spectre is he can make the fast plays. He's also hard to go on, especially if you can get this Blade Mill out pretty fast. You can bait Gaming onto your Spectre, take the fight with the Darkseer and Coddle, giving you the damage from behind. And to me, it's all about this Vessel. Like, how fast can you get the fighting items on the Darkseer, but more importantly, this Vessel on Gunnar give you the kill capability on all the sustain that Gaming are outputting right now.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, if you throw in shallow grave on somebody, they're getting these heals, they get a hand of God. It's a huge amount of burst heal. Oh, straight through the portal. There's going to be the follow-up here, though. The Tusk's going to follow in. Jansen joins in on this as well, thanks to the Spectre. They're able to kill
And the bear.
immediately and get the bear. Now they're going to be able to chase down Tofu on top of that one. So while Gaimin Gladiators thought they had the one up there, Tofu taking a quick pit stop to grab as many Lotuses. He knows he's dead, so he might as well get what he can off the map.
That is a great pickoff for Nouns. We also talked about this, Inkswell Spectre, the Shell Spectre too, with this low duration Han. It's a great shell target in these fights. You can even shell him before, the jump theoretically. So that is going to be a lot of gold in the Hector's pocket. The bear plus the kill plus a tiny, basically for free. And I feel like already Hector's contributed more in this game than the last one. Didn't take much,
Yes.
but this is already helping your team so much, giving you a little extra boost here, particularly Moo, who's gotten most of these extra kills on the fights.
Slowed down quite heavily. K1 Hector is going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah,
Sides
strike
back
back.
to the fountain, and his team is going to be too late here. Their make or smoke rotation might be able to get the punish.
They want to keep killing Ace while he doesn't have this ult. It's a big window when you can take this Lone Drew down without having to deal with the true form.
Moo is spotted. They slow down the bear. See if they can kill that instead. They also get the shard to block out Celery. So a support and a bear wouldn't be too bad, but they're only going to get the support out of it.
And a Centaur and a little golem. Those count.
One last little golem.
You can see the rotation speed. The bots for Coddle is also enabling this. So you kind of have two global heroes, right?
Yep.
Another tool you can use to combat these pushes. Just don't let Gaming group up because you're constantly taking small fights on these lanes.
Ace Druid on Quinn. It's going to be dangerous for Hector. Quinn opting not to chase him down. Kick Hector back out of lane for a little bit. He's so far forward.
Quinn's been quiet this game compared to the last one. He's gobbling up runes, he's farming on the Dazzle. It's just a different hero, different play style. That Ags inverse Shadow Wave, it's coming. Gonna hit hard. This is a very powerful time for the hero. You of course can ultra scale into the late game, becoming Tinker 2.0 with Arcane Blade. Maybe some hidden scale for gaming if they really need it up the sleeve, but this is all about the timing push. So again, looking for the pickoff, trying to slow it down. Wells will attempt to connect, or maybe just double up some creeps. Yeah, why not?
And take what they can. Nouns, they gotta find these pickoffs because you know what's coming. Gaimin Gladiators have an Alchemist farming away. They almost have the Aghanim Scepter like you talked about on the Dazzle. Lone Druid's getting bigger.
Yeah,
you can get these pickoffs with the Shadow Step, but what happens when they get 5-man and they're ready to go?
Yeah, we haven't really touched on Daracho. I mean, there's a good reason why he hasn't had to do anything. And that means he's had an absolutely free Alchemist game. He is Omega fat here. It's going to be almost 60-minute BKB on top of Radiant's phase boots with sustain to back him up. That's when that early Alch BKB feels the best because you guarantee can take the fight. Punish them with your overwhelming net worth here. Back through the gate once more.
Quinn already teleporting away. Not going to be caught by this rotation.
Do a little smoke farming. Nothing else. Continuing to try and control the side lanes, create the space for Hector.
Take a little pit stops here and there while they're smoked up. Farm up these camps.
They didn't see anything.
Still nobody showing up, though, on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They're doing a great job of dodging these rotations of Nouns, understanding that they're timing it later. Rush for things.
Honestly, I like the Octarine Rush on Moo as well. Just anything that gives you lower cooldowns, more uptime on the map, and helps you shove these lanes out faster is going to feel good right now. You just want to get to that mid-game teamfight where Darkseer, Spectre, Grim, it's no joke, right? Especially when you throw Chakra Manas out on all these heroes, reducing cooldowns even more. It's a lot to deal with if you can't just sit there on the front line with your beaky timing. Which is what Gaming are aiming to strike with here. And that's a big question. What do you do versus the Alch BKB here with this type of lineup? You have Tusk Physical Burst, and you have Spectre can come in with a little bit, but otherwise Daracho should be pretty untouchable. Especially with Grave behind him. It's even worse, right? You really want to find the backline here if you're Nouns. Find the backline, force a collapse, get a big vacuum, and yeah, if you can ever find Ace before that ult comes out, you're going to be really happy.
Do you think that means that, like, in order to actually literally see the back line so your Spectre can jump. Does it require somebody to get in there? Do you think like Moo is going to join in with the Tusk, like some sort of Blink Dagger initiation, or do you think he just goes more for like these aura items and try and combat Gaimin Gladiators, who are obviously going to be sticking to that same game plan we saw in game 1?
I think you're looking at auras here. I mean, Blink is going to be really nice later in the game, but you know the fight's coming to you. I think traditionally you just go for the correct angle, right? Get smokes, get flanks going, find the backline by just wrapping, and Hector will automatically connect. And it's going to be a Radiance for him as well. So we'll see if he can have more impact with it than that Radiance from last game, Moo, which just got mega delayed, right? This is it's a risky item to go for here. It's a lot of gold to build up. A lot can happen in that interval where you don't have a fighting item coming out. But if you get there unscathed, it's going to pay off. It's a very good Radiance game to go in and start burning people.
See the farm build up between Durancio and K1 Hector.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little unfair, you know.
The GPM is going to be obviously massively outmatched, but you can see there's just a lot more space for CS for the Alchemist.
And BKB is already done, and they're instantly smoking down. Durancio wants to put it to use.
And he's going to go straight for the Spectre, straight for the enemy carry. And Swell quickly dispels that stun.
Yeah,
good idea
rushed
from Yamsin to rush that shard.
It's going to be pretty valuable this game.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Moo trying to get out the shard, blocking him in. Oh no, Lelis, that wasn't what he wanted to have happen. Moo, he's desperately going to try and throw out a vacuum, but there's nothing to actually get off of that vacuum. The Spectre leaves. K1 Hector's like, you guys are supposed to be setting up for kills for me to be able to collect on, but there's nothing to actually get.
Global Dagger. Will hit. I wonder if it scouted that smoke. Might have, honestly. Either way, a failed gank. True form goes off, and a window here. Blink on Tofu as well means that all these pushes, all these fights are a little more dangerous. You get caught. Nouns got caught last game. Just gonna crumble really fast around these towers. Aggressive TP bottom from Moo when he knows they were moving here. He's tanky. I don't know if he's this tanky though.
Round to tier 2. Is his
trying to
team
bait
going
the
to try and
dive.
defend him here? The Surge is going to be running out, and Quinn might just be able to catch up to him. Another round, though. Thanks to the Octarine, the Surge is near permanent uptime for Moo.
No blink on Durancio yet, though he'll buy it out now.
Radiant
There's going to be multiple jumps from Gaming. Just try and take the fight before Nouns are set up. One or two of these heroes go down, you're just looking at a very fast high ground again. Margin for error very thin here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Do have that Vessel up on Gunner. It's been up for a little bit here. He has double charge. This is generally where that Coddle would want to be taking the fights or finding big core pickoffs on the map. The downside in this type of game for the Coddle is he's great at dealing with the lanes, but Gaming are not going to split. So you're not going to find this like global pickoff presence between the Spectre and the Coddle. It's just going to be 5-man down a lane. In 18.5 minutes, they said the last game was fast. This one, it's going to be even faster. See if you have the answer.
And frankly, it doesn't look like Nouns are ready for it. No Crimson Guard just yet on the Darkseer, which would do a lot to be able to dissuade this threat of the Bear. Gunner's trying to stop him, but the damage just keeps on chipping away from the Lone Druid. He's going to take that tower without much really needed from him. All in, that's pretty nice. And they take advantage of it, though. They're still trying to go for that Bear. Toss back from Tofu, catching the Coddle. That's just what they needed to really ensure they could take this tier 3 without much fuss. In fact, Durancio just blinking in boldly, seeing what's up, getting some information down, and they're going to hit Barracks now.
Where's your damage? The damage test has returned to round 2. Once again, just found lacking, right? The state.
Well, no dispel, and it put him inside the snowball. That allowed Moo to be able to get back, but the Bear is saved by the Shallow Grave. Even if they get the damage, go through all this HP, they still can't get there. Durancio is going to clean up at least Yamsin, while the others limp back to the fountain, barely alive. A lane of Barracks before the 20-minute marker. Gaimin Gladiators, they are not messing around here. They are kicking Nouns out of this tournament in record speed.
They are looking for the lower bracket speed run for sure at this point. Another toss back. Hector, you got a blade bail.
Nowhere, nobody to be able to bail him out. They'll take him down eventually. Harpoon pulling back in. Moo gonna be in some trouble. Knock up in the air. Once again, a snowball save is there, but this time around he can't reset. Gets off the vacuum last second, but there's no damage to follow it up. Gaimin Gladiators are extremely healthy. They've got the Chen heals. They've got the constant Dazzle heals. Quinn is sitting at 500 HP constantly, but there's nobody to actually jump him. Nobody to punish him. They see all of these moves from Nouns coming a mile away.
And they also have double purge creep on Celery. These Satyr Banishers They removed the vessel, they removed the shells. All this damage that's supposed to come out from the Coddle and the Darkseer, it doesn't exist when these Banishers are on the back line. He even has the magic resistance aura, so these heroes are incredibly tanky at this point in the game, and the spells that you were supposed to have to deal with them just don't even exist.
I feel like I've never seen this in this current patch. In this current meta, a lane of barracks down before you actually take Roshan. Every team is going, they play it slow and methodically and is saying, let's get the Tormentor, let's get the Roshan, let's build up our advantage, let's get a 20k net worth lead. Well, Gaimin Gladiators get a 20k net worth by taking away your buildings, taking that lane of barracks. And Nouns, I mean, they're living on a prayer at this point in time. That's all they really got to them.
Who needs Roshan when you don't die the first time?
Yep.
All these cores feeling invincible right now. Now continue to search for answers, and they will take the Roshan. I mean, at this point, give the Aegis to the fatter Banisher. Might be the best choice.
Keep him alive at all costs. Protect him.
Might be the only killable unit. It might be the most valuable in a way.
Dire's middle tower
It'll be a DD rune, and BKB almost completed for Quinn. And this is also where Lone Druid just... He's a really strong hero at this point in the game. If you can get over this, I think we've seen a lot of Lone Druids struggle to scale in the current meta. I think the hero can fall off very hard. But right now, with Diffusal Harpoon, which has generally been the meta build, that is when this hero peaks. So not only are you pushing very fast at 20 minutes, you're utilizing a hero that has struggled for a lot of other teams. And what do you do if the game just gets prolonged, right?
Yep.
Moo still looking for that Crimson Guard, perhaps the biggest item in keeping their heroes in the fight, being able to take it. Pickoff would be a godsend right now as a shield rune might prevent it.
That's going to be a problem, but maybe they can kill Tofu instead. Pretty fast elimination there, but Quinn is now going to be joining in with the double damage. They really got to watch out for that one.
Hector stuck in no man's land.
He's stuck. Nowhere he can really go. They thought they could chase for more, but guess again, Duracio's here now to be able to get more pickoffs. Lelis is going to die next. 2 dead on the side of Nouns, and a push that's on its way. Do they want to take the time to take these top towers or just take another lane of barracks? Honestly, the world is entirely open for Gaimin Gladiators. And it's not like they're going to scale down anytime soon. There's no threat of this lineup running out of steam. It's only going to get stronger in these next 10 to 15 minutes.
AC completed for Duracio, so now you're getting some minus armor synergy with the Bear, with the Dazzle, with Juju coming through. Shadow Waves are going to hurt. It will be the BKB completed for Quinn, and damn, that is a lot of building damage. It will also be the Crimson completed for Mill. So this is like your big ore item that's supposed to help you take these tower fights, get you back in this game. It has to happen now. There is no more breathing room. This is a final push. This is a push to eliminate you from TI right here, right now. You need a massive vacuum. You need a combination. You need to lock them in the shards, get an ink squall going.
And Gaimin Gladiators are showing no signs of slipping up. Look at their formation. All 5 heroes far away from the high ground and letting the Bear do its work at max distance.
And again, these Soulvines, these vessels are just instantly getting purged off the back line. There is no initiation power from this Keeper of the Light. It all has to come from Moo, and Lelis getting on the front line right now. You can wall the Bear. Looking for the back end.
They're trying so hard, but he keeps them away with the avalanche move. Doesn't get that initiation.
We got 4.
Oh, maybe he does. Any follow-up to that? The blast goes out. Now Leela's tries to jump in, but they're also damn healthy. They're all grouped up, yes, but the Shadow Wave just instantly full heals them all.
Got 1 Bear out of it, so resummon from Ace.
Yeah, if they can actually get back to the fountain somehow, but K1 Hector, he's going to be slowed down. That Gaimin Gladiators isn't worried about it. Maybe they will. They're going to get the toss back and finish them off that way while taking the buildings in style. Gaimin Gladiators, they're ending this one right now with 40 seconds left on the enemy carry. Not that he's much of a factor, to be honest. The Harpoon, pull him right back in. No force staff out of this one. Gaimin Gladiators have all the answers to Nouns. They are giving them absolutely no room. They didn't just choke them out, they knocked them out in 1 punch.
This was pretty much a slaughter. I mean, there's just no fight back. Way too fast, way too quick out of the gate. Every objective down again by 25 minutes here. You're gonna have a found defense, but of course, the Tiny's not only gonna toss you back, he's gonna toss you straight out of the tournament. As Nouns will be defeated in a swift 2-0 as Gaming show why they are still one of, if not the best team in the world over the course of the year.
And they do it their way too. They do it with a strategy that not many are employing, and they put it to really good work to Nouns here. I mean, you've got to be able to come up with better answers against this push strategy the Gaimin Gladiators is running with. And Nouns, they thought they had it, but it proves when push comes to shove, the push certainly wins.
But hey, I mean, this is a team.
Team Spirits turn to ban. Team Liquids turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquids turn to ban. Team Spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquids turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Team Liquids turn to ban. Team Spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to pick. Team Liquids turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
Stare your death in the face.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquids turn to ban. Team Liquids turn spirits to pick. Turn to pick.
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquids turn to pick.
Mariska has arrived.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquids turn to pick.
Tide Hunter.
Team Spirits turn to pick.
Sven stands ready.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn to ban.
Admiral Conquer.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Единственный, кто может меня победить, это я сам.
谁还不是个宝宝了？
Welcome to the defense of the ancients.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Behold the
You may
horn
now
of
select
darkness.
your heroes. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Эти абсолютно.
Prepare for battle.
Я вижу все.
The other side has Supernova, Ghost Ship, and Axe Call. So, like the panel was talking about, look for the circles, you know, and look for First Blood.
Yeah, it's already happening. Mira looks to be dead. First Blood goes the way of Liquid already. That was very fast, but at least we caught it on camera this time.
Yes.
As Miposhka is going to get skewered a bit. Nisha with some body blocks of his own.
Okay.
Looks like they might be able to pick this one up as well, as he only has Fire Spirits, which is of course on cooldown. Another dead shot to come. One Stormbolt into the right clicks. It's enough for Liquid to already be off to a 2-0 start. Now these two teams obviously played each other quite a bit this year, since they've all been to basically every LAN throughout this calendar year. Liquid, a lot of second places, of course, which they're a bit salty about. Spirit, though, I mean, overall, I think Spirit are 7-6, so pretty damn close win-loss record between them.
Yeah, and if you're Team Liquid this year, like you said, all those second places, a lot of them have been to Gaimin Gladiators, and then you were like, oh, nice, we get to play another team in the finals, and well, then they lost to them. So
that's right.
You know, maybe this could be, this would be the perfect time to really bring it all together and finally grab a tournament win, because obviously for these players, that would be the first Aegis. So they've got a long road to go, though. Winning the series would put them in the top 3, which is already very close. They were there last year, I believe. They got 3rd, if I remember correctly. Looking to improve that placement this time around.
Right. So Laurel will be playing against Nisha. Surprise, of course, both mid laners for each respective team. Kunkka versus Magnus. Magnus not a hero that much this year. What is this pick all about?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. I mean, clearly Team Liquid are tripling down on trying to shut down Yotoro's Chaos Knight here with multiple big AoE spells, but I do wonder if it's a little bit too much of a good thing here that they have too many of these circles, as they were talking about, that the heroes perform the same function. And you're also picking Magnus into Kunkka mid, which I think on paper should be a pretty bad matchup, right? Magnus, sure, you can see us a little bit here and there with Shockwave, but Kunkka, you're never going to harass him out of lane, and on the flip side, he's going to be dealing some serious damage once he hit level 3, and especially level 5. Curious to see if Nisha can stay afloat there. Laurel has been very good on his Kunkka in some of the games we've seen, and give him an easy matchup, it's going to be even better.
Another hero that the panel did discuss, and I'm going to talk about probably for the next 10 minutes straight, is Collapse's Axe, because this is one of his patented heroes. He kind of doesn't matter what the meta is, what people are picking generally. Like, this is a hero that he will pick because he feels comfortable with it, and there's a reason for that, because he absolutely destroys.
I think, you know, a lot of the time when people bring up, oh, hang on, Insania.
Yep, he's in a bit of trouble. Battle Hunger applied right now. Looks like he'll tick out eventually, as there's an Inkswell now. On to Mickey. Mira will likely die shortly after he's been freed. It's not going to be enough. It's now just a position 1 for Mira there to clean things up.
Yeah, it's barely missing the brambles there, allowing it to connect and get that finish. But what I was going to say was, a lot of the time when you nominate players are, okay, who's the best in the world at a specific hero, whatever, you know, a lot of the time in the discussion, very few people will be contesting Collapse on Axe based on what we've seen this year. Like, this player-hero combination, it's also easy to be the best player in the world on a hero and the only one playing it, but, you know, there's a reason he still plays it, but nobody else does, right? That tells.
Team Spirits turn
For the circles, you know, and look for First Blood.
Yeah,
last year, I believe.
Stage, we're gonna have to come up with a good name for this, okay? Because we haven't. I don't think you and I have cast a game where the anchor, whatever the hell that shard for Tidehunter is actually called,
Dead in the water.
They got rid of Tentacle Surprises. Boxy looks to likely be dead here to Yotaro's right click. Nice big anchor smash on Miposhka, who has to be pretty careful here. Body block's coming out as well. Pops the Fairy Fire. There's a Fire Spirit as well, which means Zai can't have got another right click, but the anchor smash not in range this time.
Gonna pull him away there with the reality rift to ensure Miposhka gets the Lotus Flower here. So
Anyway, back to the important discussion. What are we calling that anchor?
dead in the water.
No, then we're not calling it that. I'm not going to scream dead in the waters. But Miposhka, he still ends up dying. As Zai ends up being in range, anchor smash on a right click will suffice.
I got nothing.
Okay, good.
Dead in the water is a good name, Shannon. Just call it what it's called.
Well, does connect as Mickey's coming in with that war cry. Mira, the Stormbolt to connect, and he's going to pop the wand. Actually, a lot of HP back, using the trees to his advantage.
Yeah, the brambles are really nicely
very annoying.
Your admiral is on board.
Starting to drop low, this was always going to become challenging, but he's doing really well for himself on the CS. I was actually expecting Kunkka to be pulling ahead at this point, but now the real challenge begins with that level 5 coming in. Perhaps even with the CS advantage, you still have to see him using a salve there. That constant harassment is still going to... But top 3 net worth currently sitting on the side of Liquid. He's got to be pretty happy about that.
Okay. He's going to get pursued by Miposhka. Fire Spirit hits as well. This looks like it's going to be a kill one way or another. Nice dead shot, though. Not going to create enough space that eventually Boxy will fall. Yeah, looking at Nisha in the mid lane, like looking at the CS overall, very even. Is that what you would expect between these two heroes?
I mean, I was expecting a slight advantage for Kunkka, so I think this is a job well done by Nisha already. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Collapse.
Well, collapse. Going to get slowed a bit. Boxy trying to
He gets the Vanguard just in time, though.
He does. Is that going to be enough to actually make him survive? The dead shot kicking back as Collapse trying to TP out will be fine. Like you said, Vanguard basically being the reason.
Yeah. Perfect timing, too, because not only does he survive that, but that was a 3-hero attempt from Team Liquid. They brought Boxy down there. Always feels good to survive those, but either way, despite not killing the Axe, they still force him back. He has to do the long walk back to bottom, and keep in mind, he doesn't have boots. Rushing Vanguard, well, he's probably going to miss a wave and a half, if not 2, on the way down here, and that almost feels as good as killing him, to be honest. So, not bad. Liquid.
It's not as satisfying.
That is very true.
Get that dopamine run. Zai level 5. Oh, Nisha mid lane is going to get X as Miposhka makes his way over as well. Do they have enough? But going to get off that skewer with the shockwave to follow, but they're just going to right click him into the ground. So nice pick off there from the likes of Spirit.
In the meantime, it does cost them a Toro though, because there was a 3-hero play top coming out from Liquid. Both supports rotating together with the Tide. Slowing down the CK here, pretty important. Zai is almost level 6. The Toro is level 4.5. So this top lane, it's one of the luxuries that Tide has against Chaos Knight, is that it's one of the few offlaners that can survive against CK +1 with just a couple of levels. So with Boxy leaving that top lane to go bottom, you leave solo experience in the hands of the Tide. And now Zai is going to show up with this Meteor Hammer and almost level 6. And this top tower will fall. Yatoro.
Yep. Oh, they cancel the first usage. Nicely done from Yatoro, but this obviously will eventually go down one way or another to Zai.
I actually didn't cast that from the tree line there. Actually just walked up straight in front of the tower and
making him use mana. It's very efficient. Yes. Very expensive. As Mickey.
You deserve nothing.
Keep Collapse off, but he is very tanky, as we said. Raindrops in his inventory now. The backpack, I should say, with the boots. Are you expecting any variation to... Are we going to see Aghanim Scepter at any point on Axe? Been in love with this Aghanim Scepter, Octarine, Arcane build that I've been seeing.
Well, if we get an 80-minute game, he'll probably have all those items. We've had one of those today already.
I mean, we've been having a lot of those, like, really 60-plus minute games. So it wouldn't be a big surprise.
I don't know if I've really seen Collapse by Ags. I want to say I've seen it one game maybe, but it's not a common pickup for the hero part, so maybe this is the kind of game you do it in. Applying the minus armor is, or sorry, not applying the minus armor, getting yourself the plus armor here is very valuable. Heroes, obviously, but don't know.
Be a believer by the end of this, I'll tell you that right now.
I correct myself. I was right both times. It both gives minus armor and plus armor.
Yeah, it does.
And I just corrected myself to saying it's only one. Why didn't you correct me? You know this Axe so well.
I do, actually. Just don't want to embarrass you in front of people.
That's so nice of you. I would not do the same for you.
Yeah, I know.
Let it be known.
A robot.
Yep.
With no emotions. Zai, level 7. No boots yet. Still in his stash back at the base, but he's taken firm control of this top lane. And that's kind of what the Tide Hunters do.
Yeah. He'll start going to work on the tier 2 tower. Now, what's so pesky about this hero in this game is that I feel like aside from Axe, Spirit don't really have the best way of controlling the Tide and killing him off, so he can... It's going to require such a big rotation of like 3 or 4 heroes to kill the Tide that even if you do get the kill, it still doesn't feel great. So it's kind of one of those fires you have to put out, but it doesn't... You don't really like going for the kill, but if you don't, he's going to take your tier 2 eventually, and that's probably a bit too much to pay. Collapse just farmed some big stacks though, so he will be getting there.
Yotaro gets some help from Laurel here with that boat. Set everything up onto Boxy. Super easy kill. Of course, just the support, but I do want to talk a bit about the CK after Yotaro. This has been a hero that has kind of risen in the ranks of like just tier 1 carries. Why is that? I know big deal, it's like the bristleback counter, but we're not bristleback much because
he got a really big buff in 734D to the Chaos Strike, which effectively increases the damage you do against creeps by a lot. And that means you farm faster, it means you have more sustainability in lane from critting on creeps, you heal more. That's honestly one of the big things. And also the way the meta has developed has become very much about tankiness, right? This carry is tanky in its own right, but it's also good at killing tanky heroes. So it's kind of the whole package. It's a strong laner, which you also like at the high level. So there's very few drawbacks, and you're also seeing why when this hero is picked that Liquid are taking it very seriously, right? Like they understand how strong it is, so they're not only counterpicking it with one hero, but with multiple. Try to solve it.
We have another X. Zai, he's already taken the tier 1 top, so that means he needs to go to another lane, because Meteor Hammer is extremely effective. Tier 1 towers. And they're just making it known that they have heroes here. Yep. You can't just bulldoze everything.
Curious if he's going to go Axe this game. It feels like an interesting game to buy Axe on Tide, right? You can hit all of the CK illusions. You're playing against multiple enemy melee cores. It's a blink cancel against Axe. You can cast it. Fog. It also hits Dark Willow and Shadow Realm if she goes dagger. She can't blink. Multiple good things to be said about it here, but I think first and foremost, you need to make sure that you can survive if you get Axe called. Axe is not going to help you too much with that, and obviously there will be an inevitable Silver Edge as well for Yotaro later in the game, so you kind of need to plan for those hurdles later on.
Well, good news for Spirit fans, Collapse does have his blink being delivered right now, and expect that to be go time. Blade Mail to come next, and then we'll really see what build he wants to go for. Gonna go longer range, maybe, I'll joke and say Midas, but kind of another Midas is that Boots of Travel. Need that. Into, of course, BKB. Then you take apart the Vanguard for Octarine and you go for the old Vanguard.
Oh, yeah. You get that Arcane Blink.
That's right.
Works wonderfully.
You're being sarcastic. I've seen him do this, though.
I genuinely think it can be good.
It's very good.
It can be good, but it's very expensive. It's a luxury build later on. Okay, they're going to try Zai this time.
Well, they have several heroes here. Most of the team, in fact. Zai is going to get some support coming, but it's going to be too late as the egg is dropped as well. Now the cancellation of the TP, but Posha technically gets credit for that kill, and now Spirit looking to take out the tier 1 tower as well.
That's the perfect example of what I was talking about, right? It's a 4-man rotation. Okay,
showing off that blink. Culling Blade likely to follow. Nope. Or did he actually get it?
He did.
Okay, good. I like Culling Blade stacks. Tier 1 tower will fall as well. Now they know he has his blink. The question is, what's the next power spike for the side of Liquid? Like, what is Nisha looking to go for? He has the Echo Saber, going to go for the Harpoon first.
Yeah, that's a bit of a concern with their lineup, right? It's if neither Tide nor Mag buy daggers, how do you initiate fights on your terms, right? You kind of need this either Surprise Ravage or a Skewer back to really set something up. The Harpoon can obviously do it, but it's a bit less of a surprise. You give the enemy more reaction time. And if you don't take any initiative, something both teams are very good at in this game is farming the jungle, right? You have multiple heroes that are really good at this. Both teams have put a lot of emphasis on it, and also in making stacks. On one side, you have Axe and Kunkka that can just cleave down these camps without any trouble, and on the other one, you've got Sven and Tide. So plenty of ways of just getting an economic advantage if you're the team that makes one pressure move and then gets to stack, and the other one is sitting back quietly. And that's kind of how Spirit have built their 2K lead here. They've had a couple of more successful moves, and while still maintaining that very high level of farm on their Axe with the stacks here. Actually higher net worth than the Sven on Axe. And this is a Sven who's 2-0-1 with 150 CS. Axe is still on par with this guy.
That's why he is Considered by many to be the best axe in the world right now. He's almost done with his blade mail. We just talked about his finishing. I mean, they've been doing a really good job of stacking, and he's been stacking a bit himself as well, but this is some crazy farm. And once he gets that blade mail, expect that the initiation just to continue over and over again.
It's something that I've been criticizing some of the other Eastern European teams for. In particular, we had one game of Bet Boom that I think it was, where they barely stacked anything. And then I look at, you know, Team Spirit, I look at Liquid, and in a stale game state, they make sure to maximize that. Perhaps that's one of the secrets as to why these teams, you know, claim a couple more games here or there. It's just that those little efficiencies really build up over time. Very much not wasting any time on their supports. I want to say that there was a ridiculous game. I don't remember if it was this tournament, but Liquid were stacking unbelievably many camps on their supports, just recognizing, well, this is a slow game. This is how we get net worth. Yeah, he's dead again.
Not exactly the target they wanted, but they'll take the second chop of the game for Collapse.
Stacks are great.
That permanent armor.
And that was a level, was that a level 2 dunk? No, that was still level 1. I think he's got 3 level 1 dunks out so far, right?
Okay. No,
he's got 2. So he's got, anyway, he's got 3 armor extra. Very nice.
Good. Blade mail now officially finished base, so bring that shortly. Now, side of Liquid, looks like there will be a blink coming out for Zai, and actually he's opting to go for Shard really early after the fact. See if he continues with that, and then continue our very riveting conversation of what the hell to call that thing. Is Collapse going to get Gush, but we'll be able to blink away. Mickey finally showing up to a fight potentially, but the Terrorize is going to connect on him. Amira couldn't get out while he could have. JK, he's getting out.
Yep. Good call.
Thank you.
Yeah, about the conversation about Dead in the Water, what makes a conversation is that 2 people are talking, and you're kind of the only one in the room who cares. So
a lot of people talk to themselves, I feel like. That's perfectly normal, right?
Is that a conversation or a monologue?
Depends on how many characters are inside your head.
That's actually a very fair point. Great.
Sir? TI-12 main stage upper bracket, by the way, in case you're wondering why we're having a podcast right now.
All right. Dead in the Water. We're done. It's called what it's called. It's a great name for the spell. All right. We have a call and a dunk.
Beautifully done. So another dunk from the side of Collapse and Team Spirit.
All right.
Oh, we're going to see the harpoon being put to good use here from Nisha. Inkswell's coming for him, though. The Yule's dodging a bit here. Collapse is finally going to get off that call, but he doesn't really have that much of a backup here. It's just the Phoenix. Sania, okay, they're going to be able to blink away. Another harpoon coming into a skewer, back into the fray, and Egg is placed, but Collapse, he actually gets the call. He's going to be able to get the dunk out. He does! They actually canceled the RP, thinking they wouldn't need it, and now Insania might die as a result, but now here comes the big bad Sven, and finally they take out Axe, but it's going to cost them 3 overall from the side of Liquid. Deadshot connects onto Maposhka. Looks like they'll at least get a second, but my goodness. That seems like that Culling Blade should not have happened.
Yeah, and Nisha definitely unhappy with that outcome, right? I can understand why he maybe feels like the RP perhaps isn't needed there, or yeah, just wasn't. Maybe he wasn't keeping track of the call coming off cooldown again. But when we see it play out, it's kind of obvious that that's going to be the end of it. Grimstroke in these kind of situations, Grimstroke doesn't deal that much damage, right? It's Magnus that has to do the brunt of it. You're getting a little bit of a stun here and there, but really needed to commit all out, and I'm sure Spirit are very happy with that. Of course, 2 of their cores didn't even need to get involved. Sven came over for the cleanup, so Liquid are the ones rotating a core to salvage the day, whereas Spirit are just completely free farming on the CK as well as Kunkka in the meantime. And that is going to result in Laurel picking up a 17-minute Torrent Storm here.
Pretty good.
Preparing to get himself the Shard next. Now,
a lot of water in it.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I think the Shard in this game is like particularly good. It's very annoying for Magnus to deal with this item, right? And he's going to have to buy BKB to solve it, and that again in turn means Nisha is not getting that dagger. And you're playing against triple melee core, so Torrent Storm is also going to be amazing. And Liquid will probably really struggle to win any meaningful teamfight if Torrent Storm even comes out. I think even if they land their spells, they're going to be stunned and controlled for too long, so be very careful with how they approach things. Zai with the dagger now. Could be a bit of a game changer if they do find a burst, but Spirit Heroes are really tanky.
Oh boy. Collapse on Midas queued up here from Dark.
Oh, Zai.
Onto Zai. Yatoro has come as well just to finish the job. Big kill for Spirit, and that might transition to a tier 2 tower as well.
How many times when we cast Collapse, I feel like what's so fascinating about the way that he plays Axe is that the map generally is quiet he goes and calls someone, the map is quiet for a minute, and then it feels like the next move is always him, you know? He's like snowballing, he's finding all the initiations back to back to back to back. He's doing a really good job keeping the ball rolling here and not having too much downtime. But are struggling a bit to string too much together. It's not like a criminally big advantage here for Spirit, but you got to be a little bit worried that, especially when you see that Magnus Grimstroke move essentially kind of fail, that maybe they're going to try to slow things down further, and I think that's exactly what Spirit wants. If Liquid resort to farming, you're giving up Roche control, and you're playing into exactly what Collapse has been doing for the last 10 minutes. Are there any key items that they can get to solve this problem? So obviously a classic item against Axe is Yules, but nobody's buying that on the side of Liquid, and Collapse will eventually get a BKB, at which kind of irrelevant. You don't have any save except the Inkswell shard, but that doesn't remove Berserker's Call, undispellable. You can remove the other stuff though. Maybe it's go time with Sven Echo Saber. He disassembled his Echo into BKB, so he needs to refarm it. Perhaps that's the timing you're looking for. You have Zai level 12 for the level 2 Ravage. Could be an idea.
Laurel has that shield rune now. Tier 1 tower looks to be what they want, and they'll get it without any contest whatsoever. Getting close to some Formy time action here in 10 seconds. A lot of these cores are opting to get for early shards. We'll see how much they prioritize taking Formy himself. And exactly what Team Spirit have on the menu. And he should be able to get it for free.
It's going to be either
might cost him a life here, but Mira will be getting it, so the old Curse Crown Bramble combo.
It's going to be either Mira or... Was it only Mira and Yatoro missing it? Yeah.
Really? That's it?
So.
That's crazy. That's some early shard. My goodness. Collapse already has his. Gracious.
Yeah, and the CK one is really good as well. A lot of the time you see CKs even buying this. I think Yatoro in this game is going to prioritize getting the Silver Edge as fast as possible, or just
if they
incredibly important item here.
If they get their Tormentor right now, this is likely the fastest 5 shards we've ever seen.
I do think that's probably true. Yeah, the whole team having a shard minute 20, but Liquid are not going to let that happen. They're planning here to contest that 21-minute Wisdom rune, but Spirit well aware that this play could be happening, so they're bringing the numbers too, and Liquid are
able to get the Wisdom rune on the other side. It cost the life of the Spirit. Dark Willow there.
This does mean, like you said, that there's going to be a natural rotation here for Spirit to finish the Tormentor, so I'm actually a little bit surprised that they're not opting to kill it off right now. Maybe they think the CK shard isn't worth on.
Ooh, nice time away from Laurel. Box is going to have to use his ult to stay alive a little bit longer, but he's stuck in this corner. There's Collapse with the call, and eventually the dunk to come. That is dunk number 5. Collapse just continue to roll. Will be the boots.
Oh, they found Zai as well with the Yules. Brambles.
He's going to connect. He's going to have to make his way through this maze. He has a very fat body, but looks like he'll be able to find his way out into the arms of Yatoro. And Collapse comes in as well. Another chop to his name.
Nothing. Good day, sir.
And now the tier 2 tower will take some heavy damage here.
We're really starting to see the problem with the Radiant lineup that I was worried could happen here, is that all of the moves are from the side of Spirit. Liquid's heroes are, this is inherently a very greedy lineup that needs a lot of time to farm up all 3 cores, and nobody truly wants to go in first. So what ends up happening is that they're spreading the map thin and trying to farm as much as they can, but they're just bleeding too many heroes along the way. If Spirit keeps finding a core kill every minute or 2, this is not going to be a winning strategy. Like, essentially, at some point, you're going to have to pull the trigger and go for a fight. And with the BKB on Magnus, maybe that's it. How long can you wait here is the question, right? You've already waited quite a long time. And the one smoke move you made... Oh, hang on, there we go.
God's trying to use everything on to Collapse. Destroy him! Thinking gets deleted! And now DJ puts himself on the cliff! pulling in Arteezy. Oh dear, he's completely surrounded now, and it just feels like it's inevitable. He will fall in the end, 2 for nothing. As Spirit is rolling over Liquid, and that's going to be another chop to collapse. And just like that, Team Spirit take even more firm control of this game.
Mickey just went for it and didn't pop his BKB and just got obliterated. He just ran in, started the fight onto the axe. They call him and kill him with Blade Mail. All right.
Very simple, and now they go for Roche #1.
So look at this replay here. So he's going to go in and pop all his stuff and just... Oh, okay. He gets called with Blade Mail, doesn't have the BKB running, gets comboed by Kunkka, and the fight is already lost here. If your Sven dies first and you don't get off Ravage at all, and the RP is late, and you clip yourself, I
mean, the clipping, like...
I think there were multiple things this fight that could have gone better. It's quite uncharacteristic, if I'm being honest. Liquid are making some pretty significant individual mistakes, right? I don't know if it's the nerves or the pressure here. We felt like, you know, that this is a team that on the big stage for a while had problems with keeping their composure, but they really overcame it last year. And this year, obviously, we've seen tons of second placement, so you wouldn't think that it would get to them, but maybe just a little bit of a warm-up game for some of their players. Definitely not their best individual performances that we've seen.
I think it's just tradition that at some point we need somebody to clip themselves. Now that Arteezy's been out of the tournament for a while, just Nisha taking up the reins, so fully appreciate that. But yeah, 12K lead for Spirit now. Aegis in tow for Mystery Yatoro on that CK. He's got a BKB, Silver Edge, Armlet, Echo Saber. He is huge.
And he's not the only one. All these three...
Oh, a Midas!
A rare pickup from Mura, right? He likes, I say rare, but he's one of the 4 position players I would say that are less greedy in terms of itemization. You saw him rush the Yules here, but just feels like, you know, the state of the game here, it's very safe. You don't have to get an additional utility item like a Glimmer Cape or whatever. He's doing a lot of work with just what he has, so.
Yeah, Foxy. Phantasm into death. Oh, here we go. Okay, Soulbind is there as well, it looks like, but Nisha's gonna be able to BKB skewer away. Collapse comes in for another kill onto Zai. Not even much needed, really.
It's just too easy, you know? Like, when's the last time Liquid actually got a kill in this game? I feel like it's been...
We haven't even seen a dead in the water yet.
That's true.
That skill is dead in the water. Vicky comes in with the Goss. He's going to be able to kick out one, but that's just the Aegis. Can he kick out Collapse in tow as well as the egg is continuing to go out? Will get the stun off, and he is reborn. Mickey, not so much, though. And it looks like Liquid are starting to crumble now.
Nice dispel.
Oh, the RP actually puts him onto the high ground, and there's the buyback from Muertes. Going to be able to pop that ult as well to do significant damage, but tidal wave is there from Laurel. Not going to do too much of an effect here. Already lost 3 on the side of Liquid as Yatoro limping away. Laurel with the XTP.
Oh,
like he'll be safe. Looked like a potential good turnaround from Liquid, but
they didn't get a kill.
They need to get a kill first for that to start happening.
I think their last kill was minute 15.
Okay, sure.
So, what's concerning about this, aside from the fact that they haven't got a kill, which in itself is a problem, is that this was the timing for their lineup where things were meant to be happening. It's once you get these BKBs on the Sven and on the Magnus that you want to take fights and at the very least trade. But Collapse's axe has just been all over the Tide all game. Zai has not got to play his hero. Collapse is 10-1. They combine with him very nicely. I love the pick in this game, not only for the Tide, obviously the matchup there, hero to hero, but look at all the synergies he has in his team. He can get Bedlam from his Io.
Oh, dead in the water onto Axe! Into what though? Mickey gets off a stun as well. He's still anchored. He's ignoring the anchor, and finally Nisha comes in, gets off a skew with the BKB as well. Collapse completely surrounded. Will they kill him? Finally, they get a kill for Liquid. Yatoro now trying to run away. The BKB still activated, about to run out though, taking heavy damage. Will fall now. Zai with the feels like the first Ravage of the game. Now Laurel's gonna be completely surrounded, but Poach's got a high ground as well, but he's not his egg quite yet. Storm dealing significant amount of CC, but feels inevitable that they will be able to get this Kunkka kill. So Liquid are going to end up finding 3, trying to dive the Ogre, but not going to happen. Insani gets the kill. Liquid with a 3-0 fight. Are they alive? It all started with dead in the water, by the way.
For the first time in the last 15 minutes, they jump Axe, right?
Yeah.
With the exception of the Sven killing himself on Axe. So they find the key target, they pile on him. I think Collapse had BKB on cooldown as well, so that made the kill that much easier, and they finally strike back and get something going their way. Gonna need a lot more of those though, as obviously can't guarantee in the next fight that the conditions are going to be the same. You see the BKB cooldown in the bottom, 5 seconds until that would have been ready. And that, honestly, I think they would have turned this fight around entirely with that BKB usage. So very big for Liquid that they timed that out. And Toro, who was trying to help, ends up being collateral. So obviously, in hindsight, Spirit better off just letting their Axe die there and recognizing, okay, he got caught, he was out of position, let it be, but they're trying to make the most of it into a fight and end up getting punished big time, losing all 3 cores.
And we should mention all 3 cores for Spirit are melee, so dead in the water. Not to talk about that again, but I'd love to. Pretty damn strong. You don't want to group up against the likes of RP and a Tidehunter Ravage and whatnot.
Oh, die.
Taro's going to show himself. Kraken Shell activates, but this is going to be way too much damage. Didn't even bother using dead in the water. You get gold for that?
Yeah, it gives 50, I think.
Oh, 50?
Yeah. 10 gold per hit, you know?
All right, it's like a little baby Midas for the enemy team. Well, I think that is an underrated shard, though, I will say.
It is. I mean, it is very good. It's also become a lot more popular on Tides in this tournament than it was previously. I think they've really picked up on how good the item is, and we're seeing the promise of what it can do in this game. Liquid's conditions are just too hard. They're just very, very far behind. So it's going to take some sort of really clean engagement. I'm still looking toward the Magnus to kind of be the big playmaker here. I think you need to go for some sort of displacement plays where you skewer somebody into a bad spot and then take the fight from there. Because that thing with Collapse last fight, as great as that was, it's unlikely to happen again in the same way, just because that was the perfect storm of him not having BKB and being out of position and his teammates not being in the right spot to help him. So it was a great punish from Liquid, but they're going to need more of them. 13k is still a mountain to climb. Roche is up in 2 to 5 minutes. Wonder if Spirit are kind of looking at high ground here, which is okay.
There's the call. Yatoro comes in again. Do they have enough? He's going to get off his Ravage, but he dies shortly after. Does have buyback, though. Maybe a mistake. He's going to use that buyback right now. As Vicky coming in, he's going to be able to delete Mirror to start this fight. His Collapse is being chased now. The Egg doing a massive amount of damage with that Sunray applied as well. Beautiful shot from Mrochka. But a nice RP is coming in very soon as Nisha doing a decent amount of damage, but now, can they do enough? Skewer back with the anchor applied to him. Another call comes in, though. And Jotaro and everybody is super low. Collapse somehow lives. Meteor Hammer, of all things, causes the death of Jotaro. And Laurel TPing out. The other side of the tree line, he will be okay. So it's a 3 for 2 in favor of Spirit. They maintain that gem, it looks like.
Yeah, that was a pretty big win for them. They got the Zai buyback as well. So essentially a 4 for 2 there. Keep expanding their... I think that really caught Liquid off guard. It's one of those moments where you kind of just can't believe they just go for it like that, right? It's like you're standing on your high ground, heroes are missing, you could get counterplayed on, but they immediately just jump him in the base. It's very clear here that Liquid were not expecting this. Look at their hero placements on the map, right? Nobody is nearby with the exception of Grim, who can't save him from the call. Has to buy back to sort this out. Nice quick kill there from Mickey, isolating the Willow. It's very important for this to not turn into a complete travesty, because if he doesn't even find Willow here, I think they barely even get a kill.
Just like the RP and the Egg kind of traded stuns. Both guys were stunned for quite a while, so kind of
this re-engage from Collapse, super clutch. Despite missing the cull there, and that Meteor Hammer, if that doesn't land, that would have been possibly a lane of barracks. I actually think CK could have turned and won this fight plus a lane. With just one crit heal, he could have kept going, but they do finish him off and at the very least stay afloat. But another great fight from Spirit. Again, it's all these Collapse jumps. They combo with him so well. They put the Bedlam on him. They put Sunray on his initiation. They have the Torrent and Torrent Storm follow-up, and both. There's just so much stuff. And Liquid playing without any sort of key save really makes this last pick work so wonderfully. Really, well, like when you look at this Spirit draft just on paper in this patch, I think it's just super, super strong. It has everything you want. It has catch, team fight, strong laning, and late game scaling. And all of the heroes work well in pairs or in trios to even take skirmishes. So you just have so many, you know, like the decision-making tree is just so big for you. You can do all sorts of things, whereas Liquid's is a lot more pigeonholed into one style. And that means if that style doesn't work, if you don't find that exact type of fight, you're playing Spirit's game.
Liquid, Satanic
this is
now
what they want to
online
do.
for Nisha.
Radiant
Go.
scanning.
Will they find each other though? As Roche, we
Collapses.
can see, will be up in
Super
third and
tanky
second.
here.
That shield room, he's going to get the initiation up onto the Sven with the Sunray coming in from the egg as well. It's Nisha looking for the RP potential. He's going to be able to skewer a couple away. Stormbolt to follow. There's the right click to command, but Mickey's extremely low. He will fall. The anchor comes out along with the Ravage as well, but that's a dead Nisha. Already 2 cores dead for Liquid. And this is looking very, very bad for them as Zai stuck between a bunch of brambles will eventually be brought down as well. 3-0, make it 4 as that chop potentially brings this game to an end. Insania onto the high ground in his base. Will be the lone survivor for Liquid, but now they're on the doorsteps is Spirit.
Can't appreciate that voice line usage. Shout out to Pyrian Flax. That was very nice. Well, he did survive. Oh,
that's true.
He was the one hero alive that still had a voice to yell help, but there was nobody to help him, so, you know.
Now knocking on the door is Yatoro and Team Spirit. How much will they get?
Very least 1 lane. Just half a minute on Sven, Mag, and a minute on Tide.
Sven will have ults when he's back, so that is something, but
it just feels like...
No Ravage, no RP.
Yeah, how do you fight without Tide and RP, right? You have these 2 big ultis, so when they're not available...
You do have Dead in the Water, though.
That's true. That's a great ult.
Okay, now that we're going to have a slight break here, I have a very important mechanics question to ask you.
Here we go again.
I don't know the answer to it. So
yeah, me neither. I don't know, sorry.
Okay. So
ask someone else. Ask Falk backstage. He knows everything.
So how do illusions work again? Dead in the Water. Do they count as half a hit, a fourth of a hit? Like the CK illusions versus Angle, or versus Dead in the Water.
That's a very good question. I'm sure we'll figure that out later.
Appreciate you joining me as always. Yatoro looking for the second Roche of the game. Going to be a freebie for Team Spirit as they are in the driver's seat right now of this game number 1. But of course, it is a best of 3, and these teams, like we said, have had a lot of back and forth throughout this year. Almost an even record between the 2, but I feel like their last really big matchup as Corby's being taken on the sideline here, it looks like. It was Riyadh. It was a 3-1 for Spirit, and even though Liquid did win 1 game, the 3 wins for Spirit were very decisive. I would say it was not very close overall. So they've had their number more recently.
And now they're also going to have the Aegis and Cheese, and is that a full Scott? Oh my goodness, Yatoro is enormous. Completes up the Eye of Scotty now. So now rocking about 27 armor as well as 4,500 health. You put a Sunray on that, you put a Ghost Ship on that. Put an Aegis on it too, so you got to deal with it twice. The work's definitely cut out for Liquid. And the problem is here, even if you do kill him, right, you're only taking fights during BKB, but what happens when the fights get long, right? Can you actually even stick on targets? There's so many problems. You have to deal with the Torrent Storm, the constant tidal waves for your melee cores, navigating brambles. Well, they find Mira, so that's something.
Honestly, for people that have been watching a lot of Dark Willow, that was kind of cathartic to watch her die in that manner. Tided horribly. But it is a very valuable pick. We've seen it as core a lot of the time, but the fact that it can be flexed between...
Okay, Mickey is in.
Okay. Yes, Nisha on the sideline uses the Harpoon as well. RP coming out. He's not only on one, though. Kunkka is super healthy. Yataro's still ready to go on the outskirts of this calling, though. Kunkka getting a bit low. Gonna have that cheese to be able to stay alive. There's a Soulbind onto 2. Is this going to turn into anything? The big Ravage coming onto 3. They will find Laurel in the end. The Liquid off to a pretty good start. But can Spirit try to capitalize? Dark Will is still dead from earlier, so just like that, it's a 3v5, but still Aegis intact for Spirit. There's the call, re-aggression from Collapse. Yatoro coming in with that Silver Edge. Gonna get skewered to the other side, though. Can he arm time the way that... No! It's gonna be veered to the other side, and that is the Aegis down. They will get Zai. Zania, he'll be able to TP out, so it cost them the Aegis. I mean... Considering how this game is going, that's not that bad for Liquid, but they did expend a lot of big ults that have long cooldowns.
That was honestly masterfully played by Liquid. I think that fight is exceptionally difficult to get that result in. They did so many things right about, you know, just being super patient on the Tide with the Ravage, about poking and prodding to try to force Spirit's heroes into bad positions, but they still stood firm. If this wasn't as one-sided of a game as it is, that would have been such an awesome fight for them. I think that was the best executed fight of the whole game, but the fact of the matter is you're just too poor. So it's got to be even better than that.
Radiant's top tower
And keep in mind, it was a 4v5 as well, right? There was no Willow in that. So,
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
but they're doing their best. They're doing what their lineup can right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Paladin Sword.
Aghanim Scepter for Mr. Collapse.
Did he buy it? Very nice. There you go. Now he just needs the Arcane Blink, right?
Well,
and Octarine.
He's going to get Refresher, which kind of does that, right? That's the big boys version of that build, I suppose. But yeah, now his call will have less cooldown. This Ag is actually super value. Lowers the cooldown of Berserker's Call for some reason. And anybody that's called will be Battle Hunger. Now Battle Hunger will steal armor, essentially. So pretty damn good. This was buffed like 10 different times, just very small increments.
Yeah.
Now I think it's actually crazy.
Oh, Nisha. Nisha.
At the call from Collapse. Will they be able to get this kill? The Soul Mine is there, though. Shield Rune activated right now at the Laurel, so he's super tanky. Torrent Storm is there. Oh, that's right off the bat! Oh, that's not where you want to be, Nisha. He is dead. No buyback.
He's just
very unlucky.
Him on the fast BKB, and then he ends up dying into a Collapse.
To the base now. Insania is their target. He's going to get Tidal Wave back into the fray. He will likely fall shortly after. 2 for nothing. Now Yatoro looking for another set of barracks. There's the fortification from Liquid, though. 30k lead for Spirit. Remember,
they don't
have the Aegis or anything.
They don't know for a fact there's no buyback on Magnus, so they might be a little bit wary here, but I think if anything, they would just like to force it out. Yatoro has got to feel super confident with the coverage that he has, and even without an Aegis, he can frontline with BKB ready. It's just not really possible for Liquid's heroes to kill him through these 5,000 health and all this armor and the backup. It's just going to keep going. That's the second lane, and they're already pinging mid. Okay, well, if Magnus didn't buy back for this one, he probably doesn't have it at all, is the call here, and they're right. It's hard to imagine how this doesn't turn into mega creeps. You need to do some sort of crazy stalling tactics, but you don't have the heroes for it.
A dead shot to start things out. Try to delay as much as possible. Calling down as well as Mickey, looking for an opening, but going to be the range racks in a minute. They get the melee, that is going to be megas. Still 10 seconds without the Magnus. Zai can initiate on it. Can't even use dead in the water. He's just dead in the water himself. 70 seconds of no tide, and that is now mega creeps for Spirit. And they're going to be able to get out without losing a single member of their team. Let's see how disciplined they want to be. Because they don't know that Zai doesn't have buyback, I believe.
Right.
700 gold off, so it's not timer related.
Collapse is going to blink call the wave.
Yep, very important to do that with the Aghanim Scepter because it applies Battle Hunger to everybody's Mickey. Trying to keep him at bay. There's a skewer in from Nisha onto the Kunkka. Laurel in a bit of trouble. Nice egg with the Sunder, going to keep him quite healthy. But look at the damage being applied from Team Spirit. They're just destroying Liquid and boxing on the outskirts. GG's called, and Team Spirit completely dominate game number 1.
Yeah, that was just world class. I don't really know what else to say. Made Liquid look... I mean, they made Liquid look weak, but I also think there's some clear adjustments that Liquid can make going into the next game in terms of draft and overall strategy. They felt a little bit stifled, too much of the same thing in their strategy, and Spirit just were able to effectively win the game primarily through skirmishing, right? They recognized, okay, Liquid's lineup wants to take these big 5-on-5 engagements. What we're going to do is we're just going to have Axe blink call the first guy. We're going to pile on that guy and kill him, and then their combo kind of falls apart. So as long as Collapse gets to have
Spirits turn to ban. Team Spirits turn to ban. Team Liquids turn to ban. Team Spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquids turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquids turn to Spirits turn to pick.
Spirit Breaker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquids turn to ban.
Shadow Demon.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquids turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Tegna.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Stare your death in the face.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Spectre.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Earth Spirit.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Liquid's turn to ban.
Weaver.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to pick.
Points away.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Tide Hunter.
Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining.
Welcome to the defense of the ancients.
Prepare for battle. "30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Essentially, as Mickey is already getting gone on.
He is.
A ton of damage via collapse. He's getting blocked a bit, though, as Mickey will end up dropping just barely to the right click of Mira on that Shadow Demon. Collapse going to end up getting traded out, so it's a 1-for-1 to start as Insane is continuing the pressure onto Mira, but going to walk away in their respective ways.
I feel like Spirit always make a point out of not being the favorites. I wonder if they truly think that they're not the favorite of this tournament, or at least one of them. They had a great group stage and a great score. I mean, he makes a fair point, right? They did primarily beat teams that are now eliminated, so it's easier to look good, but that first game against Liquid, which you could say is their hardest test so far, it also not look.
To be fair, if somebody asks you that question, you look like a giant douche if you say, yes, we are the favorites. That's a bad thing, usually, I would think, at least.
I mean, you could maybe not say we're feeling mediocre.
Okay.
If you're winning every, like 92% of your games, you know, but
they're doing quite well.
Well, maybe their goalpost is just 100% win rate. So if you lose even one game, then it's a mediocre tournament for you.
Sure.
You know? If you have that attitude, aren't you the favorites, though?
I agree. I think a lot of people think this is a replay.
I know. Here's your replay. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought you almost pulled a Suns fan.
I did not. I would never. Yeah, seeing the replay here. So, I mean, pretty standard stuff for a little bit of a skirmish. Weaver is an exceptionally frail hero once Shukuchi is on cooldown if you take the fight. A very long cooldown, level 1. It's 15 seconds on that spell, which sometimes people tend to forget because you just have this image of Shukuchi here, there, and everywhere, but that's obviously a later thing in the game, and careful when you which fights you take on this.
Has been killed.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the lineups. The panel was pointing out that Spirit's lineup is very teamfight heavy and very cooldown reliant, which is very true, but Poshka actually not letting us talk about lineups right now.
Right, charge into Blood Grenade. He's going to pop the Fairy Fire. Getting pursued, but Zion Company not able to pursue any further because of that tier 1 tower. Go ahead, Cinder.
Yeah, so a lot of teamfight on the side of Spirit, but maybe not the most catch. You've got Laurel, who can roll in and kick people back, and then you have a follow-through with a Shadow Step, but there isn't any... You don't have like that Blink Call from Axe that's just always going to land, or the CK Shadow Blade in this game. The nature of the game will be different. On Liquid, we've got a way more clear-cut way of initiating with the charge into Pango combo. We've got Deadshot. And most importantly, as Matsu pointed out, their cooldowns are way shorter. So you can play more of a skirmishing style. This seems like a very clear approach from Liquid based on what they saw in game 1. They're like, okay, what we tried there didn't work. We're going to shake things up a lot. Like, this lineup is very, very different from what they ran in the game that we just saw played. We'll see if that adjustment is going to pay off here. I definitely like their odds better in this one than I did in the previous one. But, you know, at the same time, it's a bit high risk playing like this, perhaps.
And the battle for the Lotuses, and Mickey will reign supreme. Higher tick rate on his server. But Mira, like you talked about, Shadow Demon against the Spirit Breaker, it's kind of like the big counter to the hero overall, along with the itemization. But it feels like even in games that we've seen this picked, the Spirit Breaker still destroys eventually. That's what it feels like, at least. I don't know if that's confirmation bias or what. Would you agree, disagree?
I mean, I think core Spirit Breaker is extremely powerful right now, almost no matter. I think you need to completely obliterate him in lane to shut him down. We saw the game against Muerta just now in the other series with VP against Betboom, and despite the Heritage playing a very good laning stage against Pure Spirit Breaker, he still came online eventually and became top net worth. So, yeah, this hero is kind of crazy right now. It's banned in most games for a reason, and I'm kind of surprised that we get to see it twice today. I thought this hero was just going to be an almost must ban in every game, but the teams are trying to find solutions. Obviously, we saw the Doom as one potential solution, didn't work, and now we see Mira on the Shadow Demon. Demonic Purge is an S tier spell against Spirit Breaker, slows you to a crawl, removes bulldoze. But yeah, we'll see if that's enough. We've seen this tried by other teams. This is not the first time this tournament pull out Shadow Demon against Spirit Breaker. I think the last time we saw it also lost.
It works a couple of times in the game, and then he gets enough items, it just doesn't matter anymore, feels like.
That is exactly how it
feels. And I think one of the big issues, maybe if you want to call it that, with Spirit Breaker is his ability to farm has been just power crept so hard over the last couple of years.
That is why
he's one of the fastest farmers in the game. And he's a cow. That doesn't really make sense.
It's kind of crazy that a hero that used to have it as his Achilles heel, right, was the struggle to find farm, is now top net worth in a lot of its games. Like, that's a very major transform heroes under. Maybe it's a bit on the high side right now. He definitely seems to be, okay, hang on. Combination onto Parshka, fearing him back into the silence, but just barely out of range.
The bottom lane, Insania takes a tumble via Mira, who's now getting chased by Mickey, but won't pursue any further, it looks like.
There's too many creeps in the tower. Mickey can't really afford to go hunting for a potential Shadow Demon kill there. He needs... Yes. Yeah, this is a very easy lane for Tide, I think. There's a reason that Spirit went for this as their last pick game. The lane matchup of Weaver is very straightforward. You get a couple points in Crack and Chill. You largely mitigate all of the Geminate attack, so top net worth.
So calling it now, Dead in the Water against Weaver.
Very good.
Against Pango.
Very good.
Against Spirit Breaker.
Very good.
My God.
It is very good.
That is an S tier shard this game, I think.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if he collapse prioritizes that very quickly. The fact that you can just anchor them, and then when Spectre actually has farms, people to ult in anytime they want, you can get some nice pickoffs with just that as well, without too much to really spend by doing so.
Yeah, just an anchor and a shadow step can kill supports as well.
Of course, Mickey does have Gemini, which helps.
Yeah, something. When he gets level 25, he might take the one with an additional attack. Maybe 3 times.
The other 2 cores are melee against, so it's going to kind of be the same issues we saw last game to a degree. See what kind of build that Foxy ends up going for. I know it feels like they start out as support with Muerta and then eventually turn into a core anyway.
Oh, big damage on Zai. Nice block,
body block. Yatoro going to continue on. Ups the one, not going to survive. TP a little bit too late as Yatoro claims that kill.
That was just flat out. That was just that was flawless execution. They force out the charge first off with a bit of damage and harass, and then way after. Zai probably had the option there of TPing back to base. Obviously, Spirit Breaker is one of the heroes in the game that suffers the least from porting to base. You can just charge back to the top lane. So maybe regretting that choice right now of not going for that. I definitely think he would have survived. The kill was very slow. But he'll make the same play just with a death, returning top.
So all this talk about Pango getting nerfed, quote-unquote, to the ground several times now, and we're still seeing it.
Yep.
Pretty consistently. You think, actually is Mira. Swashbuckle already used by Nisha. Be a big careful, roll in, not going to connect from Laurel. Sania showing himself now, so no harm done. Yeah, talk to me about your thoughts on how strong Pango is. He's still continuing to get picked, because the one thing that hasn't really been nerfed, I think, is his ult, if I'm not mistaken.
So the concept of the hero is largely the same. Tweaking numbers, a little bit less damage on this spell, a little less damage, a little more mana cost, but the essence of what the hero does is largely unchanged. It is Flying Diffusal, burning mana, and then having an ult that's very hard to counter.
Calling is there, nice dead shot, can bring Mira back into the fray, will die as a result as Nisha throwing off that new Rolling Thunder, but the haste rune being applied by Laurel. Dodge out a couple of those rolls. Not able to follow up, it's a nice roll in. Foxy on a bunch of creep will die to the neutrals.
Laurel could maybe
He's getting charged right now. They have the
No.
vision, but
Not quite.
cancel it out. Sure, Foxy was a bit surprised to receive the hit and run there.
Yeah.
And then dies to creeps anyway.
He's going to be very happy to die to the neutral. Quite a bit of waste of time there from Laurel, and
Collapse has Meteor Hammer, by the way, and Weaver has no stun.
Is under attack.
This will be a free tower for Collapse at the 9-minute mark. Okay, has
Precious bounty.
eventually going to go for the Hurricane Pike, or at least Dragon Lance right now. How does that work against dead water? You know?
I think you would just move with the anchor, but it stays on you,
That's right. Good anchor. Yatoro. Already at half HP, going to use that ult to get away onto the other side. Mickey is waiting for him, but does not have the damage at this point. Yatoro back to base.
Yeah, he's going to live, but that's still a good move from Liquid, slowing him down quite a lot. Having to use ult and TP to just survive, and they find Mikoshka here too, nicely done. A good sequence from them. Let's count that as a kill and a half, with how much Yatoro just lost from having to port to base, having to walk his way to top lane, and having to buy a TP as well. The expenses add up, and they're going to
Collapse has
serious tower damage too.
2 games now. He's getting massive stacks.
Yeah, this time around he won't be farming it too fast though, because he went for 3 points in Kraken Shell. So this is a bit slow. Eventually he'll get through it.
Big smaller bites. Sania nether blasting the tower. So eventually will be a delayed trade between the two tier 1s on off.
Tower has fallen.
Even game so far. Team Spirit, I think at this point was like maybe 2K ahead, and they just kept progressing in that game number 1 just slowly until they just hit a point where they could not lose a fight or even a hero for very considerable.
Yeah.
But Liquid faring a bit better this time around.
I guess something that's worth pointing out is the discrepancy between quality of tied games, you could say. The matchups for Tide in this game are so much better than Zai's were in last game, so I'm expecting Collapse to have a better showing. There's nothing here that's preventing him from getting Ravage off, unless you get like some sort of ridiculously perfect chains combo around Kraken. Or you line up an exact silence combination. I mean, you get where I'm getting at. It's very difficult from having that impact. And you don't have the most obvious Silver Edge buyers either. Are you going to buy it on Weaver?
Double invis, I hear it's
yeah,
good.
I mean, it's not out of the question because buying crit on this hero is good anyway, and you're also against Spectre, so you probably do want to break. But none of your heroes naturally really love itemizing this, so...
Well, Murta as a core would buy Silver Edge, right?
But Foxy has brown boots.
I mean,
so
could we see
he's almost there.
We used to see a lot of Shadow Blades on Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker can buy Silver Edge, but it's a little bit awkward because your initial attack obviously has to be melee. You have to charge through, so you're at the mercy of vision and, you know, potential counterplays.
And Boxy gonna dodge the roll. Unbeknownst to him, Nisha gets off that Rolling Thunder. Now Collapse stuck inside the Calling right now. Looks like that's gonna be a freebie for Liquid. Nice turnaround, and another strike going to be applied to the Phoenix. Miposhka dives away, very low HP, takes a full swashbuckle with the shield crash to follow here.
Oh, nice dead shot.
Laurel able to get the initiation off onto Nisha, but the heal's coming out from Insania. Will it actually be enough? They're going to take out the Pugna first. Got that Butler. Now the chase is on. Maybe a 2-for-1 right now is Yatoro ready to go. Mickey running out of mana though. As you can see, the ult from that Shadow Demon applied to Zai. He just can't do anything. A nice play falling though. It's not going to be enough to save out Mr. Zai. Triple kill for Laurel. As Mickey will potentially go for some more, but looks like they'll back away. So that's being a 3-for-1.
Yeah, it's going to cost Liquid their mid tower too. Tide is immediately going to show back up here. He's going to hammer. They're going to glyph it this time around, but imagine that it's just a matter of time before he completes this. So, yeah, honestly, a pretty good start there from Liquid, the way they isolated and killed off Collapse. It was very telling how long that took for 4 heroes to bring him down, but they do get there with all of those combinations. Make it scary, but...
Yeah, it was a more elongated fight than I remember. It was a 3-for-3.
And it's worth keeping in mind that Spirit's lineup, obviously, we talked about big team fight versus skirmishing power. Earth Spirit is an incredible skirmishing hero at this point in the game, so they really want that value out of Laurel, and they're getting it in spades so far with that triple kill in that fight. And it's a Spectre game. The hero enabled I want to say it loses pretty few late games. There's a subset of heroes that you're not that great against. I wouldn't put Weaver in that category. I don't think Weaver is a particularly scary matchup late game here.
Well,
so if the tower gets big enough.
With the shard changes, he's way better than he used to be.
Definitely better than he used to. But you're still running into the break problem, right? Where, yeah, Spirit Breaker can get that Silver Edge, but more than likely Zai wants to go Octarine, he wants to go Yashakaya, he wants to go... Maybe you need BKB this game? I don't think you
Dire's
do.
middle tower is under attack.
But I guess if you don't get BKB Lincolns, you're very pressured out of the fights by Demonic Hurt. You might want a protection item as well. So Silver Edge isn't going to be at the top of his list exactly charge. He's going to complete it. Oh, wait, he stopped right before. Oh, that's bad.
Turn this around now. Ravage comes through from Collapse as well. Zai already dead. If they can somehow find Mickey, but no, not enough lockdown. Dead in the water, not there yet, Cinder.
Yeah.
Not 15 minutes yet. Soon.
That did just not work out. Zai canceled his charge just a millimeter away from his target, so didn't even get the rare bash coming through. Stuck in no man's land, getting countered out there. I think a lot of players will be not opting to go for these moves at all. We've seen Spirit Breakers just farming, right? Just being greedy, keep pushing side lanes, use that Midas, farm some jungle. Feels like Zai's moves have not really been paying off for him very well this game, so perhaps going for that slower and greedier play is the way to go in this one. Oh, I say that. He's immediately charging his next target in Laurel, but not going to complete that one either. Just losing out on some pretty valuable farming time. We'll have to deny this mid tower now as well.
Collapse and Mira in the same vicinity as these three members of Liquid. They're going to find the tide to start. Looks like Mira just drops very shortly after this engagement started. Is Collapse getting charged on? Nice dodge out from that ult on Nisha. But this is going to be way too much damage as Zai makes his way over as well, so a 2 for nada.
That was very nicely placed calling from Boxy, getting that double silence immediately. Really ruined the counterplay from Shadow Demon disrupting. Just very, very aware of the plans that Spirit had to stall that fight out and maybe get reinforcements, and completely denied. So 2 kills for Liquid. Pretty much a dead even game right now. And they might find another one, Miposhka.
Yep, not going to bother ulting there.
Yeah, would have died anyway.
Okay, level 12. 300 away from the Deso for himself. We have a Midas, of course, on Zai. I think it's the only... Oh, I spoke too soon. Laurel has Midas himself as well. Laurel taking a lot of damage from Nisha, who now has that Diffusal Blade. He's completely automatic, getting a charge on by Zai. A big kill for Liquid. As Insania ticking away ever so slowly to that Magnetize. We can see Mira gets dropped by Nisha as well.
Spirit needs to be really careful with what fights they choose to take. I think these couple of moves, when you don't have Spectre healthy enough to join, they're kind of just getting overwhelmed by the raw mobility and just skirmishing power of Liquid's team. This is the type of way you want to play against Tide, is to just not take 5-on-5s, so you can find 2v2s, 3v2s, whatever. You're looking great in those, and Nisha has been very involved. Yeah,
That shot not going to be there, but the swash is there from Nisha. He's going to use the inhibit as well. The heal's coming out, and yeah. That's a dead Yatoro again. So Liquid starting to create some serious momentum on their side for game number 2.
Yeah, this is snowballing really fast. Maybe Silent was right. Spirit aren't the ones. I'm sure they can fix it. I want to say Spirit's worst minutes in the tournament, I think that's fair to say, have just transpired, and
yeah, Mickey,
they're going to try to make up for it.
Caster Curse reverse potentially. Going to get the Ravage as well. Do they have the damage to get through? Disruption from Mira. And that is a dead Weaver. Big kill for Spirit.
Very
desperately needed.
Very, very good. He was going to get off the time lapse. There was just enough of a gap between the rolling boulders that would have been a possible play for Mickey, and if that comes off, he survives, but he just poisons him in that disruption and kills him in disruption. Yeah, they find a bit of a return kill there, and I was going to say much needed. It's not that bad yet for Spirit because Spectre's trajectory is still looking pretty solid. Yatoro is closing in on the Sacred Relic, so we're looking at maybe a 20-21 minute Radiant. And their lineup has extreme late game potential, I want to say. Phoenix, one of the best scaling supports. Shadow Demon as well has massive late game potential. Tide can definitely be a big factor in late game situations too. And Earth Spirit Core, who used to... Oh, hang on. Oh,
Silence! Nisha in a lot of trouble. He gets deleted.
Yeah, doesn't have any defensive item yet. He's working on that Manta.
I mean, the game was slipping away from Spirit, but now 2 extremely important kills for them, and they're back in this.
I think Mira got both of them as well. So the Shadow Demon getting a big bag here. Wonder what he's going to go for. see a pipe flying out now.
I was hoping for a
Collapse.
Midas, honestly.
Yeah, what is the best build on Shadow Demon in this game?
I mean, is Ags... I mean, it only gives 2 charges now.
I mean, ultimately, Ags is going to be incredibly good, right? But maybe, do you buy the shard? You can purge off Decrepify from allies. You can purge off... I don't know. I'm not sure if it's good enough. Maybe just go...
Takes off
he's
the
going A the lens for now, and then we'll see what his next quick buy item is. Charge from Zai.
Yeah, another strike will be there as well. Do they have the lockdown? Yes, the bash is there. Let's go from Liquid. Oh, I was going to say another Midas maybe coming for Boxy, but he actually switches up his build to be a Greaves instead. Helpful for the team.
That item is not very popular.
That's true.
Interesting choice to see coming out from him.
Toro, early blade mail. Nisha's going to pop that Rolling Thunder. Zania trying to make his way over as well. Gets another blast. They have the vision now with that charge coming through, and that is a dead Spectre. Big kill for Liquid as they're just training him left and right, it feels like. Liquid now back in decent control of this game with a 4K lead.
Yeah, nowhere to Shadow Step to there. Didn't even try. You can't see any, so... Liquid making sure that when they go for these Spectre kills, they're not opening up a vulnerability on the other side of the map for him to escape to. So clean stuff there. Picking up a Yules now on Miposhka. Interesting, obviously, key item against Spirit Breaker for the time being. Eventually, Zai is eyeing up a BKB already now, and at that point, Demonic Purge is your only real solution for Sky for quite a while. Right now, Yules can pay off big time if they find the fight they will be looking for. Speaking of items, Nisha almost completing Manta style, 50 gold off. He'll get it from this wave, and that's a great way for him to break out of the Earth Spirit combination. Aggression on all fronts here, and you know, it's a 5K lead for Liquid. It's looking way healthier than the last game, to say the least. Now it's a matter of enforcing your will on the map, right? There's a specific type of fights you don't want to take, and I want to say those are the ones where you clump up and, you know, let the enemy team land all their big AoE spells, but a lot of skirmishes should be possible as long as you account for the Spectre factor in those. And I don't know, maybe you're also happy to farm. I haven't really seen this Weaver versus Spectre matchup late game. I'm just going off of memory about how this usually goes, but maybe it's clearly different now than it used to be for confident.
A lot of the decisions that you're talking about come to team dynamics as well. We've seen a lot of teams very happy to go late game anyway.
Yeah.
Like, regardless of how the game is actually going. At first I thought they were just scared to go high ground in general, but it just feels like they feel like it's literally better just to wait 50 minutes, 3rd, 4th Roche, and that's when you take your time. But other teams we've seen actually able to implement a faster play style.
Guitar now with the Radiance, so big upgrade for him. Late Mill Radiance. He's playing against currently 0 BKBs, so massive impact item, and a lot of damage onto Pugna as well. I think that's probably the target for Spirit that they would love to kill the most to begin the fight, is just get this Pugna out of play, remove the Decrepify threat, remove the heals onto the course that they want on afterward. Taro is probably able to do it in a single stun. They just need to connect something onto Zania and he will kill. Toro again.
Yep, Swash to start things out. He's going to use his ult to dodge out the first Rolling Thunder proc. Nicely done, but will they still find the damage? Dead shot. A little bit awkward, though. Disruption now from Mira is going to be enough to actually save his life. It looks like it is. So a bit of a miscue there from Liquid side as Insania might pay the price. Laurel continuing on. He has the Magnetize applied to Insania, trying to TP out, but a little bit ambitious at this stage. Could have been a huge kill for Liquid, who are already sporting a decent lead with 6K right now.
It's one of those moments where you're kicking yourself a little bit, right? Because with maybe slightly better communication, that misplay doesn't happen, and at the same time, Yatoro with a great Shadow Step dodge there made their lives that bit harder. It's just one support at the end of the day that you lose, but realistically speaking, that was probably a dead Spectre that you ended up losing, so it kind of feels like you lost 2 or 3 heroes even in that engagement. But they're still looking very healthy on the gold, and as we all expected, guys, Spirit Breaker, top net worth, minute 23. Truly one of the heroes of all time.
Octarine
keep it rolling.
is finished for Zai. Midas, KB to come, I assume. It's Shadow Blade. So he will be going for the Silver Edge eventually. As Tormy time! Pochka will get the shard, and that is A very, very good one.
Yeah, gets a lot better when he gets level 12 because then he has the protection of a much harder to kill Supernova, but still just a nice pickup in general. Yeah, as you mentioned, Zai will start working toward that Silver Edge. They recognize that it's an item they have to get. If he wasn't in a breaking game here, I don't think he would buy Shadowblade even, but the break is just too important here. So you kind of have to go for it over other interesting items that we've seen people buy on this hero, such as Lincolns or Kayayasha.
Interesting.
Refreshers, you know. The whole catalog of items.
Yeah, he'll find his way there eventually. Like any other Spirit Breaker game we've seen this tournament.
Oh yeah, he's definitely not going to fall off, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
For the enemy.
I mean, if a cow falls off, I don't think they can get back up. So that would be pretty bad if he did.
Falls off what, though? Yeah, a lot of things can't get up when they fall off. But thank you very much for your sight.
Liquid with a 6K lead. We haven't seen a Roche attempt quite yet.
Charge from Zai.
Charge in from Zai.
No silver, though.
Collapse. He's going to pop the pipe. The strike's going to be there. Mira is now in the area with the disruption available. Using the other, trying to get rid of these blue plugs. And there's the Ravage from Kalach. Can they turn this around? Ultimate from the Striker as well. Disruption. Oh, actually they had some decent heals from this egg as well. Still nobody has died somehow. Laurel comes in. He's taking the brunt of the damage. There's the disruption, but now he's on enemy lines. Looks like that's going to be the sacrifice for Team Spirit. Collapse ends up living throughout the day here. He's going to jump right back in, uses that anchor. That's the dead in the water onto the Pangolier. They're going to lose their Shadow Demon, though. And Yataro's going to have to back away because they just don't have the damage right now. And Mickey to be whipped into submission, but will just Shikuchi away. So 2 dead for Spirit, 0 for Liquid. That was the anchor being shown for the first time from Spirit's side.
And the panel talked about this, right? Spirit might run into damage problems in the mid game, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Laurel, without that BKB, he just gets shut down. And there's 2 BKBs on the side of Liquid with massive impact there. The Spirit Breaker as well as the Weaver.
Yeah.
The fight's not over.
Yeah, he's healing up quite a bit. Eventually will fall. Meter Hammer actually connects onto 2. Mickey with a beautiful time lapse. He's going to get most of his HP back. As a result, as Yatoro just get right-clicked down by Mickey on that Weaver. And Spirit loses a very valuable member. I don't think they can go any further. Collapse with no ult, of course, used in the previous fight. And Zai, well, that's a Spirit Breaker, so he's fine.
Yeah.
He's literal opposite as an ancient apparition. He's going to get anchored, though. And it's gone.
Yeah, I think Zai is going to make a point out of not using Bulldoze when he charges, because he will get Yuled a lot of the time by the Phoenix, and if he just reserves the Bulldoze for after, if there's no Demonic Purge ready or Shadow Demon isn't in the play, he can very safely get out of there with just the Bulldoze. Because, as we've already established, there's a bit of a damage issue going on for Team Spirit right now. So another great fight here from Liquid. 10K up. First time they've got a 5-digit lead in this series. And it doesn't look like they're going to drop it anytime soon either, right? It feels like if Spirit are going to turn this game around, they need to get some big items. The BKB on Earth Spirit is definitely a start. The type of fight that he will be looking for is one that extends so long that the enemy BKBs expire and that he just keeps Magnetize running on targets during it. It's a difficult challenge to overcome for him.
Roche being attempted. In the meantime, Aposhka going to get another struck, but Zai, it is a 3v1. Well, I feel like he's going to get out because, again, Spirit Breaker. It's a 4v1, in fact. My goodness. Collapse was looking for the anchor, but maybe he's going to prevent all that.
Time Nisha will be grabbing the Aegis of the Immortal, choosing not to put it on Weaver here. I feel very confident that Mickey can stay alive. I think this is a little bit dangerous to the extent that Mickey is playing very aggressively on his Weaver for now, and if he does get caught by some sort of Ravage combination where everything is available and Earth Spirit gets to chain all of his spells with his BKB, I think he can die. I guess the same could be said for the Panther. Maybe it's good. Just pick your poison, you know?
Nisha, looks like that is going to be the completed Aghanim Scepter on the way. So Shield Crash will now proc Swashbuckles. Very valuable item in general. Assume is lapsing force back. 4 minutes on that Aegis. Looks like the tier 2 tower will be the choice for Liquid. Let's see how many towers they can get. There's only one more tier 2 after this. Spirit side in that mid lane. Right. Feather Strike with the charge combo. Deadshot gonna miss on Mira though.
Oh, he's gonna live
Take
from
a
that.
walk away. We'll be able to blink to safety.
Just
TP
kidding.
with the charge.
Nice ward.
Caster cursed by Cinder, and as usual, what a real pile.
I was like, he got really far away and he can maybe, you know, TP out, but there was a ward. So, nope. Just gets charged by 1,000 move speed cow, and that is a fate I do not wish upon anyone.
It's very thick, very juicy.
Okay, that was not at all relatable to what I just said. That's fine.
Talking about a cow, so collapse. Gonna be found by Zai. Ooh, blink out. Doesn't quite have the silver edge yet from Zai's side, so no break.
Closing in on it though. Kind of only need about 1,000 to go. Yatara is out picking flowers.
Buys his shard, so roll up is going to be available very soon for the mid laner on Liquid. As he doesn't get silenced, of course, that's what that Manta's for. Pochka, to a crawl thanks to that shield crash. You can see the charge is coming as well. He's already used his dive. There's the calling, trying to use the Sun Ray to get to the high ground. He's going to get disrupted instead, and will die shortly after. Now the high ground
right into the ghost,
attempt from Liquid. Is this too early? 14k with 2 minutes on the Aegis. We've seen this go wrong for so many teams.
Make it with the Satanic is a way harder kill now than he was before.
That's true.
And looking at the damage issue Spirit, I think you can poke and prod, but you could also just really constrict the map, because the thing that becomes increasingly difficult now for the Dire team is when they don't really know the spread of the enemy team, it's difficult to find the meaningful team fight. Like maybe you can smoke up and find one kill on somebody, but that's not going to change the state of the game. What you're really looking for is a really great trade-off, and Toro is going to get bugged here.
Minus armor. We'll take it out swiftly though. Okay. Walk away.
Kind of expecting a charge there from Zai. Might have been a cooldown. Regardless, they will continue to farm up all the lanes as well as the jungles. And this is another benefit to Spirit Breaker. We've been talking about this hero a decent amount, but any hero that can farm their own side of the map and join fights within seconds, just have that as a huge advantage, right? On Spirit side, it is the Spectre. But Spectre's farming speed.
Smoke for Spirit. Can they find Mickey the Ravage to start things out? He's dead! My goodness, that was quick.
Yep.
Now they kind of wish the Aegis was on him instead. He's going to have to wait 70 seconds and see how much Spirit can get out of this.
Yeah, this is what I mean, right? This is what Spirit can do. They can smoke many heroes and find one kill, and now what, right? Like, it's obviously a really big kill, killing the Weaver. They're going to be happy with it, but you're not changing the game state. You're not really going to be able to push out the waves. You're not going to be able to get control of the map. Now that Ravage is on cooldown, played very aggressively as Team Liquid, and wouldn't be surprised to see them taking some opportunities themselves now, maybe with a smoke. Their Aegis will expire soon, but I don't think Pango is in any imminent danger without the Ravage. Things just slow down, and Spirit get to get that kill essentially for free. That's obviously good news for them. Be looking to do the same thing again in a minute and a half.
Now, one thing I will say is Spirit do have a very good Roshoff team.
Yes.
With the lineup that they have with the AoE, you have to fight in that area. Obviously, they do have quite a big deficit, but I think hero to hero matchup, they match up very well in that area. But we'll see if that ends up coming to be, if they can try to contest this eventual second Roche. For now, that kill onto Mickey was just a little blip on the radar of Liquid, because they are in firm control of this game right now. See Mira being spotted out. Will be taken out. Pochka will be the first to go. Okay. 2 supports dead for Spirit.
Gem on the deck. Koshka's gem now in the hands of Zai, so Spirit recognizing that they have to try to take some risks of getting map control back, but get punished immediately, and that gem is just a big gold loss. And now Yatoro, Zai will only hit the illusion. Yatoro looks like he might be dodging the situation entirely. He's got to be really careful though. Oh. If he had gone for a TP out there, that dead shot might have actually stopped it and he could have died, but he chose to run away on the right. Yeah. Live, but that's just really a minefield right now for the side of Spirit. It's very, very difficult.
You know, we don't get the opportunity to talk to the crowd too often, so how many Spirit fans in the audience? Okay. How many Liquid fans in the audience? How many Seattle Supersonic fans in the audience? There we go. Don't worry, you guys will have a team in a couple of years.
All right, so essentially the crowd is hoping for a finals of Liquid versus the Supersonics. Wonderful. I'm sure they'll get that eventually. Liquid is going to get into basketball anyway.
Had to make one reference for TI before I get fired, so appreciate that.
It's incredible. You get fired every year.
That is true. Keep coming back like a bad fungus. 19K lead for Liquid now, as they're just waiting for the old Roach. We'll know in about a minute how long of a spawn that will be, but with the lineup that they have, they can just push these waves consistently. Zai can be on opposite sides of the map. Very difficult to kill, regardless of his items, it feels like, and he only has some items. Smoke up right now from Liquid, so for a pick off before the potential Roach will spawn.
Spirit are trying to get some sort of safe zone, right? They just warded there and they're playing around that vision. He warded and they just have to concede the area once again. So effectively they went from having 15% of the map to 20%, and then they lost to 5% again.
Zai.
Very difficult.
There's the break, Nether strike to follow. Big charge as well. It's only at half HP is Yatoro, but follow-up whatsoever.
There from Shadow Demon. Yatoro will retreat to base. Currently working on an Orchid. It's close to completion. Reckon he will... He probably wants to jump and kill the Pugna, but that's not even a possibility right now. Insania with the Eon Disc. Muerta has the Greaves against the Orchid, so that's not great either. It's tough, man. I feel like it's kind of hard to itemize in general for Spectre under these circumstances, because you kind of need a little bit of everything. And I suppose the mindset is we're going to itemize what is most impactful when BKBs drop. An Orchid can come into play there for sure. You get the shard onto that geomagnetic grip on allies.
Boy, I haven't seen a team love Tormy as much as me until now. Spirit loves it. Liquid does not give a shit. It's 35 minutes and they haven't even taken their own yet. Look at that.
Yeah, I think it's kind of natural for the winning team in this maybe not want to go there that much. You don't want to give up position.
Yeah, they're too good for it, is what you're saying.
I mean, you're essentially in such an offensive position that if you have to retreat to take the Tormentor, if the enemy team has any information that it's happening, you're kind of opening the door for them to take some control of the map back, so you just opt to not give them that chance. Might fall back for it later, but for now, they're going to reap the rewards of having utter domination of the map. They'll get the second Roche, Aegis and Cheese. Things going on Mickey this time around. Cheese into the backpack of Nisha. Recognizing, based on that previous kill, that, yep, Spirit can indeed burst our Weaver.
Under attack.
To get that extra layer of protection. Leading data. I mean, I wonder if Liquid wants to try to poke the high ground a little bit with this, or once again, if they feel like this will ever get out of hand, right? Like how long to get Spirit?
Demonic Purge onto Zai. Do they have the damage though? He's at half HP with that BKB already activated. Going in really deep. They pop the egg with the Sun Ray as well. The Ravage is being expended as well. He's getting healed out from Insania. This cow will live on. Vegans around the world rejoice. He lives. And now they're going to try to turn this around onto Yatoro. But Mickey, he's taking the brunt of the damage. That's already the Aegis down. Zai getting one more charge off. Eventually he will fall though. So beef enjoyers enjoy, but Yatoro will drop as well, so there is a trade, and it's very heavy. 3 dead for the eventual kill onto the cow.
That was a really clutch save from Insania. Also a brilliant execution from Spirit, honestly. I did not think they were going to be able to pursue that Spirit Breaker kill at all, but clipping him on the edge of the Ravage and Sunray, that would have been a kill without Insania's save, and sure, they get him in the end, but it made them overextend so much further. Liquid come in and get quite a bit of a cleanup, and this could open the door for the high ground. Obviously, Aegis down, so you need to be a little bit careful on Mickey not to overcommit. This time around, there won't be a Ravage.
Time left down 40 seconds. Tier 3 tower down, base exposed. Collapse jumps in to get the anchor. Looks like it was Lotus to him instead. It's another fortification. That's the last one for a while here from Spirit's side. This time on the Nether Blast. You see that Deso just doing absolute work. That is a melee racks down. As Collapse wants to go a little bit further, another 15 seconds before that. Oh, that's a very precarious spot. Trying to get to the high ground. He's going to get disrupted instead. You can see Laura going in with that BKB and the Blade Mail as well. Still a lot of damage being applied, but no kills as of yet.
Spectre about to spawn with a Shadow Step here.
Indeed, they just need a little bit of vision. Laurel Trying to provide that onto Boxy. They've got to get something out of this, and they will. It's just the support. They lose their melee racks. Cost them dearly.
Yeah, that looked like a bit of an awkward situation. I don't think Laurel meant to kick Collapse into the enemy team there, but to get out alive on their tide still. Scary situation for them. Liquid with a good pickup of that melee racks. Pointed out, and they still have their cheese. I don't know if they're going to consider this enough of an advantage to look for more, or if they're going to fall back into the...
I thought you were going to say enough of an advantage to go for block of cheese, the first ever in TI.
Yeah, has that... Okay, have you seen a pro game with
Not
it?
one.
Okay.
I feel like of all people, I would have heard about it, so I'm just going to assume that it's never happened.
Maybe that needs to be a little bit made,
or good. Just make it good, please. Zai is now level 25. Yep. He's got a Stormcrafter. That's some nice move speed and mana.
Goes for the 20% greater bash chance here, so now up to 37. He's decent attack speed as well with his Silver Edge.
He was broken by the creep pepper, and that's going to be broken by the counter step, but he's actually going to use his ult onto the other side. Beautifully done. They kill off Nisha right off the bat, and Zai, he's left kind of alone, but Mickey standing on the outskirts. The egg is placed with that Sun Ray being applied. Zai will charge away. In the end, it looks like only one will be lost, although the chase is not completely over. Still a pretty damn big kill for Spirit.
The timing on that was actually pretty ridiculous. As Zai was opening on Yatoro, he shadow stepped over to the other kill. So not only did they kill the Pango, but they also saved their Spectre from a really awkward situation. That could not have been any more perfect for Spirit. They get a kill and they get a tower. It's not the biggest of deals, but you know, they're staying afloat. The lead hasn't really grown very much, and you're seeing the win probability kind of not really shifting in the last 10 minutes, so give it enough time, it might just start dipping down slightly. And they're getting some pretty key items, right? So Laurel getting the Axe is obviously enormous, right? This is a key way of saving from the Spirit Breaker combination onto his Spectre. There's something that you cannot break, so as long as he's in position, which he should very easily be able to get with Rolling Boulder and BKB, save a target of his choosing and kick him out. Or they could use it to kick someone into terrible positioning because Liquid don't really have the best save. Finding a support and kicking them 2,000 range away, they're probably just going to die on the spot.
41 minutes in, it's only one melee racks. You know, it's 18k lead, which is, like you said, it is somewhat substantial, but it hasn't really grown that much. Spirit fighting back, and the later this game goes, the more comfortable I'm saying that their lineup is just better, paper at least, but a lot
Breaker's always such a wild card, but yeah, in this game, in this game, at the very least, there are solutions that we'll see.
Oh my God! Collapse! Oh, he turns into stone though. Nicely done. He's actually going to live as a result, but it's going to cost Laurel his life. Oh boy, that is not worth trading a position 2 for a 3 and a 5 now. Spirit down a 3v5, and they're going to lose more than just that range racks.
Did Mickey double crit there or something?
Couldn't tell you.
Tide almost instantly died. That was ridiculous, and that's okay. Well, we have all our theory crafting going about how late can this game go. Well, if you lose 2 heroes like that without buyback, you're going to get mega now. I don't think Spirit have any hopes of defending this without... Oh, actually, Earth Spirit buyback did come up, so maybe you could go for some sort of a hold with 4 heroes here, but this is going to be really, really difficult to pull off.
Sure is. The Ravage to start. There's the buyback as well. The Egg with the Sun Ray. In addition, Zai.
Oh, they actually got him.
They actually deleted Mickey. Somehow locked him down 100 seconds without their Weaver now. Can Liquid get away without any other casualties, though? Boxy is going to get anchored. He's going to have to fight his way out of this one. Looks like Zai wants to continue on. He gets off the charges. Lars can pop his BKB. BKB's galore, in fact. There's the Rolling Thunder from Nisha with the roll-up. Being used to lock several heroes down from Spirit, but they do lose their support in the end. Nice roll onto the high ground. Finds Insane, and Eon Disc will just delay the inevitable. So 3 kills in favor of Spirit. They defend what looked undefendable and indefendable, whatever the word.
Super close to being 4 kills because the Pango Collapse cast Hex during the end of that Rolling Thunder, and it expired just before the Rolling Thunder did the Hex duration. Otherwise, he would have been caught on his TP out, and that could have been big for Spirit. I mean, it's still pretty solid given the circumstances. We're now kind of back to the gold that we had before, the 18k lead, but you're down another lane of barracks, so there's going to be more problems on the map for Spirit to solve. Still, given the circumstances, that could have just been the end of the game instead, so I guess you got to take the small victories where you can get them.
Collapse with that Meteor Hammer. Gonna be able to take out this tier 2 tower, it looks like.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Need to go for the anchor smash on buildings, by the way.
They find Yatoro.
Find Yatoro. Disruption's going to keep him safe for the time being. In fact, saves him in the end.
Demonic Purge.
Okay. Demonic Purge applied to him. Collapses in the area. And has a big charge from Zai trying to keep the rest of Spirit at bay. But the anchor's applied to the Pangolier. That is a dead Nisha. Does have buyback. Just waited out. Still had the cheese as well. Zai and company trying to find more than just the Shadow Demon. They're going to find Tochka. Looks like he's done so. Oh, just barely getting out. Was the tide. So Collapse does live. Lots of back and forth in this game number 2. But a huge kill on. I feel like when either team just finds one hero isolated, they just get deleted instantly.
Yeah, this can snowball very quickly in fights for both teams. You see the quick kill on Pango. The good news for Liquid in that situation was that Supernova wasn't ready, so they were able to collapse onto the Phoenix and bring him down. Love the purchase of Lincoln's, by the way, on him identifying, okay, I mean, we have to just solving this. This is not an item you will use Phoenix buy after Yules, but probably the best choice you have in this game, so you just try to stay afloat. That was also a refresher reveal from Collapse there. So a lot being expended from Spirit, and honestly not really the best result, right? Considering that they found the Pango kill first. That went as well as they would have hoped, and now they're also going to lose the ropes. They have no Ravages, so completely uncontestable. Pick up the goodies. There will be a refresher shard on this.
Will Zai have 2 refreshers?
Who do you give it to?
No, Boxy will hold on to it for
holding
now.
it, yeah. So he'll have 2 Pierces of the Veils. Not really the best hero in this game.
No,
I feel like maybe he should pass it on.
I think he's acting
probably holding it for Pango, right?
Yeah, he's being a courier right now.
A golden thread.
They do have the 2 cheeses still. So, block of cheese enjoyers out there rejoice. Definitely a possibility.
What if you got 4? Got bigger cheese.
Big cheese.
Does this look? Nah, actually, it's not a quarter, is it? 6th. That's a good idea. Block of cheese is too easy to make. Let's make it 8 cheeses. We've had some games this tournament that could have almost.
It could have. Yeah, could have. Smoke now from Liquid, supporting the 25k lead. All about the buyback situation, especially for Spirit, as will likely just be in their base.
Yep.
Any engagement has been defended here.
Still holding onto the refresher in Boxy's backpack. Calling is a pretty filthy spell, and having 2 of them back to back is very good, but want it. Anyway, here comes the siege tower. Will be falling to just the siege creeps.
Dire's bottom tower has
Here's
fallen.
the show himself. Away. Be very careful here. Despite having 2 cheeses in the Aegis, we have seen a lot of high grounds get punished.
Yep. And Yatoro is huge. It's worth keeping in mind. This is a level 26 Spectre with 6 slots. There's still a bit of room to grow, but he is very, very strong. Wants to finish his Abyssal Blade, and then we're maybe replace the treads, and then we're at the maximum output.
He has Nullifier and Bloodthorn.
Yeah, he can kill this Pugna very fast. Can kill anyone really fast, essentially, if they just find the Ravage opener. Liquid are very cognizant of that fact. Just let the Nether Blast do the nice step.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, you'd think that with the Dark Willow we saw the other day. Basically a trebuchet from a Global Ray, and we still lose the game. There's the Ravage, is going to try and put everything onto Mickey. That's just the Aegis, though. He is surrounded. Zai coming with the charge. Nisha with the Rolling Thunder as well. The egg is placed. Spirit, or Liquid actually want to stick around. They used a couple of ults just to try to be able to fight this. And Zai able to charge out with that refresher. Boxy going to pop his ult, trying to apply as much pressure as possible, but now he's in no man's land. He's going to use the refresher shard that we were really theory crafting.
Ah, yes, the refresher pike that we all thought was going to be.
Oh dear. So Aegis,
All right.
shard gone.
Yeah. Do hold on. Collapse refreshed his Ravage and didn't have mana for it, so that could have probably gone a lot better for Spirit than it did, which is kind of scary news for Liquid, right? You have all these advantages, you're trying to push high ground, and despite only one Ravage coming out, you still didn't get anything out of it. And I love this from Spirit, you know, take some initiative, play on the second Ravage that you have, you know there's no Aegis. Maybe you can catch them before the BKBs come off cooldown again, and that would lead to a really big moment for you. Spectre can take care of the base. Shadow Step at the ready.
Scepter for Zai. Beautiful. Level 20.
Oh boy.
That's okay.
Okay, well.
Oh, bounty room. Don't mind if I do.
OpenAI would have killed him there, but that's the kind of reactions you need.
Yep, true. Time to ask ChatGPT to play your game of Dota for you. Shot. Rolling Thunder. He's actually going to get it off. Gets a stun onto 2 as well as Mickey trying to apply as much pressure, but there's the disruption. Mitigating a lot of the damage here, but now the pressure being applied to Mira, who dies and now buys back. Crepify. Onto Yatoro. He's going to get onto the high ground safely. Not a whole lot was lost, but Spirit wants support buyback that they had to worry about is Boxy getting gone on now by Yatoro. Nice dead shot. Keeping him at bay. Looks like he'll get away safely as well, so this might be a next Roche situation for Liquid. It's really hard to go higher.
It is really difficult.
I mean, if you find the Shadow Demon again, that's can't buy back, so maybe that's the main target.
Absolutely. The best kill they can possibly get, and he dies very fast, if any. Just a matter of getting one charge connection or a couple of swing. Weaver might just kill him from 100 to 0. Keeping in mind that Miro doesn't have a defensive item. He has Blink Dagger, no Aeon Disc, no Ghost Scepter, of that sort. Try to stay alive against some hard-hitting heroes is everything.
Tormy, number 3, if I'm correct. Earl will get that shard. Which means, everybody have one now? Their team? No, Mira does not. Wow, the support. After all that, the support still didn't get a shard. That's a lot of 50-50s that he's lost.
Yeah, I think they would actually kind of like to have the demonic.
Yep. Oh, Liquid are like, oh, I forgot this existed. Okay. Sadie, enjoy your worthless shard.
Maybe they watched Bet Booms, came to the conclusion it's too dangerous. Tormentor has killed Bet Boom more times than they have killed that.
They have buffed this Pugna shard over the course of the last couple of years. Certainly better than it used to be.
Cast range on the drain into it.
I mean, it was either that or the Muerta one, which as a support. Oh, she really has. Oh, she really has.
Yeah.
They must have killed Tormy already.
It's okay. The guard on the support.
It's no grab ally. Although Toronto Tokyo has literally never bought the shard.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to stun his teammate. I don't know how to click out of that.
He had bigger items to get.
Yeah.
He wanted to set the world record for most health on a hero pro game, which he might have actually done.
That's true. The shard doesn't help with that.
He got 14k health at one. Might have not been the one today, because he had another game as well where he had the same build on dying.
Absolutely absurd.
Radiant
Giant's Ring, Heart, Dragon Scepter. Boy, indeed. Chanel with a double damage bottle. They can hold on to this for the next Roche off. Could be in the next minute. That would be huge.
Love the placement from Zai here. He's breaker, waiting for anything. Well, to maybe pounce. He will go here.
Yep, there's a charge to start things out for Zai. Looking for the another strike, but the disruption is there. He's going to get cleansed now. He's already at half HP. He's going to pop his refresher, try to get away. The Rolling Thunder's now in with Nisha. Doesn't do too much damage, focusing all their efforts on the Laurel, who's kind of on the sideline. He's going to turn himself into stone to stay alive. They lose the Shadow Demon, though. Now the roll away from Laurel, being pursued by Mickey, who still has double damage. Collapse, almost gets insta-give, and now the charge is there to try to finish him off, and he does so successfully. Will buy back 2 members of Spirit with still with their ultimate, so Ravage is still available. Looks like they're going to be able to sacrifice Insania here. Yataro's kind of all alone. Insania now. BKB, okay. Will he die? The nullifier's there to finish him up. But Yataro, is it worth it? Is it worth it? You're getting surrounded yourself. The dead shot, he's stuck inside the trees, and he is dead. 100 seconds of no Spectre. The Ravage finally comes out. So 2 members of Liquid do die, but they're Ancient exposed from the Spirit side.
He was zoning 3 heroes for like 10 seconds.
And Mickey looking to get the rest of the buildings here to ensure victory in this game number 2 for Team Liquid. 2 buybacks now from Liquid's side. Mega creeps in their favor, and now it's a 5 versus 3 without the carry from the side of Spirit. The Ancient being exposed, all they have to do is right-click that with that Desolator until his GGs are called. This series is going to game 3, which I'm glad to see because it deserves it.
Yeah, really nice bounce back from Liquid. After that first game, they solved their problems from that first game very elegantly here with a couple of adjustments in the draft, right? They went away from this high cooldown reliant, big ball kind of strategy that they ran there, and now they're playing more skirmishy, they're playing more loose, more freely, and do a wonderful job. All their lanes went pretty well. They transitioned well into that mid game and started building up. And I don't know, man. I feel like
Team Spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to ban. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Team Spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to Team Spirits turn to pick.
Brewmaster!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Weaver.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Mariska has arrived.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Disruptor.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Invoker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick. 'Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Riki.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick. Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Spectre. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Why don't you take this time to wash your face, okay?
Единственный, кто может меня победить, это я сам.
I won't lie. That
Welcome
was
to the
unexpected.
face of the ancients.
Prepare for battle.
Look out for falling!
There's no escape.
Against each other. I feel like Blitz is keeping his cards kind of close. I don't think they were just, oh, I guess we're picking this now. This looks fun. We're just trying our best. You know.
There's definitely a plan, but
There's probably a little bit more depth to it than that, but he obviously doesn't want to share that, which is completely, that's to be expected. And that leaves us to try to make sense of the whole thing. So I think the Disruptor was picked into Weaver and Grimstroke. Glimpse is an amazing spell against Weaver, so that's probably why they got inspired to pick it, but also the Static Storm combination, right? And you have a really good pairing with the Brewmaster because you can Cyclone to catch someone, and then you can drop them down into a Static Storm Kinetic Field combination. So it's essentially a guaranteed setup for Disruptor. I think that's part of what they're looking for. The mid-Ricky seems to be a solution that multiple teams have tried to run against Invoker, but the Invoker will just be relegated to position 4 here. And the Night Stalker, yeah, that one's the most curious one for me. Is it literally just, oh, the safe lane is Spectre, so we can play a greedier, weaker lane hero that can play tempo later? Or is there some more depth? Because, I mean, yeah, the silence against the Brewmaster is nice, but this doesn't strike me as like an obviously incredible Night Stalker game. Maybe when he gets BKB.
I like how you're trying to break this down as much as possible. And the real simple answer for everybody out there for Ricky Mid, it's either going to look really good or really bad. There's pretty much no in between. So if you're a Liquid fan, see how that goes. I mean, this is upper bracket, so you can throw out some curveballs, right? You still have an extra life to work with.
That is true, but this is just not, this isn't even in my top 10 heroes I think of when I hear
Taro, he might actually die here.
Yes,
He slims back and down he goes. First blood for Liquid. That's why they picked Ricky, because he wasn't there at all.
Yes.
He
was cheering them on from mid, and that gave them a morale.
You're expecting Ricky to never be there.
Yeah, Taro did get the rune, so it was a 3-rune trade-off for First Blood. It's relatively even. It's mainly about how impactful the experience is going to be for the heroes that pick that up. Like, getting a faster level 2 in a lane could maybe lead to a secondary kill, and then all of a sudden it's really good. The Weaver is going to be, I think, quite tough for them to kill in this bottom lane.
Well, another hero we haven't really talked about is Tiny for Mr. Laurel, and that would be the mid lane. I have missed this as a core so much. Why do they pick it here?
Yeah, who knows? I think they don't even know themselves by the... Judging from the interviews, we're just looking at the... Like, what do you want to play today, buddy?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to play for top 3 TI? Oh, okay. I guess you can play Ricky, Nisha.
Well,
Yeah,
comfort picks, I suppose.
I think what Tiny does offer in this game is he's a really good assassination partner together with Grimstroke. So if you jump some of these more frail heroes, like Ricky has a relatively low HP pool and can't really use his spells during the Avalanche Toss combo. You can kill the supports very easily. Both Willow and Disruptor kind of die if they get jumped by a Tiny with Inkswell on him. And you have a little bit of an extra thing that I don't want to overlook too much in this game. I think Mira can have a relatively big impact on Invoker with a level in Sunstrike. Just 1 point after the change to how Sunstrike scales with Exort, it does a lot of damage level 1. Probably not going to see him skill it right now, but it could be an earlier thing in the game that we see a lot of.
Some early aggression. Boxy taking the brunt of a lot of damage from Spirit. Guy trying to keep Yatoro at bay.
Oh,
more right clicks. Boxy barely survives. Get close enough to use that Inkswell to full effect, but directing a lot of damage Liquid's way.
Yeah, Grim Weaver is very strong against Brewmaster in particular. It seems like the Weaver was a direct counter pick when they saw this come out from Liquid as their overall first choice of the game. See how Zai manages to deal with what should be a very unfavorable matchup in that bot lane. And it only gets worse, because when Grimstroke and Weaver both hit level 3, it just ramps up to 11 very fast. Tornado.
Gold snap tornado onto Insania. Decent amount of damage. Collapse, of course, it is daytime, so he is half a hero at the moment.
Yeah, he's running double bracers against a weak lane, though, so he's just gonna farm. I don't think they can really stop him from getting CS in this lane. At the same time, though, it's probably also not the worst lane matchup for Mickey either. Minute 5, it's gonna get tricky, because Invoker Night Stalker suddenly transforms into a monster lane. For the time being, pretty good. Nice little play there with the glimpse from Insane to earn him.
Beautifully done. Very gorgeous. Like shot.
Wait, Collapse actually got it because of the cold snap done there. Spirit. Thought the glimpse was going to earn them a Lotus, but didn't.
See how effective this Night Stalker is going to be. This is not a hero we see all too often these days. There was a time for it, of course, back in your day, many years ago.
It was
a mid hero.
When's the last time we've seen Night Stalker mid? I don't know if we've seen it in pro game in this patch.
Blood grenade there. Inkswell as well. Yatoro gets credit for that one.
This lane is so nasty because as soon as Willow uses Brambles, if they either don't connect or expire on the lane, Brewmaster is just defenseless. You're literally just Shikuchi in with, you drop the Swarm, you Shikuchi in, you Inkswell level 2 on the Weaver, and he just runs on top of him, and Willow can do nothing but look as her Brewmaster just inevitably dies. So very tough matchup here. You sign up for this when you first pick Brew in this patch. Teams are starting to figure out how to really deal with this guy in lane, and yeah, Zai is already trailing by about 1,000 behind Yatoro, so pretty much the entire net worth lead of the Radiant side is in this lane. And in the meantime, silently, 12 denies top for Night Stalker. So laning stage going very, very well for Spirit in this one.
Mid lane relatively close on CS, a little bit more on the deny side for the Spirit side. Tiny V. The Ricky. I mean, were you expecting this to be any different? I know it's not traditional mid at all.
Yeah, I don't really have much experience to draw upon here, but
I'm sure there's a lot of games you can look in turbo mode that are probably the matchup.
I mean, instinctively, I would say this is probably a slightly better lane for Tiny, but Ricky floats quite a lot of lanes, especially against melee heroes, so I guess it's kind of just going to be a wash. And the most important thing for both teams really is that their mid laners start getting involved in some sort of correct action. But Ricky is an awkward mid laner in that respect because he doesn't truly unlock his rotations until he gets Diffusal Blade. If you compare that to a hero like Pango, who also goes Diffusal, well, Pango has a lot more to offer before he's before his Diffusal comes out. Ricky has these 2 little jumps that do some damage, but it's not Pangolier tier.
Collapse now can bully a bit, thanks to it being nighttime. Spirit, you can see, already has a slight advantage in the laning stage. As bottom lane, Yatoro taking heavy damage. Applying as much pressure as he can to Zai. He can take a Thunder Clap, pop the one to stay alive. Yatoro does end up getting the kill, but the damage coming up from Boxy in that Shadow Realm just too much to handle, so ends up being a 1-for-1.
Half a second left in the Shikuchi there, so nice for Liquid to find that trade. That was very close to just being one-sided.
Have a toss from Laurel. He's level 6 first. Not that either of these ults are be that crazy in lane.
It does offset. I mean, at this point, Ricky should be getting out CS by Gruul, right? Like now, the damage discrepancy is so big that Laurel should get more or less every CS that he wants. Not be lucky enough to get the rune though, as that is covered by Miposhka, who has to okay.
He gets the double damage. He's gonna get stunned. Do they have the vision? The sentry just in range, and down goes Nisha.
Yeah, did he
very greedy.
Did he have vision of them there on his observer? That must have been pretty close to seeing the Grim. Maybe he was just outside the range there, so he thought that he could just tricks down and take that rune. So nicely played from Miposhka, just being slightly on the right side there. Now that's a big kill. Top 3 net worths inside in favor now of Team Spirit.
Another ink spell. Miposhka, man, the change to this spell is going to cost Miposhka life.
Really deep for this.
He will die, but Grimstroke as a whole changes absolutely insane what you can do with just having that as a toggleable or whatever you want to call it. Being able to activate it whenever.
Not really sure what the plan there was from Miposhka. If he was trying to zone out the Willow and then maybe steal the Wisdom Rune. At this level, that is very unlikely to work. Ends up getting punished and killed by the Riki, as Insania takes a little bit of space mid. So Disruptor as a support, not the strongest laner, and very level dependent. So when you're playing this as a 4, if he falls too far behind, it's rough. So nice for him to get a bit of space.
Gonna get silenced, tossed up into the air. Inkswell's there as well. That's 2 deaths on the mid Riki. Yatoro gone on by Zai and Boxy, but he has the Shikuchi to enough distance away. So great for Liquid so far. We talked about this Riki potentially being either amazing or terrible. So far, it's on the latter side, Syndra. Still early though.
Yeah, but the hero, the way it works, right, is that
it is snowballing.
Yeah, if it does fall behind, it can very easily become a liability, especially given the matchups that it has. Get caught by Night Stalker Silence, probably dead. Get comboed by Tiny. We've already seen that a couple times, so gotta be very, very careful if you're Nisha here.
Miposhka, oh, nice tricks of the trade to dodge out the Inkswell. Nisha will get a kill as a result. Collapse, going onto the Spectre. I think he's in a lot of trouble. Down he goes. Big kill for Spirit again.
Yeah, Liquid had both of their supports mid there trying to get the additional kill onto Laurel, but that was just not going to happen. Riki, when you've expended both your Blink Strikes to kill the first hero, that's kind of the end of the play. Like, there's nothing more to be gained. And Spirit immediately identified that this hero positioning from Liquid is punishable, and they jump on that spec. Mid lane, Nisha, good smoke screen.
Oh, he's damage here.
Trouble here if he gets out.
Blink Strike onto the creep wave. We're going to see a primal split from Zai, who's showing up. Miposhka's going to die. And if they can take out Laurel, this would be a very needed kill for Liquid. It looks like they'll do just that. The Avalanche is going to provide a little bit of space, but nobody has come to his aid. Down goes the Tiny. Good use of the, I believe that's the first primal split of the game from Zai.
That looked like Spirit were actually going to cause some trouble for Nisha with a sentry into Silence, but he jumped away in time now. Boxy.
Yep, crippling fear, just so
live for now.
Boxy.
And now he's going to die.
No. Yes, he will.
No, it was technically correct. He did live for now. Just a very short amount of time.
Now is a very short duration of time for you.
I mean, now, yeah.
And everyone. Flips back into the kinetic field. Mickey going to get some right click top, trying to TP out. Nisha's here as well, but too much damage onto Collapse. So the mid Riki is getting involved a bit now, Syndrin.
I'm loving the rotations in this game. Both teams are playing very, very... It's just beautiful Dota, you know, they're rotating very well around each other. They're bringing the right numbers to get the kills. Very clearly tell that both teams kind of have identified that in this game, that style is what's going to be.
And Zai's going to get caught out by the Avalanche. Inkswell to follow. It's just a perma-stun with the toss. Just incredible.
Mickey is probably in trouble too here, maybe.
Gets silenced. Laura continues to pursue. Does not have the Avalanche quite yet.
He's dead.
Taro's there with the Shikuchi, and down goes another core for Liquid. All they lose on the Spirit side is the support, at least for now. Tricks the trade. Nisha, Blink Strike away as Laurel getting relatively low, so Nisha could try to finish this off. Insania getting some right clicks towards the inevitable end, and they're able to take out Laurel in the end, which is much needed for them as well as Yatoro. Time lapses to get some HP back, looking for Insania. A couple more right clicks are enough. Puts down his ult, but it's not going to do that much. A little bit too late as well. Attempted TP from Yatoro. The damage, not there. Yatoro lives. Does it again, Cinder.
That was so close in so many ways. The TP was close, the smoke screen was close to connecting. I don't know if Insania had kinetic field ready and he could have maybe got it off too, but it's like he died instantly after getting Static Storm off. So very, very marginal situations here in this game, and love to see it. You know, a lot of the games in this patch have started getting a little bit slower, a little bit more static. Both teams are all over the place. Like, they're just roaming. Essentially 4 heroes on each team, if not even all 5, have started being involved all around the map, and makes the game very unpredictable, and you really got to stay on your toes if you're both teams. You know you can't just sit back and chill, because next move is coming for you at any moment. Wonder who the next target's going to be. The big winner in all of this has to be Nisha, right? He's almost got Diffusal. He's top net worth. We talked about Ricky not falling behind being important, and that has definitely been accomplished here by Liquid. So that Diffusal will be arriving now on the Courier, and they're instantly going to put it to use with a smoke. Maybe looking to find Collapse if they can.
Ricky with that ult gets extra XP for kills and assists. So the fact that he was roaming around a lot, it's helped his game tremendously. Level 10 right now. For another, but Collapse can feel it. Daytime again. Taro has his Dragon Lance, going to go for the Death Cell, so Laurel, he's going to be spotted. Static Storm inside that kinetic field. Mickey's here as well. Do they have the damage to take out Laurel? He's going to get glimpsed back into Zai's arms with that Thunderclap. He's going to get tossed away, though. Already lost their grip strokes to start. The Primal Split is there from Zai. They take out Laurel. So 2 big kills for Liquid. They're going to lose their Dark Willow in the process. As Yotaro coming with the Shikuchi as well. Swarm onto several heroes. This is going to be a lot of damage if they don't take this off. As Collapse getting pursued now by Mickey, going to get glimpsed back and will die on the cliff. Zany gets right-clicked down into Oblivion by Yotaro, attempting to TP out again. Can he do it again? Yes! How many times is he going to get away with this?
He does make some clutch escapes, but Liquid's still taking some good fights. I do favor that result for them until this happens. If Ricky dies, it's pretty...
Silence, so no tricks betray quite yet. Inkswell's there, they have the damage.
Now that is huge, because that's basically bigger than the rest of the fight combined almost. Laurel getting the last hit there is going to allow him to pick up a Blink Dagger, and that is the game changer, because now these Inkswell into Blink Dagger combinations come into play. You can one-shot kill either support, and maybe even Ricky. I think it's kind of close, but he might die, especially if they get 1 point in X-Sword on Mira. Hasn't opted to go for it so far in level 7. We've seen some support invokers get a value point when they're playing with a lot of stuns, and this was one of those games that it could come into play, but still holding on to a 3-4 build.
Mickey will have that Blade Mail very shortly. Going to be going for the Radiance build as well, so we'll be starting that now, essentially.
Radiant are
She has his Diffusal. The Manta next.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Find anything here is this tower has not even been touched yet, so.
And I guess in comparison to the okay.
Toro. Gonna find him.
Oh.
And he's gonna watch him go through the gate.
I can't really do much about that one. I guess in comparison to the other games in this series, Collapse has been quieter, right? And they did pick his hero last, so the question is, when is this big payoff gonna come from this Night Stalker? He's currently 1-2-2.
Oh, neat. Tree's placed.
Oh, the
smoke
blank.
screen. Shadow Realm is going to provide a little bit of cover for Boxy. Gets up a nice Terrorize onto 2 as well. He will likely die in the process, but this saves his Ricky mid. Mr. Nisha will survive as a result of this. Will cost him a tier 1 tower, though. This is the first rotation, and Laurel showing off the blink now for the first time.
Yeah. Blink immediately when he got the smoke screen, so Nisha didn't get to get an instance of damage on him. Could have changed things, perhaps. They will claim that tower, as you said. Liquid trying to get a little bit of a trade down bottom, but don't really have the same pushing prowess in their lineup. Their lineup's actually just flat out really bad at taking towers, aside from Brew, right? That's the one hero that will get that done.
But he's so good, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he has to commit his ult to get it done, though. Okay, Zai.
Primal Split is there. Tornado going to provide some cover, but will be surrounded and eventually brought down.
That's a Shadow Step and a Primal Split.
Mira.
So find Miposhka.
Another support kill in the way of Liquid, so take out both of them from Spirit's side. Laurel without a support, not really comfortable going in for kind of initiation. Level 10 right now. Zai has that Midas, by the way. So some extra levels on the Brew. Pretty normal pickup from this. Sometimes you see like something before that.
I think Liquid have to be a bit careful here. Maybe they're overstepping.
Avalanche onto 2 from Laurel. Static Storm being applied, though, on the other side of the fight is Collapse, taking a lot of damage. He's completely isolated himself, and he will drop. Big kill for Liquid.
All right, that looked like it was going to get scary with the TPs coming in and Laurel having the blink angle, but it happened to Liquid went in time.
Right into the smoke screen. Nisha is going to find Mira and then dodge the avalanche as well. As Mickey looking to finish the job in the Invoker. Now Laurel completely getting going. Well, he's actually going to live now thanks to the support coming in from the south of this side of the map. Mickey looks like he's going to opt to dodge this fight entirely. Another TP out from Liquid. Shadow Realm TP with the high fives, but the avalanche is there, so Spirit do get one.
It's a buyback from Collapses. That's honestly an awesome outcome for Liquid. I thought that was going to get really scary. They're frontlining their Brewmaster without Primal Split. They're starting to TP in heroes. Tiny's finding an angle for Avatos, but Liquid found the jump first and already started the move before the rotations came in. Managed to get out. All of their cores intact. Buyback from Nightstalker is going to set him back a bit. Collapse once again being slowed down. Very curious how he's going to itemize in this game, right? Because we talked about Crippling Fear being really good against certain heroes, so a lot of the time you want to buy Blink, but I just think there's too many problems. If you blink in, you can get glimpsed away, you get caught in Static Storm.
Oh boy,
dead.
Another big kill for Liquid as Laurel will get dropped in his own jungle. Maposhka next. Double kill for Mickey. Liquid starting to mount a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a lead for themselves in this deciding game number 3.
Nisha is running the map right now. Spirit have to be very, very cautious about how they move their heroes and bring detection and just try to find a kill on this Riki. Otherwise, she'll just keep Reign of Terror going. Mid tower's gone. Zai will claim that. So that is, what does he have coming out right now?
I believe it's a pipe.
Full pipe? Oh my goodness, he is stacked already. This is going to be super difficult for Spirit to fight into. Their lineup's almost exclusively magic damage right now. So as long as Zai doesn't get EMP'd,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
can have a huge impact with that item here.
Mira in the cover of darkness here. Tier 2 tower. Zion Company starting to invade the jungle of Spirit's side. Not that far off from Radiance for Mickey. As that Sacred Relic. There's one more component to go. Laurel is going to be spotted. They have the damage this time. He is surrounded, but Pochka's on the south side, stuck inside that kinetic field right now. Static Storm to follow as well, completely surrounded by this Primal Spirit rulings. It ends up being a very easy kill for Liquid. Time this Brew Split is online, it feels like it's just a kill. Now Mira's gonna get spotted, stunned up as well. There's a smoke screen onto 2. Down goes the Invoker. Soulbind is there though. Yatoro trying to clean up on the backside. Not able to even get the support, has to time lapse back. Yatoro continue on here. They are able to find Nisha.
Oh, that's a great tornado.
Several heroes. Yatoro looks like they're able to take out Zai now. And the rest of Liquid now on the run. Inkswell a little bit too late.
I'll say Mira's tornadoes this game have been borderline perfect, honestly. There's been so many situations where he's hitting 2 or 3 heroes, and a lot of them he's throwing it in a path where it could end up clipping nobody, but he gets them on like both outer edges. This one was more like a straightforward one. Oh well.
All right.
That was a long chase. He got there in the end though.
They're trying to kill me!
Going to the ends of the earth. Position 5.
That was another buyback from Spirit though, so they end up paying again to get themselves a pretty good trade. This one feels more worth it though. This time they got the Riki out. Very big kill. The kill bounty for that one being claimed by Yatoro, and he also claimed Insania basically solo.
Yatoro in a bit of trouble, does not have mana for his ult. Inside that smoke screen, down he goes. Liquid find Mira in addition. Nisha, double kill for him.
Yeah, this Bedlam,
not too far away from Manta.
Bedlam on Riki is dirty. Going in, he's throwing out all his stuff, tricks of the trade, and essentially just killing people from just from beyond, you know, he's not even targetable. That Willow extra burst is very, very helpful there.
Sounds like we'll have a nice listen in here. See what they have to say. Okay, well,
very
very
insightful.
eloquent.
Very insightful. Thank you, Mickey, for that.
Very nice. As Zai is trying to take out the Tormentor.
He'll get there in the end, surely. Oh,
He might die in the process.
Oh
Not
my-
careful.
oh.
Run away, Zai! Torby's got some revenge planned here. You keep ignoring him. And Nisha wants a high five from a building.
Yay, Bedlam
There we
did
go.
it. Let's
Eventually
go.
they find it. Spirit as well. Laurel gets the shard. Interesting. Sania gets it for the side of Liquid. So they already have 4 shards on Spirit.
Yep. I mean, they have some very good ones to buy, right? Stroke, Weaver, Night Stalker, all want to buy it. So not really surprising that this can go to Laurel. It's going to be nice for farming, right? Now he has infinite tree grab, but yeah, I guess they would. Maybe they would have rather had the Invoker one if they got to choose themselves. The EMP pull plus bigger damage is pretty damn nice in a game like this with how high chaotic non-stop fighting is going on. But if things slow down a little bit, the tiny one will also be very helpful. Laurel is starting to work on a BKB. It seems inevitable that all cores on the Radiant side have to buy this item. There's just too many problems. Riki is an issue, Static Storm, Willow, Brewmaster, all of it is insane control. Collapse, gonna get spotted.
Inside the smoke.
That is
Well, just trying to
not
CP.
happening.
Very ambitious.
Yeah.
He's gonna die. 70 seconds. Tier 2 tower looks to be Liquid's to claim. Fortifications there though.
That's a dieback too. So, you know, wonder if Liquid are gonna think about a potential Roche here. You know, you're in the right side of the map. Your lineup is not the greatest at it. Obviously, if Spectre had a Manta, it would be a lot easier. Still, at least has 4 points in Desolate, which makes it a lot faster than.
Yeah, their lineup is pretty garbage at it.
Yeah, they're
I mean, Riki
not the
does
best
a
Roche.
decent amount, I guess, if you can keep the aggro off.
Yep. It works.
Dire's middle tower.
And now, okay, this was something I was thinking about the other day. Now, Nisha is going Axe on Riki. What happens if you put Bedlam on him and he jumps into a hero? Does the Bedlam then follow that hero? It should, logically, right?
Yeah, it should.
Maybe it will crash the game. Let's hope that's not the case.
Back up, I'm sure. We'll just start a turbo mode game if that ends up crashing it.
Well, if we do a turbo mode game, that's probably going to be like this one was anyway, right? Oh, close on the glimpse there. Insania just barely got away. Miposhka there.
Now, what if Rubik doesn't get the ball that?
Oh.
That actually might crash. There's one employee at Valve, the janitor. Higher job is clean up all the issues with Rubik.
I think they have 5 people employed full time
He
to
never
make
leaves
Rubik.
the office.
Rubik and Morphling work in Dota is
True.
It was a choice.
They regret it, I'm sure. Shot. Oh.
Miposhka.
Step onto Miposhka. He looks to be very dead.
Oh, wait, you got that.
Weaver in a lot of trouble.
He's okay.
Okay. Looks like Ricky's going to stay alive here. Terrorize is there, not really clipping too many heroes as Nisha gets off the smoke screen again, but the right clicks are way too much from Yatoro. Actually will live through this engagement. It's collapsed now, taking a Spectral Dagger, nice tornado onto 2. Zai is there with that Primal Split available. Mira, to go in, is just going for a D ward, knowing that he is likely dead. So 2 for 1. Favor ports for mid-Rick.
That team fight is basically the perfect example of how important BKB is going to be for the rest of the game. Yatoro is able to take the fight to Nisha, just pops the BKB, knows that nothing is going to kill him for a while, and they do get that pretty big kill, but still solid sequence from Liquid once again. They're up 4K, they have Spectre. We know how fierce this hero can be late game. This is the same matchup that we saw in the previous game in this series with the Spectre versus Weaver. I say previous game, that's literally the previous. Just that this time the Spectre team is the one that's ahead. So that matchup's going to be very, very different.
Split use there, by the way. The big cooldown. 2 full minutes now without that. We'll see if Spirit try to capitalize as BKB for Laurel is there. Finally, the Manta comes through Mikke, so he's got the Radiance Manta. Zai going for, I mean, a lot of times we see the Brewmaster go for Radiance, but probably don't want to, so.
Oh, I try. So, let's see, what big items do we have coming up next? So, with that Roche, things are probably going to slow down a little bit for Liquid's ability to play aggressively because Weaver will be very hard for them to get twice in a row. So it will probably finish the MPB within not too long. He's about, what's that, about 1,500 off it. 2.5k, excuse me. So it will actually take quite a while. But he needs it because he's against Brewmaster and he's against the Radiance from Spectre. That seems like a straightforward thing. And something we haven't really talked about in this game is break, right? That was a conversation from last game against the Spectre where we ended up seeing it coming out in the Spirit Breaker. Who's gonna buy Silver Edge on Radiant's lineup this game? Night Stalker?
Seen it on Tiny before.
Tiny
mid.
could.
It's kind of meh, but
it can work, of course.
I mean, eventually you get the Ags, right? So you have crit anyway, and
yeah.
But then like that's kind of you're doing that from afar a lot of the time. But
that's why it gets awkward, right? Because you.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Oro out of there.
Maybe he felt a little bit. He felt a little bit extra confident because of the Aegis, and maybe thought they weren't even going to try, but are shying away from the fight there.
Radiant are
Collapse has his shard. Eating up creeps.
Eyeing up a Nullifier into Dagger currently.
3k lead for Liquid. He might have an engagement here. Smoke screen again with the Spectral Dagger. Man, he is just stuck in place. Cannot do anything. There's still the Aegis, of course, on the side of Spirit. Already at half HP is the Weaver. There's the initiation from Laurel, but he's going to get glimpsed back out right off the bat. Going to break things up for the time being. 3 minutes still on this Aegis. Spirit trying to force something.
Yeah, Collapse wants to steal the Wisdom Rune here. That'll be a pretty big steal. He's pinging it out. He has perfect vision of this, so there will be the scan coming out from Liquid.
He'd
will
rather
be
go
too
for
late.
a fight.
Actually, he didn't. Okay.
Did not go for it. He wants Insania instead. Crippling Fear now onto 2. They can get the Primal Split, man. They can do it. He cannot get off his ult. 50 seconds dead for Zai. That is a huge ultimate not available for the side of Liquid. They're going to lose Grimstroke, though, to start things out. Nisha getting pursued. Already at half HP. He's taking so much damage. Weaver just rips him a new one, but Laurel dies shortly after. Lots of trades on both sides. Thorough popping the BKB. Sunstrike not going to clip. Ghost Scepter's there for Boxy, but will eventually die.
Good exchange again for, I say again, a good exchange that time around for Spirit. They basically equalized the game in terms of net worth, and starting to see this Weaver really pop off in the fights. And I guess most importantly for them, Laurel is significantly overtaking Nisha right now, who's kind of flatlined a little bit. Nisha was running this game, and a couple of fights in a row now, they've been able to isolate and kill off this Riki, who's kind of struggling to find a footing. As soon as he gets Crippling Fear or get caught by the Tiny, you don't have any BKB, can't really guaranteed reset and get out of there. So he's very much dependent on other heroes causing chaos, and the #1 chaos creator in his team was the first hero to die. Namely, Zai not getting that primal split off was huge. And honestly, Collapse's choice to scout the Wisdom Rune, see it spawn, and then not go for it, and instead go for this jump was instrumental in this outcome. So very good decision making on his part. He's now rocking a shield rune. 4,000 health on him effectively with that right now. And we'll lose it all to Spectre Illusions.
Very normal.
But
still quite tanky and looks beautiful. Glowing white. Does this surprise you at all? A little bit more in favor of Liquid than I thought. Looks like a 50-50 game. I mean, it is a Spectre.
Gaben loves Spectre. It's always
true.
I think any game that's even on Gold minute 30, Dota Plus will always favor the Spectre. I don't think I've ever seen it not favor Spectre. I mean, it is a monstrous late game hero, right? And I guess the sample size and how these games go, maybe not the biggest, but
really hates Weaver. Probably. Blink Dagger now online. Lapse. Well, Blink Crippling Fear. You can get the Brewmaster during that time. This is where like an Eon Disc becomes really valuable. Force that from afar, from a teammate. He just has to get off Primal Split in these fights for them to have a chance.
He's going BKB. So he's going BKB Pipe Octarine, which is a very, very defensive build, right? You don't get that offensive aura, for example, and Salt Harass. Maybe this is just necessary for him. Aeon Disc doesn't give you the safety either, because Weaver is one of the carries that doesn't mind buying Nullifier whatsoever, so he could just stick on you and kill you and cripple. And you know Night Stalker is also likely to buy that item, so yeah, probably BKB is the right choice, but it doesn't feel great for Zai to have to itemize like this. I'm sure he would way rather get something else.
Okay, trying to TP out. He's going to be spotted, though. Already at half health. All he can do is stand his ground, but eventually does die.
That is
big kill for Spirit.
Real big. He was on a 7-kill streak. The kill bounty actually going Miposhka's way. I wonder what he's going to buy with this.
Aghanim.
Currently only has that Glimmer, but big kill bounty. He has the Philosopher's Stone. He's going to be working towards something bigger now. presumably.
I mean, Ags would be really good this
Tower is under attack.
Oh yeah.
Get the illusion of the Spectre. Collapse, gonna find another target, this time Insania, and that Ghost Scepter, but
Dire's top
I'm
tower
gonna buy him a little bit of time.
Yes.
Spirit trying to create as much space as possible, although Roshan cannot stand up to the Great Cube. The Game Cube has been conquered though, and Mira will take the shard. So now you have the pull effect on EMP.
Yep.
Maybe the most annoying shard in the entire game, if I do say so myself. Very good.
Yeah, also increases the damage, which, you know, every little bit helps, but mainly the pull is the appeal of that one. Okay, lead now for Spirit.
Scanning.
Tormentor is so strong. Like they almost lost that one 3v1. They had to swap out heroes, call in the bench. Barely win.
GameCube had God mode activated. Toro's going to show himself on the wave, and
Radiant are scanning.
Very high pressure situation, and it feels like the game is a little bit, it's not exactly on a knife's edge right now. Like the Spectre team, obviously, even being behind can find a big fight, but the writing on the wall here is that the next winner of a fight will probably get roached too. So got to be very, very cautious with how you pick your fights, and vision is really the deciding factor in this game. One team playing with the Riki to find heroes and set up his team for success, the other team with a Night Stalker with a gem, and Invoker, of course, and Ghost Walk. Formation is plenty. You gotta react real fast when these drop out of invisibility.
Silver Edge for Laurel, so they have the break to take out Mickey.
Yep.
There will be the action.
They're both gating.
Yep, he pops his BKB, but he's only at half health. Gets off the Avalanche, trying to... Oh, okay.
Glimpse?
Glimpse.
Not quite.
Okay, the BKB was still
That was
there.
close. Yeah.
If you time that just right, it can be devastating, but the BKB is down.
Nice TP from Lala as well. He TP'd the moment the basher stopped proccing, because then he has a very high chance of not getting a second bash on him, so he did get out of that one. But quite a funny
Which is coming up soon. Collapse wants to take a fight. They're trying to apply all their pressure to the Spectre, but they don't have the break with them right now. As Mira taking the brunt of damage from Nisha on this ring. He's popped his BKB, wants to finish off the Invoker. He does so successfully. Now that's an instant buyback from him. As Nisha, only with one smoke screen to go, Collapse just trying to bash him down. He will do so. They will buy him back immediately, though. Now continuing on the fight is Boxy dies inside that kinetic field. Mickey trying to apply some pressure to Laurel. He's only at half health, but there's the break. Can they finish off the Spectre? But no, not going to be enough damage. At least not yet, but jumping in is Collapse to try to finish the job. But there's the Manta style, keeping him alive. Yatoro, though, very healthy, will claim the kill for himself. Now focusing on Zai, whose Primal Split is already down. Barely lives to the last Geminate attack. Big Sunstrike coming out, double kill for Yatoro. And just like that, I mean, effectively it's a 4v3 right now, but there were some buybacks coming out.
It's a dieback on Riki. Nisha's game really starting to go down the drain here. He is now 6th on net worth, behind every other core. Mid Riki, we said it when the game began, it's a very snowball-y hero, and he was off to a good start, but as big as that snowball became, it kind of just came crashing down, and he just lost all of his advantage. And this game, to me right now, it's all Yatoro and Collapse just flat out overpowering them, just kiting them around these fights, outlasting the Primal Split, outlasting the Riki damage. Yatoro with the Satanic, effectively second life in that fight. Collapse just keeps playing the angles with the ult, so beautifully executed from Spirit. Now 12k up. And if last game is anything to go by, Weaver is not struggling with killing Spectre late game as long as there's a break in play. So
yep, true.
You don't have to worry if you're a Spirit fan that they're going to run out of firepower. Tiny is also a little bit of a wild card in that regard. Sure, he's the one applying the Silver Edge, but he could technically Silver Edge hit and then get a couple of trees off with his BKB volley.
They force out Zai's BKB already. Taro will take that. He obviously still has his agent, so he'll stand trying to get the tower. Mickey coming in. They do a lot of damage to Yatoro, but he's going to be able to lift with his onslaught. He's going to get glimpsed back, though. Satanic there as well. Satanic healing up nice and sound. Going for a potential kill onto Zai now instead. How is he still alive? This is basically a 4v1. Yatoro Shakuchi's away very safely as Collapse buying some time. With that crippling fear, as the Primal Split is used from Zai. If they can't get anything out of this, it'll be a disaster for Liquid.
Got a BKB.
Comes back, but the BKB's there, and they effectively get no kills. They do force out a BKB or two. But that's a big ult down.
Boosting that split could potentially open the door, but Yatoro decided to TP back to base, so he's gonna continue farming up, approach that level 25, which is even more of a damage boost for him. We've seen how hard he's hitting already. Another Geminate attack. Or the Shikuchi talent if he wants that one. Both talents are incredibly good. Shikuchi dropping from 6 to 3.5 second cooldown with that talent allows you to position yourself in the fight very quickly and keep being mobile. But I reckon he's probably going to take the Geminate attack and just try to overpower them during the CC.
Plus, that's going to be more effective at sieging high ground anyway.
Yep. Oh man, Weaver with Alacrity seems to be something. He is so strong. Okay, they find Mickey here. He's immediately going to jump out.
Yep, looks like he's fine. Dodge the bullet there. Liquid gonna try to end this eventual push. Still 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, so they don't have to rush this from the Spirit side. The items are starting to be a little bit too crazy from Spirit. From Laurel alone, we talked about that Silver Edge. His Ags hasn't purchased any components yet, but he's almost done with it. Gonna be found by Collapse. Gonna have to BKB. Fine as a result.
Bounty.
Oh, he actually finds him with the Avalanche. Inkswell's coming as well. Gonna pop that Manta, get stunned out outright. Do they have the damage to take him out? There's the Silver Edge break, and with Collapse there to hold him down, that is a very big kill. 80 seconds of no Mickey.
Nobody nearby from his team to help him there. Gotta wonder if that was maybe a little bit too aggressive of a position to be farming in the current game state. All of the top side of the map was completely free and available for him, but in that bottom half with no backup, that one hurts. He has no buyback. I mean, Spirit don't know this for a fact. If they knew, I think it's a lane of barracks. Honestly, I don't see how you take a fight ever without Spectre alive. You can try to stall it out, but Yatoro has already shown to be way too overpowering. Now with that level 25 talent, he might honestly be able to almost one-shot supports before they even have time to react. So really got to be on your toes here.
Yeah, they're definitely playing it safe. Even if they force the buyback, this is a hero that just gets into the fight so fast.
It's under attack.
Still, they have that Aegis, so it feels like this next minute, or now, you want to try to push the envelope. Here. Delay tactics from Liquid, glimpsing. Taro in the base now, focusing on the buildings. Alacrity's there as well. Collapse pops his ult, onto the high ground they go. These buildings melt. 7 seconds for Mickey to come back.
Dyer's middle barracks.
Collapse hit for 500. We're talking about Yatoro's damage, but this Night Stalker is no joke either.
Yeah, boom, boom. Down goes the melee racks. See if they back away. Still 30 seconds on this Aegis, so they don't really have to if they don't want to, but disciplined play from Spirit in this crucial game number 3. Winner of this top 3 at TI. Loser goes to the loser's bracket. The lower's bracket. Whatever you want to call it. Okay, Mickey with the Shadow Step, able to find a support in the form of Miposhka.
Yeah, he didn't last long. Immediate Reality and then Abyssal last him. You're not going to survive that as Grimstroke unless you have an Eon Disc here. The kill is just way too quick, so at the very least, Liquid open up a little bit here. Now the question is if they can capitalize on it. They're trying to with this smoke, but Spirit being very careful with their position. To get any more caught here.
Just pushing out the lanes, knowing that this tier 2 tower, this outer tower, at all costs. Okay, working on a Scotty. Already one ultimate orb in if he wants to purchase it.
I wonder if this is the best item to buy here. I think it's kind of difficult because arguably you also really want either a Nullifier or Bloodthorn, so you can go in, isolate targets, and kill them. Maybe he feels like he needs a little bit of an all-around tanking as well from this Scotty, but this is a game where Spectre needs to get 6 slotted to have any hope. Still quite a bit to cover for that. Still rocking an Urn. I would love to replace that one. I mean, he's considered, I want to say, relatively poor on the spec in this. He has almost 400 CS and still...
Well, compared to Spear.
Yeah, but also just when Spectre has this many creeps and this KDA, I feel like usually the hero has a little bit more to show for it 40 seconds in. Like, I would think this urn would have been replaced already, so I wonder where all that gold went. I mean, that's just them being cornered in the base, right? He's probably getting some lower quality CS as well in terms of just overall net worth, not killing the Ancients, not getting bigger creeps. Be a little bit misleading.
Spirit, we'll see if they want to just wait for Roche. Another minute away. Smoke from Liquid, though. Gem still on Collapse. I feel like he has not died in quite a while. He's had that for really long. 7, 4, and 10 right now. Probably one of the scariest heroes. The Night Stalker, just coming up high ground, walking through terrain with that crippling fear as this tier 2 tower will fall. Spirit positioning themselves for the Roshan to come. It is a minute until nighttime, so if it's not a fast spawn, it'll end up in the top area of the map. Who that ends up benefiting.
Well, I know one hero that likes when it's nighttime.
True.
I have my favorite for that type of fight.
Invisibility!
He has his ult anyway, so at this stage it doesn't really matter.
But even if, I mean, it means that if the fight extends really long, still we'll have an inherent advantage. Gate up here. Maybe try to get a flank move going. You have a smoke on.
Ooh, really fast Roche. 8 seconds.
Oh, Mira gets caught immediately.
Yep, deleted. Does have buyback though. That's a long respawn timer though. Might have to buy back here if you want to contest Roche. There, crippling fear initiation from Collapse with the nullifier, bringing Dark Willow down to her knees, boxing Spirit. And Mickey trying to run away, being pursued. Nullifier with the blink from Collapse. Double kill for Yatoro, and Roche will be joining you very shortly.
And despite having that Ag Static Storm, if they don't have the Ag Static Storm, I think Tiny doesn't die. He couldn't use the cheese, right? So that could have been big for Liquid, but it's just not enough. Ricky keeps being traded away in every fight. Spirit are on top of him, and now try to siege the high ground once again. And with these buybacks unavailable, this is absolutely the second lane.
Oh yeah.
They could probably get second lane plus Roche here. We'll see if they try to fight over more than that, if they want to try to get Megas even. I mean, Weaver pushes stupidly hard. It's a very, very quick push.
Yep, that is backdoor protection. Doesn't matter.
Oh, all right.
Like the old Dota 1 days. Now the backdoor protection's gone. This is second lane of racks for Team Spirit.
That took 10 seconds. They could get Megas here for sure. He's not going to back off.
50 seconds of no Spectre, 30 of no Ricky. Just a Brewmaster and 2 supports.
They're going to keep glimpsing it back.
The damage is still applied. It could be global for all he cares. Delay tactics coming from Liquid again. The BKB pop from Collapse. They have the win in their sights. They take out the tier 3, but now backing away.
Yep, Primal Split is they're gonna respect that with the Ricky respawning. And this means now in the upcoming fight, if there is one, Spirit will be inherently favored once again with that advantage. No Primal Split.
Well, it means they can just go for Roche.
They're gonna have Ascension exactly, so there's not even gonna be a fight. But if there were to be one, it would be wise to stay away from this one.
Roche wants to leave, knowing what fate is coming for him.
God, this
There's the Aghanim Scepter, by the way.
Wild.
So that is going to be
all right.
The Aegis, the Cheese, and now Refresher Shard, which Collapse is going to hold for the time being.
It just... Did I hear a cheese?
Well, there's still a cheese on.
Yeah, well, we had that already, right? I think they instantly ate it.
Hungry. He definitely ate it.
Sometimes you're just hungry. You know.
It happens. Aghanim Scepter now there for Maposhka, by the way. We talked about this as a potential thing, as Dark Portrait.
Well, stay fine, Mira.
He bought back recently, so it's technically a dieback, 5v4.
They need to hurry back to base, though. This is fast.
Range Rax is going to die with one more right click. In fact, they might be just going for the kill. Just collapsing into Crippling Fear. There's the Abyssal Blade as well. Is that enough damage to actually get a kill here? As Mickey trying to limp back to his fountain, but Laurel and company forcing out the fortification. Now Laurel looks like he's going to be the sacrifice for Team Spirit. They don't get what they came for, but they did force a fortification.
Yeah, Weaver needs 4 free seconds, and this is Megas. Honestly, Yatoro could maybe Shukuchi in there, pop BKB, and just go for it, but playing it really safe here
Yeah, true.
Not gonna take that risk. Collapse looked to have the opposite opinion. He popped his BKB trying to commit, but they ended up kind of having to back out. Or rather, no, actually he didn't pop his BKB. He popped his BKB to escape away from the glimpse, so take that back. They were kind of on the same page, so that was a reset moment. Now Liquid, will you try to do something with this 5-on-3? Buyback available on Tiny. Spirit, just get the hell out of here. Around. The risk is too high. There isn't enough to obtain by forcing this fight. You know you are this close to top 3. Fight. You might not even need to fight. They just need to get to the base.
Yeah, I mean, look at the top lane. It's already pretty pushed, so...
And Mickey has to take care of this.
He's going to show himself, push out these lanes. You're right, especially without that fortification. It's greedy if Weaver's in your base, but Liquid want to do some base pushing of their own. They're sick of being stuck in their own. Okay. Oh, holy! Getting surrounded and destroyed. Does have his buyback intact.
He was not ready for that jump.
Everything out here. The Primal Split taking out the tier 3 tower in the bot lane and now focusing on the barracks. Team Spirit, are you going to lose a barracks after all of this? Apps, again, still has his buyback available. Primal Split is ending though, so not a whole lot of tower damage after the fact.
This Dark Portrait is effectively forcing them out. Look at it. Oh my god.
Pretty strong.
Yep.
Won't lie. Doesn't it do more damage than Spectre?
That's about the same, I think.
Right? 150% outgoing damage. Strong.
Yep.
So the barracks will remain for Spirit, and the buyback as well for Collapse, which is definitely the bigger deal at the stage of the game. Is it? Still, that does put a bit of pressure onto Spirit, because now you got 45 seconds, you got to wait. That takes it off the Aegis, so it's essentially a minute to work with the Aegis.
If Collapse hadn't died there, this... Oh.
That was creeps. He was killing creeps.
Yeah, I mean, I just heard a really loud sound. I was like, what the hell was that? No, I'm good. I'm good. Don't worry.
Dire are scanning.
He's going to be spotted. I was like, oh, there's a panda here. Forcing out the BKB. Zai still doesn't seem too bothered by this.
It's a decent chunk of Spirit's lead that was lost there in that exchange. Liquid got a couple of towers. They got a big kill. Suddenly starting to feel within reach for them once again. And if they can outlast the Aegis and take one good team fight, all of a sudden this can start getting really, really interesting. Spirit are probably going to try to force this bottom barracks within the next minute, I would imagine. They really want to just escort this creep wave that they've got coming. Liquider's not going to let them reach the base. They will try to take this fight outside. Smoked up on Brewmaster with the ninja gear.
Butterfly now secure for Mickey, despite Yatoro having MKB.
Base. Too worried about the implications of this fight, our Spirit. Calm.
Should know that there's still no fortification, but going for the bulldoze approach, maybe not best if you don't have a Spirit Breaker. That was a joke, thanks.
Yes.
Very tense moment now.
One guy in the audience liked it.
We all digest that great joke. Time of death, whatever, 51 minutes, 40 seconds into the game. Tormi's available. Nobody's thinking about that, though, other than me. 9K lead for Spirit, which at this stage, not very much. But the building advantage definitely in their favor. Collapse popping the ult, looking for Zai. Crippling Fear is there. Pops the BKB. That's all they wanted to get out of there. Nisha trying to go on top. You can see Abyssal Blade onto Laurel, stuck inside the static sword, but pops his BKB of his own and will walk away safely. Everyone just trying to wait out this Primal Split now. Collapse, looking for Nisha. Nullifier still applied as Laurel kind of just stuck in place. He's going to eat the cheese to survive. Nisha's dead, though, as Collapse basically soloed him. Does have the buyback available. DP expensive at this moment. Looks like Mickey's going to be next on the list, though.
No buyback on him.
That's big. No buyback for him, so that's a 4v5 essentially, with the buyback now coming out from Nisha. Collapse for the kill onto Zai. Tornado for the time being already at half HP. He's just melting under the pressure, and that's another hero without buyback on the Liquid side. Effectively 5 versus 3. All is open for Spirit to potentially take this game number 3. A couple more right clicks and down go the rest of the buildings. Mega Creep secured for Team Spirit. Now going for the tier 4s. That's the last fortification for Liquid now. Yotaro is using Satanic to pick off Curse Crown, not even caring about anybody. It's so much building damage. Already both tier 4s down to static, started putting all their efforts onto the Weaver. Lara literally ignoring everybody along with Collapse, as they will take down the Ancient, and Team Spirit secure themselves top 3.
What a great game, especially the first 20 to 25 minutes. These teams were so evenly matched. Every single fight was trading of kills. Nobody really truly dropping the ball, but in the later moments of this game, some of the clutch moments, a couple of pickoffs on the Spectre really slowed him down. Nisha very much lost the advantage that he had early on, and Spirit just kept the ball rolling. And I think, in essence, the biggest difference in this game, I want to say, is the
LGD Gaming's Azure Ray's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to pick. LGD Gaming's turn.
Bristleback!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to ban.
Stare your death in the face.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to ban. LGD Gaming. Azure Ray's turn to pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to pick.
Shadow Demon.
Ten seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn.
Clockwork.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to pick.
Mereska has arrived.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to pick.
Vengeful spirits.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to ban.
Weaver.
LGD Gaming's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to pick. LGD Gaming's turn.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Tell me someone saw that.
Uh-oh.
遥遥领先朋友，遥遥领先，遥遥领先朋友，遥遥领先。
Enjoy Dota, enjoy.
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Tempo that fits well with the draft with the Bristleback and Weaver, and even like the Clockwork just being able to be super early aggressive. I think it does have this early kill threat onto something like Muerta. You're very immobile early game, just drop the kisses. There's a hook shot kisses, that hero is very likely to die, and that's the carry. So I think that's probably, I mean, I guess what I see for it, but maybe also just other little things, of course, too, versus this Willow too. They have the burst that's always going to be able to go through the Shadow Realm. And hey, maybe he just wants to get it so he can go for some crazy type of scaling that we haven't seen on Snapfire in some time.
And you're talking about, of course, the Weaver pick as well for low. I've got to say, we kind of heard it on the panel. Do you think there is something about being here at TI, the teams watching each other, that's kind of infectious? Because we've seen a lot of Weaver today.
Yeah, I think people, I mean, I've been hearing a little bit more on the back end and stuff like that, but people are just talking about this hero's gotten so many buffs, and the meta overall, yes, it can be a bit slow with these heart and tanky heroes, but this hero can actually thrive on taking advantage of them because he's so damn fast. Like, Weaver is actually able to make plays all over the map, constantly resetting, and you scale very, very hard. You get to this 25 talent, this Geminate attack is absolutely ridiculous. And even mid-game, you do farm pretty damn well with this new build that we're seeing, this Deso Shard build. We'll see if Low does do the same thing, but let's see how these lanes end up going down, in particular, this mid matchup.
Absolutely, I think all eyes on the mid to see if Somnus is able to play it safe. For indeed, as was potentially suggested by the panel, if he might get a bit too close trying to get the blast in onto Nothing to Say, and maybe Nothing to Say is able to find a cheeky skewer under the tower. Got to be careful, Somnus, when you're playing around like that. You see Nothing to Say teasing around with the potential of a skewer. But we'll see if he gets tripped up in the mid matchup, because getting a kill in this challenge, he's going to be okay. I mean, looking at the top lane in general, how easy of a lane is this for Shiro in the safe lane? Is this going to be a lot of pressure thrown at the Muerta early on?
It depends. It's all depending on how much FY is able to get these stacks up and everything with positioning. But overall, I think he should be pretty okay with the Venge behind him. I'm just having a difficult time just looking away from mid, because I think this is the one everyone's going to be looking at, how this matchup's going to be, since we haven't seen it in a long time. The Snapfire is just not really being played in any role, but especially not in mid. And you heard Stormstormer there saying himself on the panel, he's curious how this is going to go, because in the past, Snapfire dominant, but
it really was. I guess sort of just over time, it was what nerfs to the hero, nerfs to what some of the items would be building on this hero as a universal.
I'm just watching Somnus just lining up the blast, and since he has that range advantage as well too, to have a good time for Sentience. I'm just curious the item build, right? That's the biggest thing. We used to see the 8 toes, the Gleipnir kind of build. What route are we going to see before Snapfire?
I mean, I feel like you could maybe go some sort of bots rush and kind of go around the map, get really aggressive, get involved in a lot of action. We'll see how sort of active they want to play, or if indeed they want to sort of sit back and get some good farm on Somnus, maybe whilst the Weaver, Low is playing the more active role.
Yeah, could be a possibility. We'll have to see which route they go. I mean, right now they set themselves up. The lanes are good. They shouldn't, in theory, die too much in these. The Weaver should be safe versus this Willow Nightstalker until nighttime hits, of course. Mid should be pretty safe. Top, we'll have to see the volatility. It's up to how fast that Vanguard comes out for Chalice, if he is going to be safe up here.
Sure, and if sort of Chalice kind of pushes it a bit too far with the early aggression as a Bristleback. But so far, so good. Chalice playing it safe. Going to see if they can maybe turn it with FY, get a few poison stacks up onto Shiro. They'll bring him down low, but won't quite take him down.
The dream stick lane. Shadow Demon Bristleback. Everyone's just going to be thriving off those wand charges. So.
Absolutely, yeah. Already got it for the full one, as you say, done on Shiro.
Low is actually struggling a little bit. I mean, a tiny little bit in all things. He actually has a pretty massive wave coming in. But first few, I think we saw similar coming out from the Nightstalker earlier when he was dominating from Collapse, at least in the first few waves. But it should be fine. He has, 4 or 5 creeps coming into him, so.
This mid lane, though, good stuff so far from Somnus.
Nice.
Keeping that edge, playing to the favorability of being that range there against the Magnus, and not giving Nothing to Say any sort of chance to outplay him so far in this 1v1.
Yeah, I'm honestly just like waiting to see what he does look to queue up, because even this, I'm curious about just the early game potential and even just later stages too, how much he's going to be able to do if he does look to go for any of this type of crazy scaling. I don't know. I'm just unsure if he's going to do it or not.
I mean, if there was any sort of start to the game that would lead towards, having your options open, this would be it. He's getting free farm in this mid matchup. Somnus, he's got all the routes to potentially choose between when it comes towards that item build.
Quiet start though. 4 minutes, no kills.
Just making sure not to overextend their hand too much in these matchups.
And looking at, there's a big thing that we, of course, have to point out from the side of LGD that they did early. They see a Bristleback, they see a Shadow Demon. You know there's going to be stacks. Look at the two camps right off the bat. I didn't point it out, but they've been blocked the entire time. There is no hard camp. There's no Ancients to be stacked.
That's true.
So this Bristleback is going to be hampered quite a bit. And I think Panel did mention it also. If you looked at the way the games in the this leading up to this were, the stacking from LGD, they've been 2 times as much stacks on average per game as Azure Ray has. So already looking to limit that a bit.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to imagine, right, Azure Ray, they're gonna realize this. They're gonna have to do something about this, because playing these heroes, as you say, without the potential of getting the stacks up, it's gonna feel pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's not really a point in going over to D-Ward it, though. There's only 2 minutes left on it, so I'm sure they're just gonna play it, and yeah, they'll go stack afterwards. But see if there's any repercussions at bottom.
I'll get Planet in the cogs, but Shadow Realms at the ready. Tianming not gonna be able to finish off the job there.
Look at this. At last, it's in mid Somnus.
I tell you, I think he could go for something crazy with the build. It is one of those Midas patches, but I don't want to see it. But you never know. You know,
never
the
know.
temptation can be there with those late game talents on a Snapfire that you want to go towards. See what's there. Take Somnus fancy here.
Okay. FY does actually buy the sentries. He's annoyed by it, so he is going to back away and will be able to take out both of those. But one of them, the damage is kind of done for the most part, but at least he'll get that next upcoming spawn that comes up. So does save him.
Got to watch out in the mid as well. Somnus, he's 1 creep away from hitting the 6. That gives the chance for a potential outplay and an opportunity for a solo kill if Nothing to Say isn't careful.
Difficult versus the Skewer, I would say. Sure. But if he does catch the cookie, then there's definitely that chance.
You can get the predict as well.
Yeah.
And both mids now hitting the 6. If any sort of rotation comes in, I mean, a +1 around the mid lane could secure a kill, and of course at this point, even a first blood. Now, up to 6 minutes in.
I mean, Power Rune.
Anybody taken out yet?
Power Rune right now. I mean, either one of these are killable. RP is up, so if he does land an angle to be able to pull him under tower, +1 rotations. Let's see which runes are going to be. All right, it is. So, I mean, this could be a potential setup even for the TP ganks on the side lanes here, as nighttime, of course, was hit about a minute ago, so new. We'll have that available for himself. He's getting slowed down, though, also, this Night Stalker. You're seeing the last hits for the Weaver now starting to thrive this lane. Definitely strong versus the Night Stalker when there's the Clockwork backup, so. And new start, a bit slower, so far for Azure Ray, the lane-dominant kind of strategy that they went for with their picks, it's working in these first.
Could be able to catch up a bit during the night time, that extra bit of a strength.
Yeah.
Aggressive potential in the lane. Top lane low, making an early rotation. He's ready to join forces with the 2 of them, Chalice and FY, to try and take Shiro and Why You Smile down. They've got the disruption to set up. Chalice and Low to close in a bit more onto Shiro. They're diving in with the Shikuchi. TP's coming in. It's enough more to poison it is. The RP's there in return though. Nothing to Say. Comes in with a 2-man. Skewers them back low. He's under the tower. He's going to get taken down. They'll get the Weaver in return.
Whoop. The blood grenade throw out. Is it enough to fill us?
Shockwave's there. Nothing to Say. Able to come in and redeem the sort of situation that was going down there. They may have lost Shiro. Going down as the first blood that Azure Ray are able to pick up. But in return, Nothing to Say, making sure they get 2 back against them.
And very nicely done, too. It's just little things of spellcasting, of course, but why, of course, using that stun on the Bristle ensures that they get the secondary kill. Very nicely done.
Making that hit at a fantastic moment. Just, of course, the points before Low was able to have that 6 online. There was no time-lapse available. It was an aggressive move, a greedy move, and it gets punished.
It does. And we're probably going to see Somnus doing that Boots of Travel build, it's looking like. I mean, holding on to 1,500 gold, it fits the build. It fits exactly what they want to do.
But this is the danger. When you're playing the mid-snap, it's always like, do I get a Midas? Do I get the bots? You know, both are very, very tempting. We'll see which one he wants to lean towards.
It feels like when he has, like, I mean, the Weaver is, of course, these are kind of like these semi-carries that can play early that scale later on, so maybe he does feel like it, but it feels like the Boots of Travel just fit what they want to do with this game, of just playing super fast and aggressive, getting early Roshan objectives.
No, for sure. Well, especially if you've got sort of your carry Weaver making these Twin Gates movements 7 minutes into the other half of the map. You can tell that Azure Ray, they're ready to fight.
And it looks like we're going to see the same build. I mean, this has now been the staple Weaver build. I think it's the Treads, Dragonlance, Bracer, and then perhaps that Deso afterwards. See if he does vary.
A bit more focus around the mid lane now. Nothing to Say having the presence of Planet alongside him. Planet trying to get that level 6 online himself. 5.5 right now in the Willa. So that move top, things starting to calm down once again.
Slight movement down bottom though. Why? He's making the rotation down with the Night Stalker.
Hard to get the opening on this.
It's level 6 on you, so he can do the double, you know, the Dark Ascension thing where he does get the double silence. If he does have a +1, they could have kill threat into the Weaver.
They're going to
set for the clock.
And they should get him in. You and Planet chasing down Tianming. They'll find the kill. But does mean that
more.
Azure Ray, they're going to have the information required to avoid this potentially. Shira's able to clip him with the silence. He's going to buy time.
Secondary.
As well. They're in on top of the Weaver. Magic Missile comes in. Very nicely done there by LGD as they take down low.
That is a very unexpected rotation, and Shiro gets the perfect connection, and they have the follow-up silence as well, too. Get the angle. That's 2 now for the Weaver. Getting slowed down in this early game.
And this hurts, being held at that point lowest at the moment out of the cores after having quite good CS in the laning stage.
And it can hurt a lot, especially when you're playing into these silences overall. Like Night Stalker versus Weaver, this is a matchup that can quickly become very difficult for a Weaver, especially if you itemize in a pretty cool way, which I'm seeing New already itemizing in a kind of cool way. I don't think I saw this one earlier, but an early Blade Mail for the Night Stalker. It is the Blade Mail meta for these tanky heroes, but I don't think we saw this earlier.
Absolutely, I guess it just sort of gives him the means to kind of get in there, get in on top of the Weaver, and know that if anyone on Azure Ray wants to try to hold him back with damage, it's not going to work. Top lane, LGD making the
big
move.
Kisses.
Big kisses indeed. Shiro's going to get swapped down to the side. The last few kisses will connect. It's
they
enough.
got him.
They'll take Shiro down. They may lose Chalice, but they kill the carry. Somnus with the kill.
There right away, you see it, and he does give away his build. So Somnus, he's going to scale. It's actually a Diffusal build.
All right, Diffusal into the bot spot looks of it.
Very cool.
So getting that early item that really will allow him to get that extra impact with the movement. He gets in, gets him with a slow, that extra bit of damage, mana burn. It's a lot of aggressive potential from the snap. He's making the move up top after that kill, pretty much taking down the tier 1 tower as well.
And maybe it could be an effect of what happened to Low, right? Low goes top, dies, he goes bottom, dies, and maybe Somnus is like, all right, move over, buddy. I'm going the Diffusal, I'm going the carry mode, because we haven't seen it, but the potential of these type of scaling things, too, with the snap could be kind of interesting. Diffusal build versus the Night Stalker and versus the Magnus, too. It's mana burn. It's frustrating to players at times. So
yeah, they're going to be able to take this tier 1 tower down on the top lane. Meanwhile, on their half of the map down bottom, their tier 1 still standing in pretty good shape. LGD not been able to be getting these kills, but not quite able to put her on the same amount of tower pressure quite yet as Azure Ray are getting away with.
No Meteor Hammer offlaner or anything like that for the side of LGD. They're going to have to do it through raw fighting to be able to take those towers. And look what they're setting up for. Bottom Neo, his ult is back up, so a tough attempt. Tianming here.
Silence coming in. Missile as well, Planet ready to close in on towards Jiaming. The defensive disruption, trying to buy time here for the clock. But LG, they're bringing in the numbers. Nothing to say. Get the RP if they've got the follow. Change them. Stewart back, but they don't. They're able to get out with the time lapse. Low survives. And Planet, he's the one to fall. Azure Ray turning up and keeping everyone alive, making sure that even Tianming is able to keep himself up.
Big moves in the last few moments, all gathering very, very fast, and that is an RP used, and that is a Dark Ascension as well used right at the start of it also. Quickly turns and perhaps a little bit of damage here onto this tower too with Somnus.
I mean, great involvements from Somnus. He's up and down the map, and he's keeping himself in that top spot. It's going to be a fantastic timing on this Diffusal into boots of travel right now.
And Chalice is just getting away with the typical bristleback thing. He's just going on the side. He's going to have good timing, it looks like, onto his Aghanims with the normal build.
Another tower taken.
Another one.
They're really ticking off all the boxes here in this early game, Azure Ray.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that's, I mean, big downtime now for the side of LGD. We see the RP being used, and of course the Dark Ascension. So now they're probably feeling like they need to chill a little bit. It's daytime, so New needs time to just sit back and farm. So for the side of Azure, they definitely can thrive off of a bit more aggression here with that all being down. Perhaps even look for the mid tower soon.
Yeah, it feels like pretty much all three of LGD's cores, right? They kind of need that next item or even the next two before they're able to turn up and turn things around in these fights. Azure Ray, they've got that first item done a little bit quicker.
Or just at least like wait for the cooldowns in particular. Right? 40 seconds at least for the RP, and then New also about 45 seconds or 2 minutes until nighttime. So a little bit of slowdown, and yeah, Azure, they're not going to slow down at all. Absolutely. FY, they're looking to make these plays. They want this Muerta.
That would be the big catch. I'll certainly settle for any other.
They've got a rocket for vision.
They're going to go straight for it. They've got the easy setup here with FY's ultimate, slowing you in position. Easy kiss connections from Somnus. It's another one here for the snap.
They are cruising right now. 4-5, but a 3K lead just off efficiency with these last few moves. Digs up a bounty for his buddy. Somnus will be able to keep himself full. And mid-tower, that's the next option.
So far, it's really looking like the plan that they had in store with this last pick Snapfire, it's working out an absolute treat against LGD that seemingly don't quite know what's hitting them. This lead, it's growing.
And this is also, of course, without the Bristleback getting involved. So Chalice, 800, actually 650 away from that Aghanim, so he can start joining in. Cooldowns now will start coming back up. Looks like LGD does want to start to group up a little bit here. Nothing to say. Looks like he's maybe feeling like he has to actually go for the Blink Dagger himself on this Magnus, because New went for the Blade Mail and stuff like that. So they're going to need somebody to try to help out to start these fights and maybe turn it around a bit here.
GG. Looks like they'll just make the move to get the steal on the Wisdom Rune.
But I mean, at this time too, look at low. He's looking at an ancient stack, and he's potentially maybe looking at stealing a wisdom. Actually, I mean, a kobold might just kill it as they also go for a kill.
They get the setup here, straight in with a hook shot, cooking forward, but the swap's there. Why are you smiling? Able to get you back to safety under the tier 2.
The wisdom rune, is he going to kill with the kobold?
Easy deny there, low, making sure that even though LGD's able to steal Azure Rays on the other side of the map, they won't get their own one.
I love watching me some kobold micro.
Mid, skewer back onto Somnus. A bit of a dangerous spot there this time round. Nothing to say, I believe, with the Blink Dagger reveal, catching Somnus by surprise. A very nice kill for, well, not him to get Planet, was the one to get the last hit on that, so we'll be a little bit disappointed with that one. Nothing to say. He would have loved that.
At least he gets to hold his RP. It was just a skewer to be able to set up for that kill. On the side here, I mean, this is quite fortunate here for F5. He's able to finish him off.
News try and start to force the fight here over towards Tianming. They may just leave this clock behind. Tianming falls. FY, he's out of there, but indeed not before he was able to take pretty much the entirety of that ancient stack.
Yeah, it was like a triple stack too, so it gets pretty much all of it. They still look to chase here.
RP. See if they got the chain stun. RP into the fear. Shockwave, they've got easily enough damage to take down low. Nothing to say. With this, as you say, sort of shift with the build, getting the Blink Dagger before the Echo Saber, it's making big impacts. It was tough for that kill on the mid on Somnus, and now it's allowed them to take down low. Nothing to say. Very much so. Getting this game into a much more stable position for LGD, closing down that lead that Azure Ray grew.
I love when you see that identification where they're just like, okay, things are getting a little slow. Yeah, you know, it's cooldown based because it was like daytime and whatnot, and the thing bottom didn't work out. But he recognizes, like, we need this Blink to start making some action, have to strike back when we have our CDs. Right away, they get some start, ball rolling a little bit for themselves. But now Chalice, he's coming into play. Aghanim's done. But it is nighttime, so this Night Stalker can still look to get involved with his team constantly. He needs to go for the Blink Dagger, I'd imagine. He's got it queued up. Very good versus the Snapfire. Very good to get into the backline and positioning versus the Weaver. Close game, 8-4. But efficiency-wise, so far for Azure, slightly leading. As Chalice can play very aggressive now with this Aghanim.
It's going to take quite a lot of resources for LGD to push Chalice out of their half of the map. They're going to try and do it, though. And in the backup, setting up here with the ultimates, a lot of damage. The defensive disruption will come into play from FY to try and bail Chalice out of this one, but he's completely trapped. They'll lose the two of them. FY and Chalice taken down.
That's a painful death. Way too far for you. I mean, Shiro immediately is going to tip him there. He's like, you have no teammate? Absurd amount of damage at all stages of the game, really. Whenever there's a Muerta, it does feel like you're going to have that extra bit of damage. And with Avenge, I think this hero has kind of been was super popular, of course, at the start here, but this hero does give your draft always insane amount of damage. Medallion, Wave of Terror, most heroes will just melt early on, so all this minus. Chalice does get punished, a little aggressive, but still, like, pretty close.
Somnus would love to look for a bit of action. He's close to hitting the level 12, so ideally getting the level 2 on the kisses. Has the Arcane Rune in the bottle, so a bit of a sweet spot for Somnus to look for another play.
Definitely understanding why he's got the BKB queued, right? He's versus this Night Stalker, he's versus this Magnus. He needs to have this protection for himself to be able to actually do something in the fights rather than just get full controlled. As LGD still feeling this power during this nighttime. New with his fresh Blink Dagger.
Super strong.
Well,
maybe even with
very
the two
careful
of them.
here.
He can get him with the jump, the setup from the silence and the magic missile. They might be able to kill this Weaver. Look, gonna reveal himself to clean up that last creep of the camp. Is it enough lockdown? The root there as well, it certainly is. A big catch to be found. Low not prepared for that move whatsoever. And now in the mid, nothing to say. He'll drop the RP, get the drag back with the skill on towards the Bristle. You have New continuing to jump the backlines. They didn't this time have enough damage to burst through Chalice. So now Azure Ray, they're ready to turn. They punish New for the dive here beyond the tier 1. Shiro's up to for the TPR. Anything to stop it, there isn't. He'll make it away. Azure Ray, they'll get New and they'll keep Chalice alive. This time round in this position on his own half of the map, Chalice a bit tougher to take down.
He actually has allies with him this time. Last time he was completely isolated. Does get that help up, but they do take out the Weaver again. So that's 4 now for Low, and they even had, like, they really had more than enough to be able to kill him. They still had the refresh from the Dark Ascension if they needed the follow-up silence too. So they are slowing down this Weaver, but he's still continuing to get this scaling.
Unlikely to happen again next time. Super close to having his BKB low, just a couple of hundred gold away from the recipe.
So he adapted a little bit here. I mean, it's very, very needed this game versus all these silences and all these controls we're seeing for him.
Azure Ray. He moves down towards the bottom, the 4 of them. Ready for action. Chalice and FY smoked up right now. So really? LGD, they're aware that this area of the map is not the spot to be. They're back off immediately.
They're waiting for their cooldown, so they used kind of a lot around that mid lane, so they don't want to push the issue here too much. Daytime in about a minute. They'll have Dark Ascension when that comes back up if they look to fight, so probably about 40 seconds downtime for LGD. And Azure, as you said, low. BKB is finished, so they're going to have...
Done.
Yeah, it looks like a double BKB timing coming out for them right now.
That makes things a lot tougher for you to sort of get in there and get the instant guaranteed kill or setup. Chalice starting to push together the defense around the mid lane.
Really wanting to hold on to that tier 1. They even popped the glyph there for it, just trying to ensure it stays alive a little bit longer.
Bit of an awkward skewer, but still makes his way safely up to the high ground. See if he wants to get back down to the... Oh no! Tries to hook away, but he misses his own teammate. He's not able to drag himself out of it. He's caught in the river, but backup arrives. Moving forward, loads in with the BKB. Swamps there from White Spot, trying to get used to safety, but low. He's going to have another Shukuchi ready to go. He's chasing down the Night Dog. He brings down you. He'll turn towards Planet. Planet trapped the TP. Shukuchi's going to be back up in a second. It isn't enough damage though. Planet's able to TP away. LGD lose 2. Low turning up, and with this BKB timing, it's a strong point for Azure Ray, a strong point that LGD, they can't kill the Weaver through.
I mean, great from Tianming. It took a bait play from the level 7 clock where he kind of forces this whole play to happen. And can they finish him?
Oh my goodness, the damage certainly adding up there from the Axe from Chalice.
But look where they get, look where they are. Oh, thank you. You brought us actually to your Tormentor. Tormy will be claimed. Chalice can clear this one up easily. They're actually bringing over Planet. Maybe he tries to go for a last hit.
He might try for a snipe on this.
Let's see what we get.
It's risky. Got the ward down. A little early with the shadow round, though. Won't be able to get that one. It's already too much damage. As Azure Ray able to claim LGD's Tormentor and get that shard for Tianming.
Good lord, it dies so fast with the Bristle when he gets those stacks up. 7k now off of that. They're taking advantage of these cooldowns very nicely. As soon as they identify, yeah, mid, LGD used a little bit too much, they strike back quick, take over a pretty big advantage here. 7,000 gold lead now. And the Bloodstone now pretty much finished up for Chalice. Some big timings that they're hitting. And I think they didn't use, did they not use either? No, they did use the Weaver BKB there, but that's them not really having to use too much to be able to kind of dominate that fight while LGD had those cooldowns not at the ready.
Azure Ray absolutely turning up in these first 20 minutes.
Looking
7k
nice.
advantage. This Bristle's certainly going to be a problem, and we're going to see any sort of adaptation from LGD with their builds. Like, who's building to deal with the Bristle?
It's going to have to be the Muerta. Right, the Muerta eventually. But that's going to take a long time for Shiro to have that Silver Edge, because he probably needs like 1 or 2 items in between. It's more than likely just him for quite some time to deal with it. And we see how it all starts. It's on the clockwork, which is
a bit awkward.
He's only level 6 too. It's like it's not even that super valuable kill. He causes this entire situation to happen.
And you know what? He missed that hook shot on purpose. You know, it was just a bait. It was like, oh, look at me. I didn't escape. Oh, woe is me. And then the backup comes in and low. He's ready with the cleanup. And LGD, they're sent running.
Yeah, and we're honestly seeing a lot of power of maybe why this Snapfire in particular, why it's being picked. Somnus' kisses in general in these fights, they're devastated. They're having to just completely split and run away.
They've done a crazy amount of damage for sure here on the mid snap.
Treat to see. Cooldowns now, of course, though, on the side of LGD. Everything is coming back up, but now the issue is they're playing into multiple BKBs. Yes, you've got your RP. Yes, you've got this nice stuff with this Blink. They've got initiation, but will they be able to endure those BKBs that are already out? And also another Tormentor, of course, that's about to be brought down from Chalice. So, you know, these shards are going to be kicking out for the supports.
And RP pretty much is the only
thing to
kind
control.
of easy instant stun, or as instant, you know, as close to instant as you can get, that can catch these heroes before they get the chance to press BKB. Anyone else starts leading in from LGD, Azure Ray, their heroes are going to get the BKBs off every single time.
Every single time, yeah. They need it feels like for LGD in these next few moments, they need an explosive jump to just try to take these fights, but looking hard. And also for Azure now at this point, Roche is on the menu, and they will kill it extremely fast with this draft. With the Weaver, Snapfire, the Bristle, it's going to die in seconds, so. For LGD, they have to be on their toes to be able to try to prepare themselves for that potential Roche that's going to be coming probably in the next 4 minutes, because it's on the Radiant side right now. So, yeah. See what they look to make with these next few moves.
I mean, for sure, but it's going to be so hard trying to approach the
even
Roche.
contesting.
You know that Somnus is going to be set up in the trees around somewhere, getting ready to lay down the ult if LGD jump into the pit and try and fight the rest of Azure Ray.
Yep. Shiro actually, you know, you were mentioning who's going to be the answer for the Bristle. Shiro's changing his build up completely. He had the BKB Mjolnir queued up. He's prioritizing that Silver Edge. They're starting to feel that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I mean, in terms of sort of damage through the BKB, they've got a lot of it right in Azure Ray. You know, sure. BKB is going to help you a lot against the kisses coming in. One of the biggest problems when you're trying to stand your ground, piercing the veil as a Muerta. But yeah, the fact that this Bristle is going to run completely rampant through the fights is definitely the bigger problem that Shiro needs to address.
And look at this. The scan comes out, but it's actually, I think, right before they actually walk into the pit there.
That's quick.
They're probably aware this is happening, but it's going to die in seconds anyway, so no way for them to react. And Azure Ray, this is definitely potential for them to start knocking on tier 2s, but maybe even more than that with this Aegis now finished up on Chalice. Scary moments perhaps for LGD. It's 5 to 8 minutes.
If LGD find themselves in a bad fight during this Aegis in the hands of Chalice, LGD is easily going to lose a couple of their tier 2s, maybe even more.
They're already setting up on top. They have this aggressive ward that was placed out from earlier. They actually see Shiro with it. Of course, pushing into high ground has been a difficult task for many teams this tournament, and playing into Avenge and a Magnus, of course, is going to have its own problems coming into it all too, but definitely some good moments here that Azure Ray can take advantage of the map. Yeah, low, even the Deso's pretty much done too, so. See if they look to set up for those tier 2s at the least. And Somnus, he's just continuing to go for scaling, by the way, so the BKB was done with that defusal. He's going straight for that pike, so just continuing to get that big scaling. And that's going to help a lot too, also for distancing, right? He's always just wants to avoid getting jumped on, heroes getting in his face. He'll have that pike to be able to push the Magnus, push the NS away as well. And it. See ya. My God.
Ooh, that quill spray damage. I'll TPing away from that one.
And they're just sweeping across now, looking for more.
Oh, and that's a sweet hook shot there from Gaimin. Gets in with a perfect angle over towards Why You Smile. They're going to be able to get both of them here. Double kill for Chalice. The gold for this bristleback just continues to roll in.
Tier 2 on the menu.
Top lane. Should have low teasing around with New. He's going to try for the TP. It was quite the long one, but he didn't have any way to cancel it in time. Still, though, there's going to be some pressure onto the tower.
Both towers.
2 heroes down on LGD. Pretty much guaranteed that they're not going to be able to do much about at least one of these tier 2s going. We'll see how heavy Azure Ray want to keep the push on. His bottom lane creeps have been pushed all the way back out from LGD right up to Azure Ray's tier 2. Not able to put on the pressure there. We'll see Azure Ray focus around the mid, but nothing to say.
Can't find the angle. Wants to go for a jump, but yeah, he's got more than enough behind himself on Chalice here.
Yeah, they're playing it carefully, Azure Ray, respecting the fact that the respawns are coming in from LGD, and that LGD may just actually still be in a shape to try and go for a fight around the tier 2s.
Do they have the damage now? It's always be the question for LGD. Outside of the base. Inside the base, they probably will with this Muerta, but outside, starting to feel a little complicated for them versus the BKBs that are out with Shiro being slightly underfarmed here.
They just let the top one go. Tier 2's gone. Azure Ray continuing to take over the map at 24 minutes in.
And they're playing it careful. They're sweeping together. You know, Low playing on his own a little bit here, but difficult to get caught. Chalice always having backup of his allies. Interesting to point out too, if I was looking at Somnus' build, I saw only 2 points in Cookie. Yeah, he's going stats. You know, the universal way, why not? He's going to be going for that big scaling himself too. On top of it, just his items that he's been going for.
We'll be ready to TP over and join that fight in the minute if it kicks off. We're going to see them try and start things. They get the drag back on the Chalice with the skewer. Good damage here as they're able to cleanly take him out the first time round.
Pretty isolated.
See if they can go for round 2. RP straight away from nothing to say. Another skewer getting him right up into the base, up towards the tier 3. The fear's there as well. They'll be able to take him down. Gaimin tries to hook shot forward to help him out, but Chalice has fallen. Kisses coming in. Why You Smile.
They'll get another one too.
Side still goes down.
They got Top Ming as well. Great catch there. Nothing to say, just seizing the opportunity. One quick slip up. Maybe gonna find more.
And then with a harpoon, drag back with the skewer, they'll catch FY.
Oh, wow. I mean, those are massive catches. Is this a gem as well, too, picked up? I think it is.
Big defense here from LGD. As Azure Ray, I mean, they had the bristle, you know, an incredibly farm bristle. With an Aegis, it didn't matter. LGD very easily dealing with that, surprisingly so.
Without even the Silver Edge, right? They just actually had more than enough damage. I guess, looking at it, he doesn't have any armor items, so the Venge throws the Wave of Terror, throws the Solar Crest, and he's actually, like, taking pretty much maximum damage there from the physical. Wow. Low down Azure Ray completely there. That was right after the talent, I think, also got picked up from Nothing to Say. I think he just had hit 15 not too long before that, so the double skewers are able to bring that bristle back closer and closer.
It's definitely going to be quite the shakeup for Azure Ray. If you've just gone for that sort of play, you know, with the Aegis on the bristle and it's ended up like that, like, what are you doing different next time round? How are you making sure you don't walk into this again?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Big damage coming out for Low. Scatter blast from Somnus. Takes Planet out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the question always versus the Venge versus this Magnus. Shiro repositioning. Shiro
trying to see if he can maybe set something up here with the Silver Edge now complete. So as you say, we saw them take down Chalice pretty easily there. Now they've got the break. It's going to be even easier.
Very true. I really thought that they would struggle a little bit more before to bring him out, but yeah, just overwhelming damage.
And it's off. Azure Ray, what's the next move? Couldn't do it with the Aegis.
Looking at the items queuing up, I was waiting to see if FY did queue this up. He probably does want this Blink Dagger on the Shadow Demon eventually to be able to get potential saves onto the heroes that get swapped or skewered and whatnot into the fountain. Trying to find the opportunities.
Sure, they need some way to sort of break Chalice out of the combo that he keeps getting caught in.
Yeah, because overall, I mean, their initiation for the side of Azure Ray, it's definitely a little difficult for them to start a fight and just kill a hero before they're able to get a spell off and reset into that base, if it's near the base, right? So, even though they have that 8K lead, maybe it does feel a bit deceptive with how much LGD is able to make these initiations freely with nothing to say on this Magnus.
I mean, LGD are making that 8K lead look like nothing.
It really is.
With the way that they pulled together those last few defenses, and now they're ready to get offensive themselves.
Especially because they got the gem off that last fight, too. You actually get so much control with it, playing versus a Weaver in particular, but also just being able to get the D-wards around.
See TP backs here. Looking to try and punish Xiaoming for taking that Wisdom Rune. He's out with the jetpack. TP, they won't find him.
That was gorgeous. I love it. Jetpack high five. Nobody high fived him back, but it's okay.
BKB.
There we go, the tower.
Now for New, I mean, he's going to have a much better chance just kind of getting in, getting on top of them, and sort of being in range with that silence, whilst the BKB durations for Azure Ray start to fall shorter and shorter.
Feels like they got through one of the harder points, playing versus that Aegis, taking it out on the side of LGD. To get this big scale. I mean, Shiro's starting to get pretty scary. Getting closer and closer to them. I mean, he's now tied with the Bristleback, getting ahead of everybody else. Just Somnus ahead of him now at this point.
And once this hero Muerta starts to get the items online, we've seen what this hero can achieve.
Heroes evaporate. Especially when you have the backup of something like an amplifier. You have Avenge and you have the Empower too. These little things do add up.
Extra bit of damage.
Chalice showing himself bottom. Got backup coming in, but LGD, they've got the numbers down here.
Shiro. Show himself on the wave. Complete backup ready behind him. Azure Ray. They've got to be careful what they walk into here.
Quick grab.
To the side. Try to get the setup onto Xiaoming. He's able to get up with the jetpack. Magic Missile catches him. They bring him down. They even get the aggressive swap onto one.
RP.
Maybe the RP. They'll take Chalice down low. They'll bring him out of the game. Chalice
oh my
the ball.
goodness, the damage.
See Somnus look to turn. No, but it was New, but the BKB's out. New's up in the trees. Azure Ray, they don't get anything in return. LGD just getting in, getting the kills, and getting out.
These heroes disintegrate. Even Chalice, again, he just dies in a matter of seconds. And Shiro doing, what, 4,600 damage there.
Just getting away with these aggressive plays. You know, why you smile able to set up with this aggressive swap just to open up onto the Bristleback. I mean, at this point for Azure Ray, Chalice, it feels like he can't frontline.
He cannot.
He gets caught at the start of the fight, they will kill him, and seemingly there's nothing that the rest of Azure Ray's lineup can do to save him.
No, they don't have a way to start fights themselves on the side of Azure Ray. You can see on the side of PSG, or on the side of LGD, they have multiple forms with that swap, like you said, but immediately when they get vision, they can just go for this jump. So Azure have to be careful.
Yeah, just straight up outplay from LGD in these last few fights.
Ever since the Roche, right? Like we said, it seems like they got through the hardest point, and right now they're getting catch after catch after catch. In Azure, they have to set up for this Roche. They cannot give up a Roche to LGD at this point. So looks like they should be able to get this one for free.
Of course, if in these fights low confine his position, he can deal an incredible amount of damage. Looking in on the Daedalus. See, this time round, they will give low the Aegis on this one.
I like that. And Chalice just has to be a little bit more careful and somehow be near FY to get some type of saves, but even then, it's very difficult because of how fast he dies. At least now he has this cheese that does perhaps have that secondary life to survive, but...
I just feel super relaxed playstyle from LGD.
It does.
They didn't care last time that the Aegis was going into the hands of Azure Ray, and this time round, once again, showing no intention of heading down there. I mean, very much feeling like that they can happily take a fight against the Aegis. We'll see how much of a difference it makes with the Aegis being on the Weaver this time rather than on Chalice.
But the question's still just going to be, is like, how much and what do you actually get out of this Aegis and cheese now, it feels like, on the side of Azure? Because the problem is really just getting these objectives, pushing out, and making LGD feel weaker. It just, how much can they get? It happens.
It's a hard spell to hit.
They'll get it anyway.
We've all been there. I've been there every single time I play it. But Chalice, it doesn't matter. The job still gets done.
He didn't kill a teammate, right?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Beacon's done now as well. Yeah, for nothing to say. So even easier for him to find these entrances into the fight.
Absolute freedom.
Dire's middle tower.
Make sure that he's able to get that pullback with the skewer without being interrupted.
They're going to be able to get their own Tormentor now. A nice shard, of course.
think a lot of it's going to fall down to FY, as it does seem to in a lot of the times when he turns up at TI. He's got his Blink Dagger done. We need to see some big saves from this man. He's ready with those disruptions, make sure that Chalice Low doesn't get caught in the full combo that LGD have been able to lay down upon them in the last few fights.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do. Is it just going to be this kind of farm Aegis where they feel comfortable to fight outside? It does feel like every time they went to go for that aggressive move, it got punished. So LGD, they're going to look for a jump themselves.
Yeah, they feel strong.
I mean, they should. After we saw those last few fights, they kill anybody, and the repositioning is massive.
I mean, whoever gets jumps is going to die.
Chalice.
Unless FY is able to get in with a save, and
he's far forward.
They're holding back. Now they reveal themselves. They'll get the skewer back. There's not a chance. There's not a hope here for this Bristle. As Chalice is evaporating. You with a jump over towards Somnus. Somnus able to push him back, gets himself slid back under the tier 2. He'll live for now. Nothing to say. Does continue to try and chase on you. He's even considering diving the base. FY holds him back with the disruption. LGD, they won't be able to dive quite yet, but just full aggression from LGD as Azure Ray, despite the lead on the numbers in terms of the gold, it's just, we're not feeling it.
Nope, not at all.
LGD just seem to be in full control of this game right now.
They're playing beautiful with the way the vision is coming, the vision control. Ever since they got the gem, ever since they killed that Aegis in particular around the mid, they're getting these jumps, and it's pretty much free jumps, it looks like, for nothing to say. He's not even using the RP. It's literally just him. They get the break hit, he gets the shockwave, the harpoon, the skewer, and then they have overwhelming damage.
Yeah, he's really done a lot this game. 4-0-6, they've not been able to touch this man.
Yeah, Somnus is trying to actually do a little bit of similar, at least for scouting now. Okay. He has his Silver Edge. He's trying to give information for his team to at least see these jumps coming. Now that it is daytime for about a minute, looking to try to get some type of advantage with this Aegis.
LGD just not getting caught out there.
Backing away every single time.
Azure Ray, it's been a while since they've been able to get away with an initiation and an aggressive maneuver themselves. They'll get the tier 2 in the mid lane. The towers have certainly been falling, but when it comes to killing the heroes, LGD, they've just not been slipping up. Azure Ray struggling to find any sort of catch.
They haven't actually killed the core in quite a long time. They killed Planet, and they killed Y, and then they killed Planet and Y, and that's it in the last 15 minutes. They have not killed the core in 15 minutes. So the cores on the side of LGD have kind of been playing the map perfectly, you could say, if that's the case. And how do they kill those, right? And what's their catch to be able to bring down one of these cores at this point?
Only just over a minute left on the Aegis here for Low.
Okay, KB of course now on Chalice, he's got the cheese.
I mean, LGD, they just look terrifying. You know, knowing how the last few fights have gone, stepping into this part of the map, trying to push forward as Azure Ray, it can't feel easy.
Oh, and I'm just so scared. Every time I see Chalice kind of like run up for a second, I'm terrified for him. It's how fast he has been brought down over and over again. Does have Defiant Shell, BKB cheese, so quite a bit tankier.
We're seeing a bit of a wraparound as well here from LGD, trying to maybe get towards the back lines.
I mean, LGD, it's nighttime. It's hit. They've got the vision advantage.
They're going to start. Straight in onto him. RP, the brakes there. The Bristle back on immediately. They'll also be able to take down Tianming. Azure Ray, they just cannot take a fight right now. Somnus has the BKB TP out. He'll make it out of there. But once again, a move that's made with Azure Ray having the Aegis upon them, they just can't get anything done. LGD taking every single fight that's handed to them.
He died in, I mean, that was 5,000 damage in what? 1.5 seconds or something like that? He died so fast. I mean, there's no reaction. Like, how is that FY? It's like he has to somehow get in there to save him, but the speed that he dies is absurd. And this is with Defiant Shell. This, of course, with Cheese. He can't get anything off. The damage just from Shiro is way too high after he's broken.
Yeah, straight down the lanes they go now, LGD. They're ready to push themselves, try and take some of the tier 2s.
I mean, Nothing to Say has just done absolutely everything, it feels like, for the team. I mean, you, of course, have to give merit to them getting the vision, of course, with the Night Stalker and stuff like that, but he's been getting catch after catch after catch for, 15 minutes or so now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And that one thing that they had, Azure Ray going for them, that little bit of a gold lead, it's slipping away.
I mean, that gold lead, it was what? It was approaching 10,000 plus or something like that.
It got up to quite a decent amount early on.
It's never felt like it actually mattered. And now a full AC on top 2 for New. I mean, even more damage, more minus armor. Azure, what do they do?
We'll see if anything kind of gets better for Azure Ray when it comes to maybe being forced to take fights on their side of the map. When it comes to high ground defense, maybe they'll have something a bit better going for them. If Somnus is able to set up on the back lines, get in a good position to lay down the damage with the kisses, and having that range and that high ground advantage. But even then, the problem is LGD's heroes, they've got a lot of heroes that do not mind diving the high ground, right?
No. I mean, maybe this is going to start getting to some points where it's, all right, maybe we just have to wait until the 25s come out for the side of Azure, right? The Weaver 25 and Somnus 25, and see if that's going to be able to somehow win them some of these fights, because it just feels like they don't have a Bristleback in a lot of them, because he's just deleted. So the heavy lifting is going to have to somehow come from the Snap and Weaver. But it really does feel like LGD, they have all the answers. Yeah, these last 15 to 17 minutes just feels like perfect. And it's not even like it doesn't look like they feel that pressured either, right?
I don't think so
It's been pretty calm plays, these calm skewer backs. It's great identification of when to take these fights.
Yeah, they're happy to take it easy. I mean, Muerta this game should be able to outscale anyone else in the match, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Shiro in a fantastic spot. Has got still a lot of progress that he can continue to make with his item build.
And even him going for something like a Hex is actually just good if he wants to actually go down that route. He's playing versus a Weaver, right? So it's never bad to have that little bit more of disable as well. It does give you damage, of course, too. As he doesn't even really need the damage anymore, so I don't blame him if he does go for something down like a Hex.
Is there anything item-wise that Azure Ray can look towards themselves? I mean, we see Low queuing up the Satanic, trying to beef himself up a bit, have an extra bit more survivability. Chalice queuing up the Shiva's Guard. Maybe that'll help him out a little bit, but highly likely that he's still just going to die straight away as the fight begins with how well LGD are just focusing down the Bristle and catching him in spots where Azure Ray, they cannot save him as a team.
It feels like for them, they have to have some way to be able to start the fights themselves, but their heroes just don't really do that in comparison. They don't have this Magnus or one of these big initiating heroes. They have the Bristleback, who he's a body rather than an actual initiator for the team. And so far, that body not been working out so well in these last minutes. Yeah, even the Shivas, right? Like, yeah, he got the Defiant Shell and stuff like that, which is 7 armor. He died in a fraction of a second.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as the break comes in and the Pierce the Veil damage comes out from Shiro, it's game over for the Bristle.
On top of the Empower and the Vengeance Aura and the Wave of Terror, it's just, so much amplification as we're seeing. And now I'm like trying to think, right? For low, it's like you see the Satanic, but see if you're gonna get the Satanic off in a lot of situations. Could just get evaporated. Being on these timings perfectly.
And if you're Azure in this sort of position, I mean, as a team, what's sort of the call that you think is being made right now? The fact that you've got the last 2 Aegises, you've tried to go for these pushes, you've taken a tier 2 here and there, but just nothing else has been going your way. As a team, what sort of point do you look towards next to make that next move?
It's a good question. I mean, maybe it is just these 25s on the Weaver and the Snap, or maybe it is just the Hex on Somnus, because right now they have no way to start a quick, easy fight or get a quick, easy pick off with their heroes. They just don't have it. Like, yeah, Clockwork can hook shot and perhaps bonk one hero away, but they have to save with the Venge, so it's just always complicated for Azure to start a fight. And downtime now for LGD. Everything's back up. Dark Ascension's at the ready. RP, they want to hit again.
Oh, they certainly do. Nothing to say, leading the way.
Anyone who shows is just going to get disintegrated in seconds.
They could jump low even if they catch him here. They will. Straight in with the RP. They'll get a drag back. F5 tries to help out, but New's already there. On top of it with the crippling fear. Not a chance for any sort of disruption play to come out as LGD. They're just too quick with the moves.
Just no hesitation from Nothing to Say, it seems like, for most of this game. And New, there that time, the perfect coverage. FY can't even get the save off. Another skewer attempt, a BKB forced.
They won't get him this time round. Chalice able to stay safe. With the push, likely to still come in. The creep wave, stepping forward here for LGD. The backdoor protection taken out.
Glyph.
Low does have a buyback, but even if that comes in, are they really going to be able to push them back? Nothing to say. He'll get the catch once again.
Deleted.
As Tianming tries to hook shot in, New, he jumped the backlines, he's in on the Somnus. Somnus tries to turn, but the Blade Bear's out for New. Somnus has got to be careful. He'll have to force himself back to the safety of the fountain. LGD easily able to deal with Tianming outside of the base. They'll take the barracks. There is nothing that Azure Ray can do.
Nope, and they're just going to keep going. New's just waiting for a creep to spawn so he can heal up back a decent chunk off of it. There we go. And the 2 sets down. Azure Ray maybe just talking about what to do for this following, even though there's lanes up top. I mean, look,
he's ready to go for more, and Nothing to Say tries to get the catch onto Somnus. This time Somnus able to break away from the combo. New, he's in on top of FY. And McCabe and a cookie to the side. They're trying to get FY back to safety, but the detection's there. FY to fall.
They're just hitting tier 4.
They're ready to end it. Straight down the mid, onto the tier 4s.
Okay, backdoor's back up, they'll back away. But damage truly done, and Azure doesn't even touch a single hero, really. Yeah, they get them down to somewhat like half HP, but don't really hurt much of anything there. Again and again. Nothing to say. Flawless performance from this Magnus.
I mean, yeah, just from LGD as a whole, this sort of mid-game onwards, they couldn't have played it any better. They just completely broken what Azure Ray tried to do with the pretty significant lead that Azure Ray did build up during the laning stage. It just didn't matter whatsoever against the plays that LGD is pulling off.
No, even though there's an Aegis and whatnot, it just didn't seem like they weren't able to capitalize it whatsoever. It actually was LGD who capitalized off of the enemy Aegis, it felt like.
Yeah, and Chalice, he's having to go for an Eon Disc, drastic measures here, just anything that could give him a chance of just not getting blown up in that initial jump from LGD in every single fight.
Let's see if they can try to catch them, perhaps at least like off guard or something, because so far it's just LGD. They're all set up though, so it's not easy at all. There's also a full refresher on nothing to say for this next fight as well. Uh-oh.
If this goes wrong, it may just be all over here. Azure Ray, they're going to step forward, but already nothing to say with the two-man LP. They immediately take a low Gaimin. F5's out of the game. As low and F5, they do not have buyback. Somnus also put to a stop there and attempted TP out.
Challenge.
They just can't do anything, Azure. Whoa. Okay, Shiro's gone. All right, Chalice.
2,100 gold.
He's got something to say. He's taken down one of them. He's probably not going to get anything more. All right, Chalice, not bad. Not bad at all considering how the last 20 minutes have gone. Chalice is able to kill off the Karen.
Chalice does 9,500 damage in about a second there.
That's amazing.
That's quite a bit. The cheese. Full splatter. And what, how much gold? 2,100.
Okay.
Chalice.
All right, Chalice, you know, he's grown up. He's ready to turn things around. You know, he's had enough of being bullied, being killed off, and killing out the carry, and now in a position where they should be able to get this Roche. There's the third Roshan as well, so it'll be a free Ags here for the squad.
Who wants it though?
Let's have a look. I mean,
you give it to maybe you give it to the Shadow Demon. Maybe.
Do you give it to low? Maybe to try and have an extra save against. I know it's not great. It's pretty bad nowadays, but anything to save this Bristle.
I wonder who they're gonna give it to. Let's see.
So who passes off to Chalice?
Do you just give it to one of the cores, or does FY want it? Let's see. I feel like it's nice on FY, but
FY or Somnus, right?
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it could be Somnus. Maybe that's the initiating tool that they were lacking this whole time.
Yeah, just throw
Chalice in and hope for the best or something. I guess we'll see.
Okay. The game goes on. Despite the fact that fight overall, they lost pretty much, what, 4 heroes?
They gave it FY.
Chalice keeps his going. Okay.
Okay. I thought they would, but I thought perhaps because he was holding it for a second, maybe they were contemplating for Somnus. Nope, it'll go to FY.
Let's see if they can do a little bit more of that. Chalice, 5k gold in the bank.
See if the heart's going to make the difference.
Indeed, that Eon Disc gets out of there now. He's like, you know what? We don't need to go there. We can continue to play as we'd hoped for as the Bristle.
That was very unexpected.
Yeah.
Back to grouping up. Shiro, still level 25, of course, as a refresher, coming out very, very soon. Cooldowns coming back up in a second. So LGD gathering up, probably looking to still go for that hit. Even if they're playing into that Aegis, as we've seen so far this game, they don't care.
Pressure of just about 1,000 or so away. Azure Ray, they might look to make a play themselves.
Do they have anything new? The Ags, of course, those finished up on the clock, and that heart, of course, there for Chalice. And let's see, is this enough? He's gained quite a bit of HP in these last few moments. Still doesn't feel like it's going to be enough for him to survive, but maybe FY with this new Aghanim's can make the difference also.
Somnus. It's about to hit 25 and having enough gold to get his next item done.
Okay. And he is still queuing up this Hex, so he is still feeling like the route of having at least an extra form of disable is very important.
Piecing things back together here. It's been a very difficult 20 minutes, but just one kill, that fact that they were able to bring Shiro down.
That was massive.
It's given it's that extra kind of a new wind, a new lease of life here for Chalice.
Yeah, the Hex, I mean, they're spending out their gold. I feel like they kind of know that they have to in these next few moments as well, too. Pressure is back up. RP is ready. LGD. Everyone clustered. Shiro does spend out as well, too, so they can catch this Muerta. Another option here for Azure.
And that would be crazy. Because the game is in a point where obviously the tier 2s are taken. It's up to the tier 3s on LGD's side of the map. So indeed, if that Muerta's out of the game without buyback, a lot of damage could get done by Azure Ray.
How close to Weaver low? They're trying to give him his 25, I'd imagine, trying to get this Geminate. Clash. Smokes out. The rockets to scout. It saw the Magnus for a second there.
Darkness out here. From you. Say, catch.
Oh, low.
Oh, he's out again with the Shikuchi.
Tense moments.
Unable to get that catch, and the rocket flare spam with this Aghanim's coming in from Tianming.
Re-smoke.
Hard for them to enter into the fight.
Hook shot.
Ooh, he was teasing with the idea of going back in himself. Won't get the catch. Maybe for the better there. That was quite the deep play.
Trying to take advantage of their Aegis, perhaps, when he's looking for that. Low.
They're still
Scouting
hopping around.
Low.
I mean, nothing to say may still be willing to jump. They know Azure Ray is likely to get the wall control around here, so LGD are back off.
playing it patient. Long 1 minute, 20 seconds. Upping sides. They know they have momentum coming in that bottom and mid wave.
See if they can force something down him. And of course, tier 2 is still up on that top lane, so LGD can't get anything more out of this push unless they want to try going straight head on for the tier 4s.
Which they could do.
They certainly push fast.
Dire are scanning.
Azure Ray trying to see if they can come in from behind them, but the scan's been a hit. LGD know that Azure Ray's trying to approach them from this angle.
LGD's got the high ground.
Player spam queuing to come out though from Tianming, making it difficult for LGD to catch Azure Ray by surprise.
30 seconds on Aegis. LGD looking for a catch.
Say, as we've been seeing, more than happy to go for these solo RPs if it means a catch onto someone like Low.
So he's got the secondary one at the ready too, so. Sure, forced back into their base. Double catapults coming in.
Trying to deal with the sort of situation, the waves in all the lanes, but this rocket flare spam from Tianming helps to keep the waves held back.
I mean, the Willow, Planet.
Give the Hex on towards Chalice. Chalice, you try and move over the Axe, not quite in range of Planet.
Whoopsie. The bristleback used, nothing to say, looking for an angle.
The RP.
Finds two.
He's in. He's got the two of them. He's able to drag them back straight into the core, but the damage coming out for sure with the Pierce the Bell and take out Chalice. They take out Somnus. Once again, nothing to say, coming in with the RPs that count here. And he's maybe even ready to go for more. Positive refresher.
He wants a big one.
They get the swap back. He'll also get the grab onto Tianming. They're able to take down what will be a fourth hero here. There's nothing to say. These RPs, they've not been the 5-mans, but they haven't needed to be. The 1-mans, the 2-mans, every single time, catching the cores that count.
I mean, flawless execution really by him, and flawless by Shiro as 2 shots that snap fire.
At Somnus, he's not got the buyback. He's out for 70 seconds.
Oh,
not out for the money.
He bought out the small crit.
He did. On top of the Silver Edge as well. He's spent up. The Chalice trying to hold. Coming out the quill spray damage is enough to bring down Planet.
But he's alone.
He's back on a full HP, but he's quite quickly getting brought down a second time. Hook jump forward from Tianming, trying to hold Shiro back away from Chalice, but Shiro, Hurricane Punch forward, tries to finish off Chalice. The crits are there. They're taking them all down. No buybacks left on Azure Ray. The tier 4's fall. The game is over. GG is called. LGD take game 1.
Got a little bit more exciting than I think we anticipated toward the end there, of course, with Chalice getting those big kills, but overall, an LGD domination from, what, the 18 to 20 minute mark until now?
It really was.
Honestly, nothing to say. Every single one of his skewers catching perfectly, even that one that I think totally caught Azure off guard around that tier 2 mid when they had that first Aegis. They probably felt very strong of being able to dominate the map, and then boom, quick succession of finding these catches. The Magnus and New, of course, also covering him a couple times with those silences to stop these saves. This was LGD in quite a scary form.
Yeah, it really was. Beautiful play across the board from them. I mean, sort of the
Azure Ray's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Azure Ray's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming. Azure Ray's turn to pick.
Brewmaster!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to
Weaver.
Ten seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to ban. Azure Ray's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to pick. LGD Gaming's turn.
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn.
Quick.
Ten seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to pick.
Spectre.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to pick.
Dusk.
10 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to pick.
Face the light.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn.
Puck.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to ban. Azure Ray's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
LGD Gaming's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Azure Ray's turn to pick.
Witch Doctor.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Earth Shaker.
Choose your hero. Prepare for battle.
There we go, some excellent confidence coming through from Lanham on Azure Ray's entry into this Game 2. Game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, here between LGD and Azure Ray. Fog, what do you make of it, this is the draft this time round? Do you think Azure Ray's got what it takes to try and push this to a Game 3, or are we going to see the struggles in that mid-game once again against LGD's lineup?
I feel like they definitely have a bit more catch and everything inside that mid-game if they do come off those lanes very strongly, which they've set themselves up for success for again, right? Really strong 3 lanes across the board. They have the Shaker versus the Puck, Stormstormer highlighted that one, how that matchup usually ends up going. They have this Dawn Tusk, super strong aggressive lane that we'll have to see how it does versus the Witch Doctor kind of curveball that kind of came in there at the end. And then of course the Grim and the Weaver. Really strong lane, strong team fight. So overall, Azures, they've definitely ticked a lot of boxes, but can they defeat LGD?
It's a bit of an early fight here around the rune. Chalice turning with a hammer. They're going to try and focus towards Shiro first, but he's up to the high ground with a Spectral Dagger. He'll be fine. Cast coming out in return.
Oh, it's a good
two
catch.
of them. Blood Grenade is also thrown down onto Tianming, but will keep his distance. FY steps forward, forces back both Planet and YU Smile.
Okay. No one dies. Still sticking in the area, though. Perhaps to go for Shiro. They still have FY here if he wants to go for tag team. Shiro, he's got the dagger.
Yeah.
Should be okay.
He'll be able to get down to the low ground if necessary. It can just afford to walk away. I mean,
oh, Low got his TP canceled, if I'm not mistaken, right there, trying to TP bottom. So
I think you're right. Just walk from another round of the cask.
Yeah, he just got casked, so he's going to have to take a little bit of a route to be able to get back down there. He's going to miss almost a whole wave. That's actually kind of painful. So definitely going to see a little bit of an experience advantage there coming up for the Brewmaster, who's going to almost be level 2 before the Weaver even gets down there.
Sort of overall, let's talk a bit more about that last pick from LGD. What do you sort of make of that? Yeah, going for this last pick, Witch Doctor, for YU Smile in this game.
You heard it there from Fear at the end. He's like, all right, what's the hero pick that has a stun tool to stop Starbreaker? What's something that can build toward a heal, etc.? I mean, this is exactly what Witch Doctor can do. So really cool pick that I think, overall, for me, I thought we were going to see a lot more Witch Doctor in this. This hero's gotten so many buffs, but does run into some issues. So we'll see if it's able to actually protect this Spectre, in theory, on paper, right? Of course, can, but definitely could see some issues run into it very quickly because this lane, as Storm was saying, it's a really, really powerful one. Azure, last game, dominated kind of the lanes, just weren't able to take advantage of it in the mid game so much. Again, it does look like they're set up to have those good lanes.
Yeah, well, so just across all 3, like down on the bottom. Also a place where I guess you're specifically picking this Weaver carry because you're happy to lane it against the Brew, right?
Yes.
You know you're going to have the free farm in this matchup.
Yeah, just of course the first wave or whatever, like he missed a little bit, so we'll see if that causes any type of repercussions. And if Planet's going to be able to cause any repercussions. A hero that is not really played at all right now, Rubik. It's one of his absolute signature heroes, and you could clearly see why they wanted it there. Versus the Weaver, versus the Grim. Excellent spell steals overall, so yeah, we'll have to see how that lane overall goes. Does feel like it's going to be a bit difficult for New, but see if Planet can change it up at all.
So far, that mid matchup, my goodness, it's going as you'd hope it to be if you're picking the Shaker in this matchup. 13-5 against the 5-1 Somnus. Incredible domination in this 1v1. Last time round he got the edge, but this is something quite different.
Absolutely, at bottom though.
Low. He gets caught, he's got the stick charges, but you and Planet running down, they'll get that first blood.
I mean, that is a big deal. This
He's
is
having
the lane,
a rough start.
Yeah, this is the lane that you picked. You picked this double range to be able to slow down the Brew, and somehow they're actually the ones who get the kill off the bat here on the Brew.
Top lane.
Top.
Gonna try and get aggressive onto YU Smile with the swing of the hammer from Chalice. They'll be able to bring him down.
Ooh, you can even see with the starting items that he went for. He went for the Ring of Protection. I think he started with this on the Witch Doctor to be able to try to survive this massive physical damage, but nope, you can't actually survive it, so. At least the first few levels, definitely looking pretty dominant in top and in the mid lane side of Azure.
The top lane and the mid lane so far for Azure Ray. Incredible amounts of farm coming out in comparison to what LGD's actually getting out of the matchups on their 2 cores.
And Somnus, we saw him do, I mean, he did excellent, of course, on his snapper. It's just what he was going to turn it into. I mean, on a Shaker, you can turn into a lot, especially catching something like a puck.
Yeah.
You're always going to have catch if you do have a good time on the Shaker. It's going to come down to how much rotations Nothing to Say can have, because that mid matchup, as you see, it's, very Shaker dominant.
Yeah. At the end of the day, there's a reason why this hero is just a bit more meta. We're seeing definitely much more of that than the Snapfire mix. So
yes.
Every reason to believe that Somnus, he's going to be able to do even more with the beginning of the game as the one that he's having right now, this time around in game 2.
And then it's extra catch. That was the big thing that I saw. Like last game, they dominated the map and then they started losing control and they had nobody to actually bring things back for themselves, maybe because of that mid not having it, but either way, he's going to be a Shaker, so we'll have great ways to catch, especially Puck and a lot of these squishier heroes like Witch Doctor and Rubik in mid game.
Can they do it though? Because we do.
Can they do?
A lot of times, right, with these teams that have these incredibly proficient players, that the laning, the sort of the mechanics there is fantastic, but when it comes to making the team plays, team that's LGD with the coordination that they have, they can be hard to battle against, even if you get that lead at the beginning. Top lane, bit of an attempt being made for Shiro, but hard to go in full aggressive. Why Smile's just about to hit the 3. It's getting to the point where we've got to be a bit more careful with their plays top, as there could be chance for LGD to turn and fight back.
And going back to what you're saying about just overall, it's like lane dominance and everything can happen, but overall, these two teams, they're so comfortable playing each other, right? LGD, they've reigned supreme all year playing versus Azure, so it's always going to be the test, even after lanes. How much can you get out of mid-game? How much of an advantage can you get versus this team? Because they just seem to have their number over and over again. I feel like, though, with Chalice having this Dawn, they do have, I mean, they have a nice scaling tri-core in a way with the Earthshaker, with the Dawn, with the Weaver. Can be pretty nice. This hero Dawn has, honestly, Dawn has carried a lot of games, it feels like, from that offlane. Top lane taking a big hit.
Huge damage here coming in from F1 and Chalice. They've got the snowball to close in.
Beautiful.
Take Shiro out of the lane. Nothing that Why You Smile can do here to hold them back from the Spectre.
I think he even dodged. Did he even dodge the cask there with the snowball or something? It looked like there. Either way, he gets the perfect connection. This lane. I mean, they attempted with this Witch Doctor, but so far it's not looking like it's protecting the Spectre.
Oh, up on the cliff he goes.
And no TP.
Gonna be stuck there. Okay, he's got a courier coming out, but it's gonna take a bit of time to get over. So he'll have to just enjoy life up on the cliff for a little bit.
Yep, he's gotta watch.
Top lane again. They're looking to go for Shiro. He wasn't able to make it over the ravine here. He gets caught. The body blow's trying to come in from Why You Smile. It's enough.
He barely gets away.
Oh, it's getting scary up here for Shiro. This time Planet turns up. I mean, this Spectre is not having an easy time. We've got the cliff cam here for poor old Tianming. He's just got the TP delivered. So, well, I say that. No, he hasn't actually. And now it's coming in.
It's slow.
He's being very careful with how he gets that courier towards him. Does not want to get it sniped.
Again, top.
Got to get out of there. Wrestling again, but this time the Starbreaker is put to a stop. Tries to get a few more right clicks in onto Why You Smile Chalice, but it's harder to get the kill now that they've got the 2 supports here protecting Shiro.
But now that they've got 2 supports, Tianming was cliffed, so he's like, I'm just going to TP top. My Weaver's in a 1v1 versus Brewmaster.
Yeah,
this
he's
is
happy.
perfectly fine if I want to join top, get involved in these kills, and get involved with making sure Chalice has this incredible start.
I mean, ready. He's just going to go straight for Shiro. He's bumped up here with the Inkswell in on top of the Spectre. The damage is done. 6 charges are popped, but it doesn't matter. Shiro's out again.
Just the 2 supports there, too, to bring him down. Dangerous for the Spectre. Bottom of the course, he's really, really struggling. Low is actually still also struggling on this Weaver overall, but a lot of big kills for the side of Azure. And these kills also, they're giving Chalice the experience in the lane. They went on the side there, they got the kill. Chalice is approaching 6 very, very early in this game.
I mean, what do you do to try and make somewhere on the map safe for this Spectre? Where are you putting Shiro?
That's a great question. It's not easy for him to go to pretty much any of these lanes. You don't want to send him to the bottom side, so you probably just have to send him back toward top, but difficult. Looks like they will be able to get the 2 Wisdom runes, though, on the side of LGD. Claim theirs and Y. We'll be able to claim the secondary one. So at the least he'll get those, but top tower, it's in jeopardy. I
mean, very similar sort of motions as we saw in game 1 from Azure Ray, working out once again in this early game.
Yeah, dominating the map. 6 already on Somnus. Chalice soon to be hitting it.
New? He's going to go with the straight-up player with the Primal Split. Pops it to set up onto Tianming, and indeed does not struggle in finding the kill down here with a bit of extra help. We'll also get a bit of a push going into tier 1 here as well.
Finds a courier as well, too. A little bit of extra gold. 3-2. I mean, New is off to an excellent start, though. So, I mean, both of these safe laners are kind of struggling a little bit here. Of course, Low, a little bit better than that Spectre since he's been able to get himself away as this Weaver.
Shiro's
a slow start.
Still sitting at the level 4 and having to kind of hide behind his tier 2 here, just 8 minutes in.
And they might just go for him almost immediately when he shows again. You can just see FY Chalice. They want blood.
Shiro.
He's probably calling. He's like, if they dive me, somebody better be here.
You better have your TPs ready on LGD.
I mean, he's probably asking nothing to say. He's like, if they make a move up top, you better be ready with the coil. Because if they dive under tier 2, it's a coil plus a glyph, likely be able to get the setup on the kills.
Yeah, and Azure Ray, no, they won't take any risks underneath the tier 2. They'll They'll back away.
But they'd make it scary for him anyway. Farming under tier 2, and you can see that Shiro is even reluctant to go for some of the ES. A lot of pressure coming out again from Azure. 3-2.
Progress for Somnus. Refarm. And uses halfway on the goal towards the Blink Dagger. Smoke up now. LGD wanting to make a move around the Stream Coil.
Trying to make the moves, just trying to protect Shiro, at least for a little bit of time so we can get that catch up. At least so he can get his level 6, because then when he has the 6 on Spectre, it's not so bad when you're up top, because you can just join all over the place. For
Straight up coil onto Chalice might be the cool hit, and they'll get it.
The catch.
They get the setup, and he's still able to pull himself away with the hammer, and they weren't quite able to step in range for any further follow-up. In fact, Chalice, he's going to be ready to jump down towards the bottom. Help out as they take down you.
Uh-oh.
He gets an attempted gank there on towards the Dawnbreaker. They're not able to kill him. They're not even able to stop him from helping out the bottom lane.
He's too quick. Immediately breaks that coil. Just walks back to his hammer as well, too. And he's more than healthy. I mean, phase boots, double bracer, soul ring. It's all early game coming out from Chalice with his itemization. And they do not have the damage. If they have the Doctor ult, you know, if they have Death Ward, perhaps, but still low levels, of course, on these supports. A 2K lead right now for Azure.
Absolutely, yeah. They need to cast the Maledict and the ult, as you say, to have a chance of bringing him down. Chalice otherwise able to freely get out of these situations despite the attempted gank coming in from this mid lane, from these rotations from nothing to say.
Damage is definitely going to take some time for the side of LGD's draft. Somnus, he's getting quite a bit of freedom, of course, to get that super early Blink Dagger. He's got his treads. He's already only 700 away from it. That's going to just open up to get all these catches on nothing to say. He is the big one to get this puck. Besides that, I mean, the puck does have a pretty decent game to be able to play around on side of nothing to say, but the fact that the Shaker's in the game is going to cause issues for him since it's going to come out so fast.
They're going to go for this dive hit top. And beat him with the snowball. Chalice closes the gap.
Okay.
Bit of a jump around, but he still gets caught out by the stun. We'll be fine though, Shiro. They won't throw anything else into that one.
Patience, sure. Feeling like perhaps they could even go for that kill there, but they're being so cautious this time around.
Yeah, they know that the Dream Coral is going to be back up for nothing to say, and TPs will be ready. He's also, of course, got that. He's actually just popped the Arcane Rune. Opts to pop it to just speed up the farming, clean up some camps here as the puck, catch up on the farm. Time low, getting the moments to recover down bottom. Still very much the early game impact that has sort of been implied against Shiro. It's hurt the most.
It's hurt so much.
A lot of time that Shiro needs to try and recover as this Spectre after an incredibly rough laning stage.
And overall, their two supports, they're not really the most independent heroes. You kind of need a +1 to be able to do much of anything, especially with something like Rubik. This hero hasn't been picked for much of this tournament for a reason. It is a bit lackluster overall. Even though Planet, he's one of the best on it. He's still only level 5, hasn't really been able to find much out of this. But now that he's got 6, let's see if he can get a big spell steal. At the same time now, Blink is already finished up for Somnus. So they've got
this could
Blink Echo, they've got the Dawn ult that can come around all over the place on the map too. It feels difficult now for LGD.
Let's see where he wants to head towards.
Yep.
I'm going to make the moves down towards the bottom. Maybe if they can open up with a good Blink Slam, they can burst New before he can get his split off.
Planet does get a good spell steal, probably one of the better ones he can get this game. So Shikuchi is online for the Rubik. Can get some good scouting information here.
And he's going to. He's able to scout Somnus out, and he's going to know that the Blink Dagger's done. So the information there for LGD, and now a lot harder for Somnus to strike with that surprise element of having the Blink Dagger picked up at a good time.
He's got the angle here. Ruiny will spawn top. They're rushing for it.
And they're going to go out. Same time, split. Going for Tianming, they'll get the pullback. Tianming's gone, back over in the river.
He's gone.
He's out. Chalice able to swing by and help turn things around. In fact, he's looking to swing in for more. Goes in with a hammer at the start break over towards Why You Smile. Jump forward for Somnus. They're able to finish off Why You Smile here with the Enchant Totem hit. As LGD, they tried to go for the battle around that rune. They got the pick up of the double damage rune, but they certainly lose the fight. If they've lost 2, nothing to say, having to retreat.
Still getting chased. Should be fine. Shiro tries to get involved. They probably made the call. We need to help to get this rune for our puck.
They went all in on that.
He just dunks him. He just throws everything onto the Spectre immediately and dies in no time. And even though they don't get the rune for Somnus, he gets a refill back up, so he's more than healthy to continue fighting. Planet did get a pretty good spell steal. He got the Solar Guardian at the end of everything, but wasn't actually able to utilize it.
Got to be careful around this mid area, and they've got to be careful when Solar Guardian is up for Chalice. He's had a solid start, great lane. If he's able to turn up with the ultimate, most of these early fights are very likely to be turned around. And again, the increasing risks really that Shiro's taking, trying to turn up to these fights, despite the fact that he pretty much has nothing at this stage of the game.
Just tries to get involved at all, just tries to get any kills. Bottom.
They're in immediately, in with the jump.
Stolen Solar Guardian.
It's going to buy enough time for New to allow him to walk away. Buying time for further TPs to come in. Shiro is going to turn over the ult, try and turn things up. It stays in with the Dream Core onto the two of them. They're able to take down Somnus. They've got the silence into the telekinesis.
Oh my god, Planet.
Dream Core snapback, but low. Still able to get the time lapse off. He's trying to walk away. Shiguchi's back up low in the retreat. But the chase is here. Planet hunting through the trees, looking for low. Snowball over to the side from F5. Challenge over towards Shiro. Shiro trying to get for the high ground, but he cannot. They bring down Shiro. Planet continue the hunt, trying to find this Weaver. But it doesn't look like he's going to get him. He'll turn over towards F5 instead. That they will find. Jump out for nothing to save. A challenge comes and swings the hammer. Takes him out. As it's 2 dead on LGD. And the fight not over yet. Low considering to go back in on this. They get the Phantom's Embrace haunting you under the tower. To be careful as Planet continues to make the plays.
Planet is doing so much work.
He's going back in. He's able to get the lift back over onto the two of them, but then turning. Chalice in again with the Starbreaker. They bring Planet down. And Planet's not able to play his way through that one. Why as well lays down the Death Warder. Bit of a clean up for the Witch Doctor. They managed to get Chalice and Tianming at the end of that fight. A chaotic brawl between both sides. And one that's not over yet, Shiro. He can find Low. Doesn't look like they'll have anything else to throw out this way. So Low will manage to escape.
Chaotic is definitely the definition of that one right there. Honestly, Planet did an unbelievable amount of work for LGD. I don't know who ends up winning all that.
He'll look for a quick and easy one. He'll drop the Echo for that. He'll drop the Echo for that one. Take while you smile out and quickly speed out of there with a haste rune. The lead is held for now by Azure Ray, but definitely a bit of a shake-up from LGD, especially with some of those kills they're able to pick up towards the end.
Yeah, honestly, really cool support stuff I saw coming out there. Planet getting the Solar Steel, then he got the Shikuchi, I think, through like 3 or 4 heroes. Low almost ends up dying, almost ends up actually LGD favored, but at the end of it all, Azure comes slightly out ahead of it all, getting that follow-up kill at the end there. But, I mean, kind of close overall, especially with them having that bit of that gold lead and them being the ones starting the fight. I think that Solar Guardian caught them off guard at the initiating factor. That was cool.
And not to be deterred, though, they're going straight back in. Smoke up from Somnus and Tianming. They're ready to make the move. They don't have the slam, but still with the hard hits an Enchant Totem can do from Somnus, they can easily find kills. They've got to be a bit precautious that NU does have Primal Split back up. They're going to try and burst it. Then with the sides of the Phantom Embrace, snowball forward, they'll have enough burst to bring down the Brew with nothing to be done to save it. They get started up onto Planet, closing in onto the Ruby. Planet, he's able to jump over the stop of Solar Guardian. He jumps out of the shard, back to the safety of his teammates. He's out of there. The coil gets dropped down onto the fourth, and Shiro gets in, cleans up F5. Somnus, he's not done though. Under the tier 1, he goes in with the Enchant Totem, Vision to block off the escape from Why You Smell. Somnus, make sure that the team fight. It's Azure Rays.
Look at the difference when he's playing an Earthshaker compared to a Snap. Not to say his Snap wasn't amazing, but look at this follow-up. He finds the backline, gets on top of this annoying Rubik, even though he's able to get away at first. Now Somnus.
See if he can do anything here.
Hitting back for his NTS.
DP's coming in as well, making sure that backup's in for nothing to say. Of course, New didn't manage to survive, get the split off, so he's still got it good to go around the mid lane.
I mean, Azure, they're playing, again, very fast, just like last time. Making these quick moves with all their cooldowns. Somnus.
TP's coming in.
It's a split.
The split is there. Shiro, he's ready to dive in. They're getting aggressive on Somnus underneath the tower, but F5's in with the snowball. Buys time for Somnus to try and survive, but the damage is done. Nothing to say. Finishes them off with the illusory orb. They'll go for F5. Stolen snowball here from Planet, closing it onto the tusk. F5 caught by the stun. Further team is coming in. Chalice hits in half with the Starbreaker over towards Shiro. He's been caught by the side. Shiro's surrounded. He looks to jump out with the ultimate. He's over the high ground. He kills him. Tianming.
Is he getting out?
He's alive.
No way.
TP out. He makes it away.
And Chalice.
They get him as well. LGD take out 4. Pushing down the tier 1 tower. The plays that we saw coming out from the game 1 fog, they're coming out again here in game 2.
I look at the spell usage there from nothing to say in particular, perfect connections, but everybody just carrying that weight. They catch Somnus at the start of it. And how does the Spectre live? Shiro, gets away with murder.
He really does. He had a slow start, but we're seeing he is going all in and getting his way back into this game by just turning up to the fights relentlessly. He's not holding back, he's not hitting creeps. Every single time that ult's there, he's looking to get aggressive and get his way back in by picking up the kills.
I mean, the 1-by-1 TPs this time by Azure Ray definitely not paying off. I mean, LGD, they've got the numbers, and they just persistently dive. And this is versus a very strong Dawn, as we saw Chalice. He has the Desolator already in this fight. They danced on him. They kited perfectly around in this fight. Like, look at nothing to say in the backlines. He's just dealing with the supports being so pesky, and then they just die out of nowhere. Beautiful fight.
A scary one for Azure Ray. a big sort of jump. The fact they get away with this underneath the tier 1.
And Shiro, he had the relic queued up. He switched. He's going for the Midas.
I mean, I like
pretty much got the Midas done. I mean, after such a recovery in these last few moments, why not?
He knows as well that he's getting away with jumping in and getting these kills without the need to try and just sit back and kind of AFK farm something like a Radiance. So pick up the Midas. You know, he doesn't have to be hitting the creeps all the time. He can still afford to jump in on the fights and be picking up that Midas gold to continue the scaling.
Continue the scaling, also just continue the levels too. That's what I like. You're always going to be able to keep up with levels, so you can keep using the shadow step and stuff like that. So, you know me, I'm a little bit of a Midas hater at times, but in this patch, Midas just too damn good to be able to hate.
Yeah, really riding the momentum of this recovery that Shiro is definitely on track to begin this game. I mean, sure, he's still at the bottom of the net worth of the cause, but give this game kind of 5 more minutes and a few more fights like that for LGD, you'll start to soon see this Spectre be up there at the top.
Absolutely, and let's see if what happens also is that Azure, they're building us 2 Desolators.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we've seen a couple, we've seen double Radiance times,
the
but
double
Deso,
bit of a fight for who gets the stacks as well on the kills.
Yeah. He does come in for it. Bottom. Dunk on 2.
A clean jump for Somerset with the dunk onto the 2 of them. They take down Planet. They got the punch up there out of burst for New before he can get the split off. Catching LGD by surprise on that one. The game calmed down for a moment. Azure Ray, they'll wake it straight back up. That boy, you smile, he'll get out.
She TP's out.
Not actually able to close the gap and get the sun up from Somnus to put a stop to that one, but still, they get the 2 kills and the big one as well. Once again, taking down the Brew, which, of course, at this stage of the game, it is LGD's most farmed hero.
Big ulti's committed, though. So 20 seconds, that Brew's going to respawn. I imagine we see LGD smoke up almost immediately to look for this fight as well, too, right afterwards, because Echo's down, Solar Guardian's down. Quite a bit was used right there. See if Azure is able to get this tier. Looks like they should finish off the tier 1 mid, but already Planet TPing in. LGD considering contesting this.
Top tower is under attack.
And they're more than happy to try and defend this tower.
Yeah, I think we're seeing probably the reason that he wants to go for the Midas also on Shiro is they're going to be getting that Radiance up on the Brewmaster. So a little bit of switch-ups coming around here with the itemization.
That's going to be pretty soon. You know, sure, New goes down, but as I say, the farm's still fantastic on this Brewmaster. Should be set for a good timing on the Radiance. They're going to smoke up.
They want to fight.
They want to get something done with the split.
Yep. Solar is back up pretty quick, though. 35 seconds. The ideal target usually is you go for the Dawn anyway, so well, let's see if they're able to get that catch. And yeah, the double Desos are they're built. So
okay.
He did commit for it on the Weaver. See if it ends up hurting later on. It's the build now on the Weaver, but
it's the build
you see
for
both
of them.
It can be a concern. It does hurt.
Arcane energy.
Yeah, they're hunting. They want to find a target here. 2 of them know they have kill threat on pretty much anybody with this Brew and Witch Doctor.
They're going to find anyone along this sort of bottom strip of the map.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be up top. In fact, there's nothing to say. Gets caught by both the 2 of them. Tianming and Somnus finding a quick catch as he was trying to push that wave out on his own.
Without even Echo Slam there. They just get the catch from the fog.
Might be able to quickly turn it into a play down bottom as well.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Coming in with the TP.
Why?
They should be able to find this poor Witch Doctor. He'll buy some time here with the Voodoo Switcheroo, but he's certainly going down. An easy Deso stack for Chalice.
And now the cooldowns, they're back up. So LGD not able to take advantage of those being used, and New.
He was trying to make a go for Somnus here with the Primal Split. But he's having a run. I mean, Somnus will be forced to BKB. Gets a little too frightened here by the fact that New continues to push on with the other 2 Brewlings. It's a BKB charge down.
Ready. But that's the moment. I mean, LGD, they were trying to find something there with those cooldowns being used. Solar down, Echo's down. They're all back up. So for the side of Azure, they can look to fight pretty much at any of these next few moments. Beautiful catch. And Brew Split is now down. So for LGD, this fight could be a little bit complicated, at least for these next 90 seconds or so.
See, we got any smokes coming out for Azure Ray?
They have one on the ground. Okay. And he does find that ward. So he saw them on that expedition down there. Just to get that quick little key ward. Bottom though.
Everyone's going to get jumped. Planet with the setup. Shiro jumps over the shadow step. Should be a kill here and a bit more gold for the Spectre.
That's a big, I mean, that's a really nice kill setup when you know that they have ults and stuff. Like the potential for a Dawn ult could come in, but end up taking advantage of that there.
Yeah, that's power of LGD. Having this Rubik against the Weaver. I say just setting up with the Shikuchi.
Hello? Finish, I mean, is. All right.
He's all right. He's all good. He's all good.
We'll be able to finish it off. And it actually goes to Somnus. That's actually a really nice one this game. Getting the shot on this Earthshaker could get these further catches either for the Brew or for the Puck. So it's pretty nice that he actually gets it this early on.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, lead at the. How many Midases do we have queued up? I saw that FY had also queued one at the ready on the side of Azure. We'll have at least 3.
Chalice. BKB complete. Ready to go for the blink next for that Additional setup. Somnus about half the way on towards the goal for the Aghanims. We'll see the smoke up now coming in from Azure Ray, but it's coming at a time where, yeah, Split's going to
15 seconds.
Pretty much back up on LGD, so we'll be fighting into the potential of the ultimates that LGD can try and turn things around with.
They're still looking to kick the pace up, though. They know they're playing versus this late game Spectre, this Brood.
They might settle for Planet here. Good luck, though. Shikuchi's already off. They won't even get the catch onto him. And that whole move sort of revealed from Azure Ray. LGD not going to get caught out by that one.
That's pretty big. Breaking these smoke movements when you know you had some downtime on Bruce Split. So I mean, Planet's been doing quite a bit of work on this Rubik.
He has, yeah. Some excellent steals and play in the team fights.
Time for Roche. It's on the menu. Dies way too fast. Contested versus this Weaver.
Dire are scanned.
But just like last game, kind of similar timing. I mean, they had a little bit earlier last game, but still looking to set that tempo on the side of Azure. But this time, they don't have that 10K lead or anything like that. It's very, very neck and neck. It can be something.
As we saw last time around, LGD, they were not afraid to fight into the aegis of Azure Ray.
Chalice shows himself in mid. He has a BKB at the ready, but
Planet can get the lead in. Telekinesis, and the opening damage. You'll get the BKB off. Chalice swings back with a star break with the death coming in for the side, bringing Chalice down low, but Chalice is able to get into the fog in time. He's trying to jump out with the Solar Guardian. He's up, but he's down. He's actually able to be saved as well by F5 for now with the snowball. Picks Chalice up, takes him out of the side. Chalice,
is he still alive?
He's walking away for this one. Then Fable brings him down low. Finally, they're able to finish him off. They'll take out Chalice, dropping the slam here on towards the Brewlings. The split comes to an end. You back out of it, will get caught by the Inkswell stun.
Somnus in trouble.
They're going under the tower. Shiro is quite the cleanup. Double kill for him. Turns over towards low, able to get the time lapse just in time. Still has the safety of the Aegis. But once again, I mean, Planet, he's walking out of these altercations somehow every single time.
I mean, he's the one who starts the fight as well, too. He led in with Shikuchi, got the lift to start everything off, but oh my goodness.
This Rubik, it's got to be such a nuisance for Azure Ray. They've got to, I mean, how do you sort of deal with the fact that he's getting away with these sort of lead-ins, that he's getting out of the fights alive?
I mean, he just keeps stealing Solar Guardian is really one of the biggest issues. He's actually causing a lot of problems here, and they're getting all their ults off. I mean, he comes in, he gets, I mean, I think he did the highest damage in that fight, and yeah, times are getting scary, it feels like. Even though Azure, they have the Aegis, they lose that fight even though they use pretty much everything.
Just not quite having the explosive level of damage, despite the fact they have like these 2 Desolators. It doesn't seem to be enough. They can't kind of target focus and get the chance to bring anyone down 100 to 0.
They're not the ones who are they didn't get the fight start either. I think initiation is going to be something very important that we look at for the side of Azure. I mean, nothing to say. If he doesn't get pretty much dealt with by the Earthshaker at the start of these fights, this puck is going to run rampant, especially versus these 2 supports. A Tusk and a Grim, they cannot do much of anything versus nothing to say when he's got this good of a start.
And this Midas Spectre from Shiro getting involved and just picking up these crucial kills in what seems every single team fight.
He's top net worth. This was a Spectre.
That's what was able to happen, right?
Yep. I mean, he was what, level 6 after the 10, or what feels like at the 10-minute mark or something like that. They killed him multiple times, but he is completely recovered.
Definitely running into sort of similar difficulties Azure as they did in game 1. They had a great start, great lanes. But when it comes to the execution in these team fights, LGD just seem to have their number every single time.
And now with all this downtime, I mean, every ult is coming back up, but it's just feeling like for LGD, now they have the gold lead. Like, that was only less than 1K before there for the side of Azure. Now they're getting quite a bit of items. Shiro already with an ulti orb. Everything's coming up. And Midases and Philosopher's Stones all kicking in. They actually have Philosopher's Stones well too, so yeah, Greed is good.
Towards the top push, yeah, Azure Ray. Try for a tier 2.
Somnus, Ags is completed. Can they find nothing to say?
He's hiding in the trees. Blink done as well from Chalice, an extra bit of jump. Not get the catch, but nothing to say, the reaction times are there. He's out. Fisher, trying to go for why you smart, but the voodoo switcheroo's in play. Somnus, he'll pop the BKB to just be able to stand his ground and kill the Witch Doctor off. Got to step across from Shiro. He's considering getting involved in the fight. Doesn't say he's in with the size of the Dream Call here. Onto the 2 of them. Lou trying to turn and bring down these Brewlings of New. It's causing New to have to back off for now, but the illusions are being sent in by Shiro. Over towards the floor, jamming, backing off. Planet will get the Ghost set off. In fact, he'll get the Shikuchi off again. He lives again. Planet surviving every single attempt that Azure Ray throw at him.
Oh my goodness. Nothing to say. Dancing. The 2 supports go down, but that's it. Or sorry, the 1 support, just the Witch Doctor so far. That's a BKB used there from Somnus. A split, of course, was used, though. Quite a bit there from LGD to hold them off. But they don't lose any objectives. The tower is still alive. Cooldowns will be coming back up. cannot believe the planet just keeps surviving. It's literally 10% HP, time and time again.
Top lane, another BKB forced. Azure Ray just not able to make the plays that they'd hoped for at this time of the game. Killer support here and there.
They get planted this time.
Let's have a look. He's forces away. Jump forward from Somnus, but another force out of the side. Planet will get caught by the Soulbind here coming out from the two of them, but backup's coming in. FY is going to try and lead it with the Soul, but the Voodoo Switcheroo's there. Telekinesis from Planet comes into play to grab FY. Takes the time to turn things around. Lou trying to get in and do the damage, but Low, he has the Shikuchi away. Maybe thinking about why you smile. They get the Witch Doctor. I mean, each and every time, why you smile seeming to be the one to tank the hits here that Azure Ray are throwing the way of LGD. But everyone else on LGD just seeming to be untouchable in these fights.
Yeah, the cores keep getting away with murder. And those are, this time, the BKBs are back up, so Somnus did feel comfortable to jump back in. Aegis does get reclaimed. Another Myers. FY, he's got his. Wants to go toward this much later scaling, but LGD, I mean, I feel like they're pretty happy going into the scaling function overall in this game.
With how good of a position Hero's in right now.
The immediate jump.
Pretty much an immediate kill. The Solar Guardian's coming in, but he cannot save Tianming. Now Chalice, he's got to be careful himself. They've got to be on the retreat now. Somnus jumping away with the Enchant Totem. Nothing stays in with the silence. The Primal Split as well, closing in upon Somnus. He has to BKB and jump out with the Enchant Totem to survive. Chalice swings back, so able to bring the Brewlings pretty low. And Shiro will throw out the dagger. Low. Trying to see if he can finish off New potentially.
He's almost doing it, honestly. In the last fight also, that was kind of what it let Azure Ray get that kill on the Witch Doctor cleanly and get out. It's been Low actually addressing the Brew Split, killing off those Brewlings pretty decently. But again, another Solar Guardian is stolen. Planet, he just seems to get it every single time, so they do have to be aware of when he does get this spell steal. Can just turn the tides of them even trying to go for like a BKB TP out or something like that. This Solar Guardian could just put it to a stop immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Echo Slam and such, but making a play into the fact that Ruby has that ultimate, it's not
scary.
easy. It's not an easy call to make. We'll see if they try for it nonetheless.
No BKB on Somnus. This is a risk to make, and they know that this ward is down here as well too, with the way that the Shadow Step came out. Should be able to get the D ward, and they will.
Low wasn't forced to put the BKB himself in that last fight, so at least for him on the Weaver, he can full commit in this next fight.
Who's been getting most of the Deso stacks so far? I mean, there hasn't been too many because they can't kill, so it's 6 actually for Chalice and only 2 for Low.
Nothing to say, eyes on top. Good setup with a Dream Coil into the Solar Guardian backup from Planet.
And they have the Shadow Step too, so they do essentially have 3 heroes always.
Straight in they go, just with the Shadow Step alone for now.
And it's really heads up there from Chalice that he doesn't just try to like BKB TP. If he does, that's where the Solar Guardian comes in and stops it. So they are aware that that Solar is still stolen.
And sort of same things really from Nothing to Say. You know, he doesn't just throw out the Dream Coil. He's just sort of teases out the BKB and is ready to hold the Dream Coil for a play elsewhere.
But that's what they're trying to do, is bait these BKBs and then make a big hit. They find FY.
They're able to get around to the back lines. FY tries to get him with the jump over towards Planet. He's able to get the punch up and snowball over towards Planet. Planet will start revving up the Solar Guardian, but it's put to a stop. He forces it out the side, but this time Low's able to deal with the damage. They bring Planet down. Low wants the BKB in the time. That has to be on the retreat. Shiro and the split from New chasing Low out of the fight. Shiro jumps with the Shadow Step. They bring the Weaver down. They may have got Planet this time, but it cost them so much as they lose their carry.
He's trying to hide.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's okay.
He's all right.
He's all right.
And that was a ping from FY.
Catch this time, I knew he gets the wraparound there with that Primal Split. Perfectly gets this Weaver kind of isolated. 50 seconds, no Weaver. Spectre now full item finish. Shiro. Scotty's done.
Somnus, he's hovering around, but this is not a place that he wants to be jumping into. Does not have the teammates, does not have the backup. They need everything to try and take a fight. And there's just so many ways that if they don't get away with a successful jump, that LGD can respond. We're seeing Shiro once again in these fights just masterfully weaving in and out as this Spectre and just picking up the kills and finding the big ones as well. Chasing Low out at the end of that fight. The matchup head-to-head between the carries, it's not looking fun for Low to play right now in his Weaver.
No, definitely not. They're getting away with just some beautiful fights, just with the Vision in particular, right? It seems like they're the ones getting the starts off, even though they're playing into this Earthshaker and this Dawn. They're able to just counter-initiate or re-initiate themselves over and over again. Especially, as we said, multiple times we're just highlighting Planet because he's just doing so much work.
Tianming.
Tianming, does he get out?
Got a bit of time for himself here with the Glimmer. So FY by his side.
They get the catch top.
Was indeed able to get the jump onto Nothing to Say.
I believe that was the gem as well, too.
And down bottom, FY. Gonna try and lead it on to Why You Smile in with a punch. He's got a snowball going his way as well. Why You Smile has a hefty amount of backup. New and Shira by his side, but FY, he's gone.
Needed.
The rest of them try and run low. He's gonna get caught by the dust. Quite able to get any sort of disable onto him though, so Low will escape.
Whose gem was that? So yeah, it was a big kill onto the puck up top. They also got the gem recovered. Well, taken away from the side of LGD, so always huge if they're able to get that kill. Echo Slam was used, but still has BKB available for Somnus.
See if they can do anything with this. 40 seconds or so without Nothing to Say in the game. LGD, they don't seem to be scared. The plan is going to head in, but he's going to get called straight away by the silence. They blow up Rubik this time around. Somnus pops the BKB. They're trying to kill New through the Bruleys. The Death Board drop down over towards Challenge, but Challenge turns with the Starbreaker straight over towards Why You Smile. A couple of hits more. It's not enough. Why You Smile, he's able to bounce away. The Witch Doctor survives. They've lost Chalice.
Shiro, or Lu, he has to run away. The Primal Split's ending shortly. Find the grab.
These supports of LGD, whether it's Planet or Why You Smile, it's
so much work.
They're getting in the heads of Azure Ray's cause.
And this Brew is doing an insane amount of damage if he's left alone in the fights too. Like it really just is starting to add up when he has that AC finished up as well too. Cloak, he got blessed. Cloak of Flames with the Radiance, of course, so there's absurd damage once they get isolated. And the supports over on the side of Azure Ray, they're having a much harder time, it feels. Every single time it's either a Brew with like 4 different summons just flying at him or a Puck that's just jumping in and out, so difficult for them as LGD. They're ready to fight again, just constantly smoking up, looking for the battles. It feels like for the side of Azure, they're more reliant on their cooldowns than for the side of LGD to be able to win those fights. Even though there's a Primal Split on the side of LGD.
And they're also back up on it. On Azure Ray, Somnus ready with the Echo. See if LGD can find the jump. Shira ready to join with the Shadow Step. Seeing a little bit low on the mana right now, but yeah, the Aghanims, it's pretty much there for the next fight.
He's so farmed.
There we go.
He's level 21. Level 20, of course, on the Weaver, but a clear 3.5k separation of gold. Like almost a full item separation between the two.
Oh, they need a big slam from Somnus here.
Yep.
Smoke up on the top lane, but at the same time, LGD, they'll smoke themselves. Just come to an end on LGD.
15 seconds, no Brew Split.
Azure Ray, they've seen you showing on the lane. Ideally, they want to try and get the wraparound and get the jump on the back lines to have a big impact at the start of this fight, but it's hard to get into that position on this area of the map.
Yeah, at least get information or something so they can see these supports.
They're going to try and enter from the other angle.
See who they find. Why? He's got a ward at the ready.
Difficult part of the map to fight into is Radiant.
Get the ward down. No information given yet by it. Somnus trickling in. Brew Split's back up.
Don't know if they'll find the way in on this one. It's hard for Azure Ray.
Got it.
Step put in the wrong place, and team fight could fall apart very quickly for Azure.
Nothing to say, just trying to get that information with the orb constantly.
Radiant are scanning.
Both teams fully aware of where either is, and GD, they'll head into the pit. Oh. He's out with the bugs.
Bug helping out a little bit here.
It kind of is a little bit of extra minus armor down onto the Roshan. Low, he's going for the long wraparound here, around the back of the pit.
They're pinging exactly where he is. They
they're going to drop the Shadow Step straight away. They look to go over towards FY. FY buys some time for himself with the snowball. Going to lead him over towards him. He's actually able to get the jump up to the side, but he's caught by split of New. FY's out. He'll buy back. Zero. He's over towards Challenge. Challenge tries to swing his way out with the Starbreaker. Stun on towards Somnus. Somnus is surrounded. He might have to put the BKB. He will. Pops the BKBs out with a retreat. Jump forward here as Chalice is still trying his best to get away from these Bruleys with the Solar Guardian, but he's caught by the stun. Chalice turns with one final swing, but they'll finish him off during it. He's out. Jianming lucky to get away with a TP. Azure Ray, they've lost the two of them.
Low just dies instantly at the start of the fight. What it feels like as soon as the Haunt comes out, they all just jump. They have full information of everything, and it's a dismantling. LGD loses nothing.
FY, he brought back, tried to push out the mid lane, but immediately Shiro jumps over towards him.
Holy crap. What a recovery by Shiro. Unbelievable performance.
May have been a mistake.
This is a Spectre who had one of the hardest starts I think we've seen in quite some time. An 11-4-10 godlike.
They're into the pit. LGD, they'll have no struggle grabbing the Aegis here for themselves.
Hey, they made that fight look easy. The Haunt gets popped and it's just devastation. Nobody on Azure Ray can do much of anything.
Yeah, they just set up in a way around this point that made it pretty much impossible for Azure Ray to find the kind of fight that they needed.
And again and again and again, Planet, he stole Solar Guardian again. So he just keeps getting these spells, keeps getting these incredible steals. Roach to fall, Shiro. Even more comfort now for him.
See how well Azure Ray may be able to pull together a fight on the defensive, because highly likely that LGD are going to be coming to look for them now. With the push that they can potentially get away with this Aegis.
And can they kill these cores? It feels like it's the problem again that, I mean, they have the catch and stuff this game in comparison to last game, but can they kill these tanky cores? Even nothing to say. They've caught him a couple times alone. I think actually maybe 2 or 3 of the kills were him just completely isolated. But in the team fights, this puck has been not dealt with at all. And now he's got 3,500 HP. Brewmaster has 3,500 HP. Spectre has 3,500 HP. Getting harder and harder for you to kill any of these cores.
Double harm shall I deal.
What do you do if you're Azure Ray? You know that at this point of the game, you're feeling that it's fallen into very similar territory as Game 1 did.
Might have to just take some crazy risks, it feels like, to just try to pop one of these heroes at the start, but they are quite tanky now at this point.
Bounty.
See if they themselves, I mean, do they want to try and take the risk of fighting into this Aegis, or is that just absolutely a sort of no-go play right now?
Just feels so difficult when you're playing into what feels like always 4 or 5 heroes, because Planet just always has Solar Guardian, they always have a Haunt or a Shadow Step. It feels like they just have the numbers every single time on the side of LGD. Shiro, yeah, with the full butterfly now too. Just Chalice, how do you bring him down? Chalice,
up on the BKB.
Solar Guardian. Okay, gets away.
Somnus. Been out on the map on his own. He's going to look for maybe a cheap
Wait, the cast?
but he's caught by the cast bounces.
Oh my goodness.
He has to BKB TP out immediately, and he'll make it away.
Got to take quite a bit of damage on his BKB. Was used immediately.
Very much taking those risks that you talked about there.
He is trying. He is definitely trying to, but yeah, a random sentry ward. Gonna go.
TNT gone. We'll be going down here on the bottom by the looks of it. LGD, they'll happily get on with the push. Still 2.5 minutes or so to play with the Aegis on Shiro.
How long on BKB for Chalice? Yeah, 40 seconds where it feels like they can't fight without it. They need every little thing, it feels like, for Azure Ray now at this point. And then it doesn't, who knows if it's gonna be enough versus this Aegis of 2 more minutes. Shiro getting closer and closer to 25. They're just getting stronger and stronger, it feels like.
Is under attack.
For Azure, they're just, it doesn't feel like they're getting that much stronger.
No, you can just start hitting the base now, Shiro.
Nope, you. Trying to force the action.
Dire's top tower is under
Who's going to be the one to start the defense here? Who wants to push back this Spectre?
They don't have a kick or anything like that on the Tusk. He went for the Midas, so it's very delayed. No Aghanims to start a fight like that. Tower falling. Supports playing on opposite sides on the side of LGD. Y on bottom side, Planet on top.
Yeah, he's ready for the big steals.
Oh yeah.
Tier 3's gone, nothing to be done so far by Azure Ray.
They just have to kind of watch and try to spam down the Spectre, but supports, they have to be very careful on Azure.
It's gonna be the set of racks going.
They'll just drop it.
They just can't do anything right now to stop this. The melee rack's at least the important one, taken by LGD.
is under attack.
They certainly get the work done with his Aegis, and still potential for more to come, as they've still got 1.5 minutes left on that on Shiro.
He feels so safe too. Immediately, he just goes mid lane, doesn't really care. He knows that they don't have enough to bring him down twice. Full control, it feels like now for LGD. On to the next push. I mean, they're even going to start forcing something here. Chalice put in a position where he has to actually BKB and go for that TP out. And immediately, Shiro just jumps back toward his team.
Sentry down as well. Somnus has got to be careful.
It's like every fight that Azure Ray's like maybe trying to build up for, like something happens where somebody has their BKB pop before that fight goes off. Now Shiro, after forcing that, he's going to force the high ground too.
I find myself strangely
Got away with it on the bottom lane. High chance to get away with it again here on the middle.
Enjoy the...
Tier 3 in trouble.
I mean, MKB is finished up for the Weaver, but he's squishy.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
He's trying to push them back here, low.
Okay.
Risky position. And then try and get him with the Shukuchi. Does get caught by the bounce. Task is immediately gone! And he's spent up for that MKB purchase. He does not have the money for buyback here, low.
He just dies to a casual cask bounce back.
85 seconds, no Weaver to be found. LGD, they'll continue this push. The refresher's done on Shiro. They take the mid set of rack. They can back off. There's still a tier 2 to be taken on the top. But I think they're going to be feeling right now that they can very comfortably ride this game, ride this series out here, LGD.
Oh, that might have been one of the saddest Weaver deaths ever. Literally just the cast gets him killed in just the quick burst. He's squishy though. As you can see, he did commit. Of course, going for that MKB. And now, yep, on to the next. Full refresher now for the Spectre, just continuing to grow and grow and grow.
Yeah, crazy timings. I mean, Shiro just a perfect demonstration on what to do as a Spectre if you have a horrific lane.
Absolutely.
You don't get much better of a recovery than this.
No way. And just good communication and identification about like that Radiance kind of thing, right? Let the Brew get the Radiance. You saw how much work he was able to do. Like, go for your Midas and stuff like that, and go for your own itemization on Shiro. Working out perfectly. Jump in the force.
Gonna drop the coil here. Just got a bit of safety with the Glimmer. Tianming can get away from these illusions though. He can't. Shiro jumps in, takes him out.
And Chalice.
They'll turn towards it. BKB's not gonna save him. He's out as well. No buyback on him. Also spent up 1,700 gold short of the buyback Chalice.
And Shiro just pops the refresher. He's like, all right, come at me again. I will kill you guys if you show your faces. Refresher, Somnus, it's all up to you.
He's gone all in. I mean, the rest of his team has, so, you know, why not himself as well? He's spending up, looking and hoping for some sort of crazy play.
One final hurrah.
He's going to try it. He's in with the first opening echo. Ponce the BKB. Follows up with the Fisher. Then the second round. A lockdown. There is. They're able to take down Shiro, but is it enough? Somnus still falls low. Planet and Why You Smile able to finish him off. 3 dead. They throw everything in. They do kill the Spectre, but the game is over. GG is called. LGD take this series 2-0, knocking Azure Ray down.
They know their counterpart. They know how to play versus Azure through and through. We've seen it all year. We see it on the main stage here too. LGD just a clear understanding of how to play versus this team. And on heroes that maybe some people wouldn't expect to see when we get to the finals. A Rubik from Planet. He balled out on it, of course, too.
Did.
All of them really did start carrying their weight. Even the Witch Doctor, a hero that some people aren't even playing too. They bring it to Azure. And honestly, again, just like last time, a very convincing victory.